Yo. Okay, there you go. All right, what's going on, guys? Uh, with another stream. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Well, right after stream. I mean, obviously we did this on stream. Okay, looks like I'm sounding right, so we don't need this anymore. Right after stream, I actually drew another thing of her right here, right? And I think it turned out pretty interestingly. I like it. But looking at it right now, looks like I have to bring out her shoulder. Yeah, let's bring it out a bit on this one. Just a little bit of tweaking. Yeah, I feel like I've deleted this so many times, but I'll leave it there again. Right there. I want to give her probably some polka dots. I'll give her some like little fuzzy little slipper things also. Well, let's give her a copy canvas, a shadow. I was thinking this one could just be a little simple thing. Oh, accidents. Black this out. Distort it. Like that. And then color it like that. And then low opacity, darken. Low opacity this way. There you go. I think what I can do actually is grab this just to make, like bigger pieces of shadow like this. That looks better, I think. Maybe. Or we could just do like the top down one like they be doing sometimes. Or like the little circle, which is always something. I mean, it works sometimes. We could do that too. I feel like right here, let's liquefy this a little bit. And then here, some more liquefy. I'm deleting this. I don't know. Wait, let me see what it looks like anyway. Yeah, I'm deleting it. Wait, what the heck? Oh, it's on a different layer. Okay. It's above. Yeah, okay. We're good with that. I was about to say. Alright, let's just clip it down. Why not? Delete. I might do one more. But I'm just trying to see like what I'll put her in. I have some ideas here that I can play with. Ooh, this one looks nice. I'll think about it. Ooh, this like toga type thing looks nice. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We will see. Liquefy this like this a little bit. Have her leaning forward. Legs out. Spread a little bit more. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm going to give her some... I'll use just like a... Yeah, like a round brush like this. And just... This... this. Wait, let's lock it first. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. That could work. But let me give her some highlights. I'm pretty sure I got some highlights. Yeah. I'll give her some highlights. Right there. I forgot this is like a bottom plane shadow too. I don't know. Should I do? I mean, I could do her. I don't know who else. Oh, hold up. I'm about to hide the screen real fast because I want to bring over some other things. Let's see this. No, how do you do it again? This. Yeah, let's hide this. Yeah, okay, because I want to bring over some other things so I can have like other characters I want to draw. So I can just have like a nice little reference for them also. So let's do like Martha, but like, you know, older Martha. We can bring that over. Alright, we can bring her over. We can bring over younger one too. Just in case, I guess. I don't know. Like if I want to draw her also. Let me just turn this off because it's gonna. I feel like that's one of the main reasons why it's lagging so much. Probably, yeah. Alright, so we'll bring her over. Let's bring her. Let's put her here. So I guess right after the ones. Like right after everyone that will appear. Yeah, Martha's right there. Okay. Let's do. Who else do I want? I don't know. I don't know who else I want. I mean, yeah, we can do Idra. Yeah. Okay. Let's copy this. Bring it on over. Wait, honestly, I could just grab them like that. All right. And this one? No. Okay. This one? This one? No, this one. Oh, okay. So these are not good anyway. All right. I'll just grab this. I should have did this before, but I didn't know I wanted to do this, so that's my excuse. I'll turn this on so I can give you guys something to look at anyway. Yeah.
Keep the rest of her group behind her because she's not going to do it with her stellar personality.
Stellar personality. Okay, where? Wait, did it not? Oh. It did not show up, guys. Yeah. We can bring Alchemy also, probably. Or Nissa. Let me just bring them and then I'll be done. I'll just bring... Yeah, because I don't think I have like time to bring up all of them right now. And then we'll do Martha. Like young Martha. Back a day Martha. Okay. So let's bring you here. Let's flatten you there. Let's flatten you also. And we can probably do some Kiro also if I want. Yeah, okay. And then I'll put them after, I guess, the full body. And then one last one is Martha, yeah. Because I feel like I kind of might want to draw her also. Maybe her hair tied up would look nice. Her hair tied up could be very nice. Copy. And... Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Now I can bring it back so you guys can see. Right here. Oh, yep. There it is. It's off. And now paste it. I mean, I didn't need to do it like that, but it's fine. All right, there you go. So now we got Martha. Okay. Now, should I turn? You know, I'll leave Kiro there. Why not? Yeah, let's bring her over. No. Yeah, let's bring her in front. Why not? Don't matter. All right, so now we have Agatha. Yo, what's up, Zero? How's it going? Agatha, Indra. These are the like back a day, like they went to like school together, them three. And this is Martha when she was back in school. I have the other two, but I haven't posted them yet, so we're gonna sit on those for now. But yeah, I'm gonna turn this off. And this right here, this was a good study practice. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna bring Troy all the way over here, next to Keto. So we got Keto, Troy, Agatha, Indra, Martha, Maya. Yeah. You want to take a nap? Take a nap, man. I gotta finish the Nova drawing. I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? All right.
They need a purpose, something to talk about on a daily basis, someone that they're up against. Because if there's no common enemy, then the one in charge, Helen, naturally becomes enemy number one for the rest of the group. It would only be natural for them to slowly want to dethrone Helen. So she needs to have a mission for them to all look towards. And that person is Camellia. Helen noticed most people from her group were from Shanghai. Camellia was not from Shanghai. So she told them, Camellia talks shit about everyone from Shanghai. How every Shanghainese person is trash. She looks down on Shanghai. I have no idea if Camellia ever said anything disparaging towards Shanghai. I don't know where she's from or if this is just a big misunderstanding. I feel like I can see Helen saying something along the lines of, well, this is how we do it in Shanghai. And Camellia being like, well, that's kind of dumb. Like, I don't think she's saying, this is how Shanghainese people do it. But just like, you know, she bullies someone and she's like, this is what it's like in Shanghai. And Camellia might be like, that's dumb.
I think I'll do the shadows
and
later.
instead of
for this
taking
one.
it as is, Helen, you're being stupid for being a bully. She could have turned around and told everyone, Camellia said Shanghai and everyone from Shanghai is stupid. Helen and the girls would post on Facebook and social media, who gave that the audacity to offend everyone from Shanghai? Another one reads, motherfucker, I'm so pissed off. Does she eat more shit than she eats salt?
Oh
How can
my
every
gosh.
word that comes out of her mouth be shit?
Oh my.
She dares offend everyone from Shanghai? Her fucking audacity. At this point, it becomes very clear to Camellia whether or not she said something mean towards Shanghai or not, Helen is targeting her. Looking back, it seems like Camellia had made a comment on Helen's picture once. And okay, so this started a year ago. 1 year before the crime, Helen had posted an overly intimate picture with one of Camellia's exes. Camellia clearly trying to make Camellia jealous and annoyed. Camellia saw it, and she responded in the comments, these are the guys that I'm done playing with, insinuating that Helen was getting her leftovers, which, okay, yeah, not the nicest thing to say, but it's just a tiny taste of Helen's own medicine. She is the evil queen of the school. She physically beats students on a weekly basis.
Physically beats them.
It's time someone put Helen in her place.
Physically beats them.
Right? Helen did not think so. She waged a year-long war against Camellia, and there is only one option when someone like Helen is targeting you. Avoid them at all costs. Like, if you don't, they will find something else to have a problem with. Did you accidentally breathe too loud near them? Did you stare at her for 2 seconds too long? She will point it out and blow it out of proportion and try to spin it to be something that it's not. Like what happened to Mai. 2 days before Helen was kidnapped, Mai was one of the students at the school, and she saw Helen bullying her friend outside. Mai runs over, gets in between Helen and her friend, and everything just goes pin silent. Like, you could hear a pen drop. Something snaps in Helen. It's almost this mixture of excitement on torturing someone, but also a mixture of pure anger that someone even dared to stop her from doing what she wanted to do. Helen gave Mai one single warning. That's all she would get. Get out of my way. Mai grabbed her friend's arm and walked away. The next day in class, in front of everyone, Helen walked straight up to Mai and slapped her across the face.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone got quiet and pretended like they didn't see because they didn't want to say anything because they would be next.
Yo, this girl was running to
Helen
school.
put her arm around Mai like a good old friend, brought her outside, drove Mai to the quiet corner of the parking lot in the plaza, and started beating her.
Oh
kicking
my
her in
gosh.
the ribs, punching her in the face. John, Helen's boyfriend, is just standing there watching her. All the while, Helen is screaming, do you know who we are? How dare you snoop around in our matters? You should get to know who you're messing with. I'll make you remember today. She accused Mai of being disrespectful and needing to be taught a lesson. Mai was beaten for over an hour.
Oh!
Her arms were covered in cigarette burns. Her entire face was swollen.
An hour? Christina, hello.
And when Mai went back home, she was with homestay parents. She was terrified that if her homestay parents saw her state, her condition, they would call the police. Then Helen would find out that she, quote, ratted them out, and it would just cause more bullying and more problems at school. So Mai wore a face mask all day at home until her whole face healed and she avoided her guardians at all costs. The mentality that a lot of the kids at this school, Oxford High, would develop was, Helen's not going to stop. There's no consequences. So you're just going to get beat up. Just get it over with. Just crawl into a fetal position, hope that Helen's not extra angry that day, and then get it over with and then stay out of her way. She'll move on to the next victim. Mai was not the first victim either. There were so many before her. Helen just beat whoever she felt like, whenever she felt like. If you looked at her the wrong way, if you accidentally stepped on her foot in class, you would be beat. What's crazy is the teachers and administrators, even if they know what's going on, they did nothing to stop it,
You see,
or
this
even
is why,
to reprimand the student.
This is why every single time there's an issue where, like, a kid, like, I always put some blame on the teachers and the faculty because they know these things are happening. Like, a lot of these people obviously they've been to school before, so they know. What's up, bro? How's it going? They know kids are getting bullied. They know what kind of kids are, and they know the hierarchy. So like when they're looking dumb, they're like, "Oh well, I didn't know." No. Shut up. You got some blame on there.
there were literally no consequences. Because the school makes money with more children being enrolled, and the tuition for one international student is 3 times that of a domestic student, and because international students support the majority of Oxford High, the administrators allegedly just closed their eyes and let Helen be. But of course, that's not going to help Helen's behavior. All she knew was, what are consequences? There's no such thing as consequences. Her behavior, her bullying, her temper, her violence, it got so bad that she went through multiple different homestay families. She was kicked out to the curb multiple times. The host families, they called her parents like, I can't do this anymore. Your child is out of control. She's like a ticking time bomb. I don't feel safe with her in my house. Helen's parents were not alarmed. They just found a new host family and sent Helen more allowance to help her emotionally recover from being kicked out of the mean host family's houses.
People like
Helen
this,
did
bro.
not even let it bother her because she's the queen of the flies. So Camellia tries to skip a few days of school and diffuse the situation. She hopes maybe Helen would find someone else to bully, or maybe she would forget about it. But instead, Helen posts on social media. Stupid doesn't even dare come to school because she's scared. Ha 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 ha. 2 days after Mai was assaulted, Camellia received a text message from a girl named Lou to come meet her at an ice cream shop. She hoped it would be Helen or the girls handing out an olive branch, but it was not. That night, Camellia would be driving with way too many high school girls jam-packed in the back seat. They're all sitting on top of each other in the back. Nobody's using a seatbelt. If Camellia got pulled over, she would have been arrested. There were way too many people in the back of her car, legally speaking. Camellia almost wished she was pulled over. She's gripping her steering wheel. Her knuckles are turning white. One by one, she's dropping off the girls, and each time they would smirk, thank Camellia for a great time and for the ride, and said that we should do it again sometime. They would slam the door shut. Camellia would not even look at them. She would just stare straight ahead at the road, expression dead, knuckles white, focusing on the steering wheel. She just needed to hold it in like a tiny bit longer. She just had one more girl to drop off. The one right next to her in the front seat. Helen. When she pulled up in front of Helen's car, Helen said, "Thanks for the ride." But she pauses and turns to Camellia and says, "You know, if you tell anyone what happened, I'm going to tell everyone that it was your best friend who did this to you, not us. And every single one of those girls that you dropped off, they're going to back me up. It'll be 12 against your word. Do you really want your best friend to go to jail?" And with that, Helen smirks and gets out of the car. Camellia felt exhausted and numb. From 7 p.m. to 12 a.m., the 12 high schoolers had tortured her. Like I said, earlier that day, Camellia received a text message. "Meet me at Honey Me, the ice cream shop, to discuss things," the text said. It was from a girl named Lou, and Camellia knew Lou since they were in elementary school, so it's not like the strangest thing to receive a message from her. They knew each other. But Camellia was a bit hesitant because, you know, fine, it's Honey Me, but we haven't been close in a really long time. So Lou apparently changed after becoming friends with Helen and even bullied Camellia recently, or at least tried to bully her. But it would also kind of be weird for her to not show up, right? Because they're going to see each other again at school after the weekend. And she's going to wonder, why did you ignore my text message? And then it would be a whole thing. So Camellia thought, you know what? I'm just going to bite the bullet. At least she's asking to meet me in a very public place. It's an ice cream shop. But just as a precaution, Camellia asks her best friend Albert to come with her, so it just wouldn't be so awkward and weird. On the way there, Camelia's kind of feeling better about the whole thing. She's thinking, you know what? They're friends with Helen. Maybe Helen's over it. Maybe Helen wants to have some sort of like peace meeting. Maybe she's going to sit there and be like, Helen wants to have a nice chat with you. Like, I think she feels bad. And then Camellia would be like, you know what? I feel bad. And they could all be better again. But the minute that they walk in through the ice cream shop doors, they know that's not what's going to happen. Camellia felt her heart drop because sitting right next to Lou with a smirk on her face is Helen and her boyfriend John. They smile and they wave at Camellia. And now it's way too late to turn around because then what? What are they going to say at school then? It would just make things worse, more awkward, more uncomfortable, probably more violent.
Exactly.
Maybe
right.
Albert could sit down, push through all of this, share an ice cream. It would be so awkward, but at least it'd be less awkward than running out right now, right? Camellia did not have time to think about her options. Albert sat down, oblivious, like clueless to how bad all of this was about to get. Camellia trails along, sits down. She assumes because we're in such a public space, it's going to be safe, right? Before Albert can even bite his ice cream, Helen turns to him and asks, "You should leave." What? I think what we're about to talk about should really just be left between girls. It's a girl matter. Which is weird because Helen's boyfriend is sitting right there. But
I would have
Albert
been
felt
like,
pressure.
oh, heck nah, bruh. Like, cause the thing is, like, listen, violence isn't the answer. But, like, you know, like, there's like a phrase. Is it like a scared cat or something? It's like, ain't no way. Especially with you, I know you crazy. If I was the boyfriend or the guy who was with her, first of all, I don't know what time this was, but I'm like, oh no, I'm good. He's here, right? So, but I don't know how these people beat. Right? This is stupid. These are stupid people.
I mean, I have no idea if Albert had any clue what Helen had planned for Camellia, but he got up, took his ice cream, and left Camellia alone at the ice cream shop.
Man, fake friend, bro.
But still, it's a public space, right? Camellia sat there trying to just stare at her lap, thinking of all the excuses she could try to use to leave, but Helen's already on her phone calling her friends one by one, in front of Camellia, asking them to come to the ice cream shop. Her best friend Coco was the first to pick up, and she smirked when she heard Helen was with Camellia, and she stated over the phone, "I'll be there in a minute." In total, there were 12 of them. Helen, her boyfriend, and 10 of Helen's little minions, including her right-hand wing woman, Coco. Something to note, these are all international students whose parents are from China. Most of them are from Shanghai, and all of them, for whatever reason, hate Camellia. Camellia thought, okay, now there's no point of trying to make it less awkward. It feels like life or death. She just needs to get out of here. She gets up to leave, but before she can, she feels this cold hand on her arm. "What are you doing? We have a full day planned ahead of us." Helen puts her arm around Camellia and guides her to the cars outside. They're going to take a quick visit to the park, Roland Heights Park. Camellia tries to fight back and verbally says no, but they're basically kidnapping her. They arrive at the park at 7 p.m. Most families made it back home. The sun is setting. They choose a very remote area. I mean, most people don't even venture off and hike into this park. They drag Camellia out of the car, throw her onto the floor, and they make the next 5 hours a living hell. They throw ice cream on the ground. Clean it up. They start smearing it with their stilettos.
How's it going?
Use your hands. If she misses a spot, a high-heeled shoe would lift up from the ground and smash into her rib. One of the high schoolers took Camellia's phone and started smashing it into pieces in front of her on the ground, stomping her heels into it. Another girl kicked her in the back of the knees so that she was kneeling in front of them. And Helen laughed. But of course, in the beginning, Helen didn't even lift a finger. She just stood there, arms folded across her chest, literally like Queen of the Flies, instructing her little minions where to beat, where to punch, where to kick. Coco's standing a little bit behind Helen, smoking a cigarette. I mean, these two girls, they genuinely think that they're in some sort of gangster movie. And I mean, the only thing I can say is play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
This is weird.
They supervise the torture of Camellia. Eventually, one of the girls brings over a giant jug of cold water, and Helen nods in approval. They pour it all over Camellia. Her entire hair and body are drenched in cold water, and at this point, the sun has set. In LA, it gets pretty cold at night. It's getting really chilly. I mean, of course, that's the least of Camellia's worries, but just to give you more context on how miserable this experience is. Helen sees Camellia holding on to herself, shivering. She says, "Someone take off her clothes." For a second, everyone went quiet. It's kind of an odd request. I mean, they never usually went that far, right? They would just beat people to a pulp, right? But getting them nude, it felt like it was crossing some sort of new barrier. And side note, they're also evil, so I don't know why they act like they have morals, but maybe they also thought it was weird that Helen's boyfriend John was there too. And Helen has notoriously been a very, very jealous girlfriend. Why would she want her boyfriend to see another girl naked? Coco straightened her shoulders and said, "I'll do it." She asked 2 of the other girls to hold Camellia's arms while she was kneeling on the ground, and Coco forced all of her wet clothes off of her.
Oh my gosh, Titan. Ain't no way that's real, bro. I saw like a little thing of it, but I thought it was fake. Man, hey, do it. Like, listen, everything else is... They've been doing all this other stuff anyway. Hey. Like, could they say anything really? can can they say anything really? Oh my goodness. Let me try to refresh this.
Keep the rest of her group behind her because she's not going to do it with her stellar personality. They need a purpose, something to talk about. All of her wet clothes off of her. So now Camellia is kneeling in the cold, completely nude, in a public park. A huge speculation on this part. A few things. Up until this point, actually till the very freaking end, Camellia never once showed weakness. She tried fighting back, and then eventually she stopped fighting back. She was severely outnumbered. She realized it's not going to work, but she did, in a sense, like that, submit to the torture that's happening because there's no way out of it. So it's not submitting to the torture, it's being smart about it, right? But she never cried. She never begged for them to stop. She never complimented Helen in hopes of winning her over, saying like, please, you're right. I'm gonna listen to you. You're the queen bee. She just stared dead into their souls. And perhaps Helen thought getting her completely naked in public was going to degrade her to a new bottom, a new low, where she would finally submit and beg or cry. But it didn't work. Camellia never gave in. So Coco removed the cigarette from her mouth, stared at it, smirked, walked over to naked Camellia and started burning it all over her chest and her nipples.
Oh my gosh.
She would hold it in place, waiting for Camellia to scream or cry. But she would not. The other girls joked, we should take it slower so we can last longer. You know, stamina. Coco would joke, you think you're tough, right? Eventually everyone breaks. Helen is standing there watching all of this with her arms crossed, and she's seething, just dripping with hatred, like this disgusting yearning for power that she was not getting from this abuse. One of the girls notices that Helen is losing her patience, and in an effort to prove herself to the queen, she brings out her lighter and suggests they just light Camellia on fire. Helen smiles and nods. They hold Camellia down, who again is not crying, not begging, not groveling at their feet. They try to light her hair on fire, but because these monsters, these people, had just soaked her completely in water, it doesn't work. Helen stared at all the parts of Camellia's chest that were basically burned and mutilated by Coco, but it just wasn't enough. Because now Helen's thinking, you know, she could hide these behind clothes. She could wear clothes to school tomorrow and no one would know. If we can't light her hair on fire, let's just cut it all off. She turns to her boyfriend and asks him to go home. Go home to fetch a pair of scissors. He leaves, goes home to fetch a pair of scissors, brings it back. I mean, I'm truly at a loss for what kind of relationship this is. I feel like you would imagine girls like Helen would be pick-me's and only show this evil side to all the girls, but hide it from the boyfriend and act like a soft little girl in front of them. But the fact that she's showing this side to her boyfriend and he's dutifully going to grab the scissors, it's so bizarre. He
Really
comes back with the scissors, and finally Helen kneels down, stares at Camellia's face, and she just starts roughly chopping off all her hair, throwing it onto the dirty, sticky, ice cream melted gravel beneath Camellia, and tells her, eat it. I'll let you go home if you eat it all. Camellia freezes, still no tears, no begging. She goes to grab a fistful of hair with her hands, but they stop her. And Helen says, with your mouth. Like a dog. The other girls take that as a cue to smash Camellia's face into the ground, making her eat her own hair along with sand. She's still unclothed, soaking wet, with burn marks, bruises all over her body. And when they're done, they made her drop them all off. March 30th, 2015, a 911 call was placed after midnight. On the other end was a soft, weak girl's voice. She was not crying. She was not hyperventilating. It seemed like she was very confident of what she was saying, but she just did not have enough energy to say it loudly. She just sounded exhausted. But the message was clear. My name is Camellia. I had just been kidnapped and beaten for 5 hours by my classmates. Please help me. Police arrive
I'm
at the scene,
snitching.
pick up Camellia.
What?
They get ambulances. I mean, there was no question if her story was true or not. Her hair was extremely choppy, like someone had turned off the lights in the bathroom and just started lifting
Like that
up
type of girl.
strands
I mean,
hair and
honestly, I mean,
pull
there
up.
are guys like that, which is crazy. So I guess you can be right.
Finely chopping, not even caring if the scissors were going to cut her face. Every part of her hair was like an inconsistent length. Her entire body and face were covered in bruises. Her face, hands, and feet were so swollen she couldn't even stand. She had burn marks all over her body.
I'm so glad she snitched instead of, like, you know, taking herself out. I'm so glad she did that.
And every time she tried to sit up, stand on her own, she was wobbling like a baby giraffe. Her entire body looked damp as if she just got out of the lake 30 minutes ago.
And listen. Once again, violence ain't the answer. But as soon as the parents fly in from China, oh, if that's my girl, oh, listen. Violence ain't the answer. If that's my daughter though, and we all fly in, what? No, listen. We ain't saying nothing. And then all these parents are like, "Oh, what do you mean? My son only brought the. Your son only did what? Oh, he was there when they were. Let me. Nah, violence ain't the answer.
So she was forced to air dry. The police were just unnerved. They're thinking, can this really be the work of high schoolers? The nurses almost winced when they gave her a more thorough examination. They tried to ask her about her pain levels because pain is a subjective thing. So a lot of hospitals, they have pain level scales. They're just trying to see where your pain tolerance is and how much pain you're in right now. Most pain scales are from 0 through 10. So
It's
score of
definitely
0
this.
means no pain. 10 is like the worst pain you've ever felt in your life. So 0, no pain. 1, pain is noticeable, but then like you don't really think about it. It's like a paper cut, you know? If you think about it, it hurts, but if you don't, you forget. 2 is minor pain. Maybe a paper cut when you have to run it underwater. It's that like, annoying pain. 3, noticeable pain, but you can still distract yourself. Maybe if you play a video game. 4, moderate pain. If you're involved in a high intensity activity, you can ignore the pain for a little while. 5, moderately strong pain. You cannot ignore the pain for more than a few minutes. You will be like, oh my God, I'm in pain. 6, you're in a lot of pain and you're still trying to do your normal day-to-day activities, but you're not performing well. You can't concentrate on anything but your pain. 7, strong pain. You cannot do your normal activities. 8, very strong pain. It's hard to do anything at all. 9, you can't even hold a conversation with someone because you're screaming in pain. 10, the worst amount of pain imaginable. It's interesting. Doctors say the pain scale is just part of what they're looking for. So it's not just the number that you say. They'll actually analyze your breathing, your blood pressure while you talk about your pain. They take into consideration if you were just calm, giggling, or asleep 2 seconds ago before you rate your pain a 10 out of 10. So there's a lot of factors that they consider, but it was clear a lot of Camelia's injuries were between 8 to 10. And nobody would question that. Her injuries were really bad, and they were all inflicted by high schoolers. When Helen was arrested, she looked really bored. She looked really arrogant, like it's not that big of a deal. All she has to do is pay a fine, or pay the victim some money, shut them up, be on their merry way. So why are all these cops pretending to like go through these motions? She turned to the head officer when she was arrested and said, "How long do you think this is gonna take? I gotta go home, back to China for my 19th birthday later this month." They just smiled at her because they're like, there's no way this girl is going home for her 19th birthday. She's probably going to be in prison. They didn't tell her that, though. They just let her slowly find out. Bail was set at $3 million each for Helen, Coco, and John. So there were 12 bullies. I mean, it was really easy to find them. Most of them went to Oxford High with Camellia. She knew who they were. Out of the 12, 6 were arrested the very next day. What about the other 6? They fled the country. 3 of the 6 that were caught were minors, so we don't have their names. The other 3 were above the age of 18. We have Helen, her boyfriend John, and Coco. They would be tried as adults. Side note about the 6 that fled the country, technically they're going to have no consequences. 0 consequences. China will not be trying them for the crime because it took place in America. The only thing, I guess, is if they ever set foot in America again, they will be arrested at airports. Right, bro? But still, that's not really a consequence compared to what they did to Camellia. Meanwhile, the parents of the six, the three minors, the three adults, they all really wanted the torture charges taken off. Because torture for adults carries a life sentence with the possibility of parole, at least for the adults. One of the attorneys even tried to argue for Helen, Coco, and John. He stated, "I'm sure these kids suffer from loneliness. So they bond with other kids in the small Chinese circles with no supervision, no one to turn to for assistance. So these things, they can get out of control." John's attorney threw Helen and Coco under the bus and basically stated he's merely a bystander. All he did was grab the scissors.
No, he didn't just
Coco's
grab the
attorney
scissors.
threw Helen
Cole
under the
went
bus.
home and came back. Oh no, he didn't just grab the scissors. He went home and came back. Chinese business. Exactly. Sitting there saying, when is this going? Like, how long is this gonna take? I gotta go pack to go home. You gotta go pack to go home. No. We got your new address. We got it. Don't worry.
And they stated, "Coco is more of a follower than a leader. She's a very young girl.
Oh, you
She's
should have taught her not to
mature
follow
enough
then.
to evaluate everything happening in the park and make a more thoughtful, careful decision." Everyone was trying to point the finger at Helen, who honestly could not care less. Like, the minute that she stepped into that courtroom, she's smirking, she's giggling, she's making like sexy eyes at her boyfriend John. She is not taking any
No,
of this
look at May. He looked like he just like look.
sexy eyes at her boyfriend John.
No,
She's not
she taking advantage of this boy. No, man, he don't like. I mean, he could low key like it too, but like, I feel like most of this whole thing, this relationship, is she just using him. This man is scared of her.
taking any of this seriously. She is not afraid. She just has this cocky expression on her face that a lot of people describe as wanting to punch it off of her. She acted like, "What's the big freaking fuss, everyone? Jeez." When Camellia went up to the stand to give her statement, Helen kept interrupting her and commenting on her statement, glaring at her, trying to intimidate her to shut up. You would think that Camellia was giving a science project speech and Helen is bullying her in class, which is still horrendous, but it's kind of unimaginable that someone is doing this in the courtroom. She's cussing at Camellia in front of the judge while she's on trial for trying to set Camellia on fire. The looks she's giving Camellia were so heinous, the judge warned her, "You gotta stop, or else." These are the three that pled not guilty. Later, Helen's attorney would argue mental illness.
Man,
I mean,
shut
I
it
guess
up.
Helen was beyond helping, so he really has no choice.
Oh
but it's
yeah,
like,
he had no other
clearly
option.
she's ill. During psychiatric evaluations, it was determined that she was in a completely stable mental state at the time of the incident and capable of bearing responsibility. Helen's attorney read her statement in court, which Helen thought was going to help her case. Side note, Helen seems really upset about the fact that the internet hates her. So she thought not only would this get the judge to see her for who she really is, which is like this sweet, kind person, but the internet would fall in love with her after this too. Let me know if you think it worked. Helen wrote, "Your honorable judge, attorney, and everyone concerned, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I am so sorry. I have made a terrible mistake, and there's nothing I can do to make things better for the people that I've hurt. I accept full responsibility for my behavior, and I hope my consequences are a lesson that helps others avoid making similar mistakes.
Oh yeah, it will be.
I'm not a bad person. This case is about 2 days of my life. I wish I could go back in time and wake up the day before this happened and do the right thing. But I know that's impossible, and now I will accept the punishment for what I did."
Oh no, I bet she wished she killed
It's very hard for me
her.
to say how I feel right now.
So she wouldn't have
I
snitched.
feel scared, but also glad that this case is over. I wanted to improve myself, stay out of trouble, and even earn a college education while in prison. I'm a good student. I know education is important for my future when I'm released. And while I was in jail
When I'm
during
released.
awaiting this trial, I not only worked on my schoolwork, but I began studying the Bible every day. I know that Jesus will help guide me through my stay in prison and
see, I
for
don't
the
even know who
rest
that
of my
is.
life. I know he has seen the changes in me and seen the remorse in my heart. I just feel so regretful, and I have sought forgiveness, and I hope to earn it. As I said, I'm not a bad kid. If I am judged based on the 2 days out of my 19 years that got me into so much trouble, I must look like the worst person in the world. I have read that I am hated here and in China. I probably deserve to be viewed that way. But the other and better side of me is a person who tries to help other people. People who know me, they write nice letters about me. They know that I'm a young lady who loves and helps others in every way that I can. While in jail, I've helped others learn better English and even Spanish. I've received honors from jail for my studies. I always look forward to receiving new books to read from my mother. I want to thank my parents. Is this an Oscar-winning speech, or is it like...
Yeah.
I want to thank my parents for helping me through this part of my life, especially my mother, who has traveled back and forth to China to visit me in jail. I owe everything to my parents. I know I've let them down, but I promise I will someday make them proud again. They sent me to the United States for a better life and a better education. Along with that,
this is him.
came a lot of freedom. In fact,
Oh my
too much
gosh.
freedom that I just wasn't used
Is
to.
she like riding on his back?
In China, I was very obedient and cheerful while living with my parents. Here, I became lonely and lost. I didn't tell my parents how I felt because I didn't want to burden them. I didn't want them to worry about me.
You should have did
I
that.
wish I told them how I felt.
Yep, you should have
I
did that.
took all that stress and carried
too late
all the
now.
emotions by myself. without
5
saying a
hours,
single
bro.
word. I'm sure my emotions.
She
began
beat
to
the
take
other girl for an hour. And then she tortured this girl for 5 hours. Oh no. Oh no. You guys don't understand. You know what? I usually stream around like now, like more recently, I've been streaming for about 6 to 7 hours. So the whole time I'm streaming, practically, like the majority of the time that I'm streaming, that's how long they were torturing her. Oh heck no.
take over, and I did bad things to people. I reflect on my behavior and I ask, how could I have done such bad things? I have no answer except to say, there's no excuse and no one to blame but myself. I really miss my family, my friends, and the little things
You're
in
gonna
life
miss them
that
a lot
we
more.
don't really think a lot about until we lose them. Life is not only about having the latest iPhone or pretty dresses. Also, when people like make a really heinous action, but they're like, let me tell you what I learned from this. You are in no teaching spot, lady. Like, you are not a motivational speaker, girl. What's going on? It's about respecting others and being kind and respectful to your parents and everyone else. When I
Yep.
got arrested in this case, I lost those things. I never thought about the consequences. Now I know what bad behavior
And the
can
girl
do to you
too.
and how fast
The
I can
girl was like, all right, listen, I ain't gonna get out of this. But oh yeah, I'm snitching. And I'm telling you right now, I'm so glad she snitched, bro. I don't even like to say snitch because it has such a bad connotation. But like, snitch. Because you know how many girls or kids in general who would like take themselves out for situations like that? Bro, they soaked her in water, made her eat ice cream off the floor, right? Burned her with a cigarette, cut her hair off, and then told her to eat it. They stepped on her head and told her to eat her food. Eat her hair. Without her hands, bro. Oh, yeah. I bet listen. She was in the car because she had to drive them home, right? And she said, and Helen was like, oh, and if you tell anybody, I'm going to tell you. She was like, oh, word? Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Oh, these girls jump me, beat me, burn me. Oh, yeah, send them all to jail now. Send them all to jail now. What? Oh, my gosh. And the thing is, it's so stupid about, because obviously she just believes she can do whatever she wanted, the Helen girl. But this girl really thought, because obviously, like the other girl did, she just covered her face with a mask, right? But if you cut her hair, she can't hide it. So as soon as she gets home, they're going to be like, oh, yo, you look like something bad happened to you. So obviously, let's go to the cops. It's so stupid. Stupid people.
lose the love and company of my parents and my freedom. I'm asking those whom I have harmed for forgiveness.
No,
sorry.
I forgive you. Oh, but you getting locked up for life. Listen. Listen, you shouldn't keep all that hatred in, right? You shouldn't keep all that hatred in your heart. All right? So you can forgive them. But that doesn't mean you're going to forget what they did. Right? Like, if somebody robbed me, I could forgive them, sure. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to invite them into my house. You know what I mean? because I know better now. So I'm not gonna keep that hatred in, but you going to jail. You getting locked up forever. What? And I'm gonna sit there in the court as she's reading this, right? If I'm the parents, because obviously, because my daughter had that courage and that in her to go and tell what happened. I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna hit none of the parents, because by doing that, I'm just gonna get myself locked up, right? So I'm gonna sit there. I'm gonna be in the courtroom. As soon as the lawyer is reading what she said, I'm gonna be laughing hysterically. I'm like, oh. I'm gonna be laughing dead in that girl face. I'm gonna be laughing. I truly am. I'm gonna be laughing. Bro. The whole courtroom gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm laughing. I'm like, oh, what she thought this was gonna do? I'm looking at my daughter, right? And I'm be like, yeah, you coming home. I don't even know why your mom made me send you over here, because it's most likely the mom who sent her over here. Stupid. You gonna send her just with some random people? Oh my.
I mean that with all sincerity. I hope they do not carry the wounds from what I did throughout their lives. Please find it in your hearts to forgive me.
Oh, all she did to her is definitely going to bruise. But listen, it's going to heal over time. Right? But guess what? You going to jail for life. And everybody going to continue to hate you. Listen, I don't hate you. Listen, you did this to me, and I forgive you. But you going to jail. You getting locked up because there's something wrong with your head. Right? We closed up the asylums, so we got to send you somewhere. Yeah, you getting locked up. Yeah, you getting locked up. So stay here, right? Think about what you did. You know, listen, once again, I forgive you. But yeah, stay here. Stay in that facility. And in a few months, I'll be all fine now, right? Y'all beat me, y'all bruised me up, y'all burned me. I'll be fine in some time. Those scars will heal. But yeah, what they finna do to you in there, I don't know if that's gonna heal, but hey, play stupid games, you know? You can finish the, play stupid games. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I ain't gonna keep it in my heart. I'm not gonna have that hatred in there. I'm not gonna let it get in there.
The whole time the attorney read her statement, Helen had her face covered with paper, so we have no idea what her expression was.
Oh, she didn't read it.
Oh no, her attorney read it.
Of course.
She covered her face with paper.
Wow.
She just sat there. I mean, I doubt her face looked remorseful. I mean, the fact that she's talking about how she's only being judged for 2 days of her 19 years of living is honestly, arguably, I don't know why her attorney approved it.
Was she covered the face?
Yeah, she was like covering her mouth area.
The attorney was like, yo, you get locked up, so whatever you want to say, you can say it, I guess. The attorney's like, yo, nothing's gonna help, but hey, what, you wrote something? Let me see. You want me to read this in front of the court? All right, I guess.
With paper.
What is that?
She just couldn't start laughing.
Probably smirking.
Yeah, she's probably laughing.
Or she knew it's full of lies and can't look at the judge.
Yeah.
They sent me to the United States for a better life and a fuller education. Along with that came a lot of freedom. In fact, too much freedom that I was not used to. In China, I was very obedient and cheerful living.
You see what happens? This right here should be a lesson to all you people who want to just send your kids away from you. Even if you're like, for a better life. Sending them away from you means you can't dictate what's going to end up happening to them. Right? Sure, you can say, well, they're gonna have better opportunities, but they're away from you. You thought her mom honestly knew. Obviously, her mom probably knew that her daughter was, had some problems. But you thought her mom knew that she was out here torturing people? Oh, I bet she didn't know that. She thought her daughter was, like, she had issues, but she was still a sweet girl at heart. Her daughter tortured a girl for 5 hours. She set it all up. Bro, that ain't the little girl that she raised in Shanghai. Huh.
Here I became lonely and lost.
I just think sometimes, I don't know why the attorney let this happen. It's just, logically speaking, not the smartest choice. It would take 10 seconds for someone to shoot someone and kill them. Should they be judged for those 10 seconds of their lives? Because 10 seconds is such a short amount of time compared to the 50 years that they didn't shoot someone. Like, what is that argument? And it's clear where all these kids are getting it from. None of the parents were any better. One of the dads of the minors was arrested during this trial.
Why?
He flew from China, got arrested.
Why?
Why? He tried to bribe the victim to say something nice about his daughter.
Oh my gosh.
Tried to give the victim money, hoping that the judge will give all the other kids higher.
Oh, I would have took the money and be like, oh, okay. Got up there. Oh no. They I'm playing. That would have ruined her case. She probably did this before in China. Yeah, probably. She probably did. And she just hid it from her parents. But I'm telling you, once you give your kids away, guess what? They're not your kids anymore. Once you give your kids away, they're not your kids anymore. I want you guys to all remember this. If you remember anything from this stream. Once you give your kids away, they're not your kids anymore. It's crazy. I'm telling you right now. A lot of these kids that are in my family, like the more and more they grow up, bro, the different, obviously, you know, you grow up, you become different. But like, I get to a point where when I'm talking to them, I'm just like, where the heck are you hearing this stuff? All right? Because I know your parents don't talk like this. So it has to be from like their environment, like from school and from their peers, right? So instantly they stop becoming the kid of their parent.
Sentences and go lenient on his
know,
daughter because the victim would say, this one was the one that was nice. Or she seemed like too scared to stop it. Yeah, the victim did not fall for it. He was caught trying to bribe the victim, was arrested on suspicion of bribery and obstruction of justice. It only backfired because it only attracted more attention to this case in China. I will say this case blew up a lot more in China than in the US. And for a lot of reasons, Chinese netizens were so disgusted. And it also was a soft point for the nation itself because there are a lot of, hard relations with the United States, and to have these high schoolers that are Chinese nationals go to the United States, do such heinous things, it was just so disappointing and embarrassing as a nation. So it became a topic of conversation where it's not just a bullying case, but like, what are we doing as parents? Are we headed in the right direction? Is this a good idea for parents to just like parachute their kids to all these other countries if they can't handle their children? Like, that's not good parenting. And his arrest would only draw more attention to that. The prosecutors would end up dropping the charges because he was technically caught before he could actually pay and bribe the witness. But I think they answered the question that netizens had of, how do the kids even get like this? Yeah, their parents. The answer is their parents.
100%.
In the end, Helen was sentenced to 13 years in prison, kidnapping, assault, and serious personal injury.
I think she should have had 20.
Behavior.
But all right.
Coco, who burned Camellia with cigarettes, was sentenced to 10 years, but can get out in 5 years. And then John was sentenced to 6 years in prison, but can get out in 3.
What? Oh, okay. Because she got 13. For a second, I was like, 8. Okay. But, okay, I see.
The court saw any emotion other than giggly, cockiness, and sexual innuendos and looks between all of them was when their verdicts were read. They sobbed so hard, their whole bodies were shaking. Yeah, I guess they couldn't believe it. According to their defense attorneys, they advised their clients to not appeal because if they continue to fight, they will likely get higher sentences. This was the absolute best outcome that they could have ever wished for, which is infuriating. As for the 3 underage kidnappers, they had a private trial. They were all sentenced to under a year in a juvenile facility, and they will not be deported back to China after they complete their sentence. The 3 adults will be deported back to China. A lot of people were upset about this. There was actually a lot of discourse amongst Americans, too, about Helen, John, and Coco, and about the American prison system and justice system when it comes to foreign nationals who commit crimes. Some American taxpayers were upset that their taxpayer money is supporting these 3 in jail, and then they just get sent back to their home country. Then others were arguing, actually, no, the American prison system is so miserable, they kind of deserve it. So it was a debate, but
Don't cry now.
these
Man, I
were
wanna
the
see.
most hated high schoolers in China.
I wanted to
Oh.
see the clip of their faces. And then looking at her moms and her pops. Oh! I would love to see, what's her name? Christina is her name? I don't want to mess up her name. What was it? I forget her name. The girl who was beaten. Ooh, I would wish to see her face like when they gave the verdict. I don't know if she would like be smiling or anything, because obviously it was like still a hard like thing that she went through. But man, she probably looked at her begging. Like, you remember in Shield Hero? Remember in Shield Hero, bro? When what is her name? Redhead girl. When her mom sentenced her to death, right? And then she looked at Naofumi. She was like, "Oh!" I just feel like that's what she was doing. She was begging. She was like, wait, no, wait. Mm-hmm. Oh nah. But Naofumi showed her grace. Oh my. Oh gosh. Mine, yeah. Crazy, man.
A lot of Chinese netizens, they did feel very embarrassed on behalf of the nation, but they also were using this as an opportunity to change how they saw things. So there was actually a movement of sorts to have way stricter rules and regulations enforced for bullying in high schools in China, even though this didn't take place in China. So they were saying how this is actually, maybe we should follow that route. So in China right now, if you're caught for bullying, it's amongst the school and administrators. In America, it seems like it was a legal case. We should make it a legal case. And another thing is, the victim ended up suing the three adults for, wrongful involuntary captivity or something along those lines, right?
Ooh.
And it was another conversation in China because for financial compensation for crimes in China, it's really hard to reach a settlement. When an adult causes a death, the victim's family is only compensated typically for funeral expenses. Emotional and mental damage compensations are not as common in China. But in the US, courts are usually more open to taking that into consideration for victims of violent crimes. So China was really enraged about this, and netizens are saying maybe there are a few things that we should also adapt into our legal system because it just doesn't make sense. Which, side note, I don't want to make this like a one country versus another country or a comparison. I think bullying is definitely an international problem. Every country has a lot of work to do to create a safer space for children. I mean, clearly, in America, I would hardly call schools a safe space for kids. So safety in schools generally is a global issue that needs to be addressed. So it was a way to have that hard conversation. But this did not stop the internet from ripping Helen, Coco, and John to shreds. Tiffany was even telling me about this, but they called John helmet head hair boy. They ripped apart Helen's statement. One Redditor said, "I love how the girl blames her situation on too much freedom when the root cause is too little personality, ethics, and adult supervision. You don't need a boot on your neck and a gun to your back to be a decent human being and do the right thing."
Mm-hmm.
Other Chinese netizens joked and laughed about how they were really excited to see what kind of bullying the three adults endure in prison, in the US prison system. Other Chinese netizens wrote about how Chinese parents need to do better when sending their children abroad. It's only hurting them, but they convince themselves that this is the best thing that they can do, is provide a better education by being away from them. But what are your thoughts? Do you think a lot of this has to do with the fact that they were left unsupervised in a new country?
Yes.
Do you think regardless of where these heinous people...
Unsupervised in another country. Yes.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yes.
Let's talk about the events of March 29th, 2020. This takes place in South Korea almost exactly like 3 years ago at this point. It's a little bit past midnight, and there are 8 teenagers they're barely teenagers. They're 13 years old. Most of them are. So imagine 8 13-year-olds just booking it, running for their lives in South Korea. Like, when you run so fast, your heart starts to pump out of your chest. You feel like you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. That's how fast these kids were running. They're literally running for their life. That's how desperate they are. Whenever they think, okay, surely we're safe now, they would turn around and they would see another one of their friends had been thrown onto the ground, taken down. It started with 8. Then there were 7. Then there were 6, 5, 4, 3, It seems like the city of Daejeon, which is where they were in, it's the 5th largest city in South Korea.
Daejeon.
It's so big, it's so populated, but not a single person wanted to help them while they're desperately running for their lives.
Where are they running? On the street?
Yeah. They run like their lives depend on it because maybe it does. One of the girls, Pora, 13 years old, she could feel her legs starting to give out. There was like shooting pains going up each of them. Every step she took, it felt like someone was shooting her up the palm of her foot. She thought, you know what? Fine. I can't do this anymore. I'm just going to let him catch me. I'm going to let this guy who's chasing me down catch me because whatever he's got in store for me has got to be less painful than what I'm experiencing right now. So she slows down. She puts her hands on her knees and she's panting. She's trying to catch her breath, okay? And he comes up behind her. She looks up and says, oh God, that was really, really tough. She let out a little smirk. She was thrown onto the ground, handcuffed, and placed under arrest. In today's case, these 8 13-year-olds, these 8 teenagers, they are not the prey being chased down by a big bad predator. They are the predators. These 8 kids had just
13.
murdered a delivery driver
Oh!
in cold blood. The infuriating part is they're gonna get away with it.
Oh! Wait, copyright. You know what's funny? Yesterday, when copyright, I thought I didn't get copyrighted, but they copyrighted me again. Oh my goodness, you guys gotta watch your kids, bro.
As always, full show notes are available at Rotten.
That was the police. I had a feeling it was the police, but I didn't know why.
Being said, this was a viral case in South Korea. There is a lot of online discourse about this on whether or not the laws are protecting people or knowingly putting citizens in even more danger. There were petitions made aimed towards the Blue House, aka the White House of South Korea, begging politicians to do something. There's incredibly damaging text messages between teenagers. The killers were texting each other after they
These
killed
aren't
someone.
teenagers, bro.
And it's just what they're saying, you're gonna lose your mind.
I don't count 13
Now,
a
there are a
teenager,
lot of
even
people
though it's
involved,
teen.
and about 8 main killers, if you will. Technically, you can find some of their names online, because normally South Korea is really crazy about releasing even adult criminals' names, adult people's names, but with children, it's absolutely out of this world. But this case is so bad, people were doxing these killers left, right, and center. I'm not going to give you guys their names because I don't really think it matters to this case, but they're easily findable online. So with that being said,
I don't think I'm
let's
looking
get
for him.
into it.
I don't.
Econ worked as a delivery driver in Korea, which sounds like the type of industry where you never really get to know each other. Like, I think if you think of a DoorDash driver in the US, you kind of work for yourself. You don't really get to know other drivers. In Korea, it's a little bit different. There are a handful of popular restaurants in the area. There's a handful of full-time drivers. They all know each other. A lot of them can recognize all of them, like the restaurant owners. They can recognize their favorite delivery drivers even through their big motorcycle helmets. And Lee-kun, he was one of them. He was just always very polite, hardworking, like very detail-oriented. And a lot of these restaurant owners are thinking, it's really hard to find these traits in an 18-year-old boy these days.
18.
He's 18. On particularly busy days, you can see Kun walking in the restaurant, grabbing a food order, while with the other hand, he's quickly scarfing down a snack from the convenience store. So he doesn't even stop to eat meals. He doesn't have a lunch break. He just eats whenever he can in between deliveries, just on the go. If the restaurant owners if they ever thought about telling a kid, a young man, hey, maybe you should take it easy and go have fun, it was Kun. Like, that's who they wanted to tell. But they all knew that he was supporting his mom. So he would go off on another delivery again. Now, March 29th, it's midnight. Kun is picking up a pizza order. He's got a snack in one hand. There's CCTV footage of him inside of this pizza shop eating a snack as he's going to the back to pick up the order. They ask, almost done for the day? Any plans? Yeah, it's my last delivery. No special plans. I think I'm going to ask my friend if she wants to go eat something yummy with me afterwards. He smiles.
By the way, there's another artist on Twitter is being accused of whitewashing. It's about Storm. Like X-Men Storm? I mean, it has to be, right?
He grabs the pizza and he leaves for his last delivery for the night. This is just past midnight at a relatively lively intersection in Korea. So it's a four-way intersection. It's actually the Daejeon intersection, and Daejeon is the fifth biggest city in Korea. So regardless of time, there's still going to be a good amount of people on the road. Now, for everyone waiting at this intersection for their light to turn green, they're just going about their lives. I imagine in this moment
I
it
knew the
would
Marvel
feel
Spider
like time
game
would stop.
got an. Oh, I saw
Or
like
at
some
least
clips
for a
from it. I
brief
didn't
second
see the
even.
storm though.
Some saw bits and parts of what
Storm was
happened
shown
while
in
they're
press?
waiting in their car. Some saw the black car run the red light and book it as fast as they can across the intersection. Some saw the black pieces of plastic and metal just flying through the air to the other side of the street. And some people just saw a limp body laying on the ground. There was like a pool of blood
Oh
all
my
over
gosh,
the
these
intersection.
kids were
And
driving.
every single person parked there, it didn't even matter if they had music on, they had all heard it. Even if they hadn't seen it, they heard it. It was such an ear-piercing thud. Everyone had this pit in their stomach, because when you hear something like that, it is too loud to be a fender bender. It is too loud to be like a small accident. Someone needs help ASAP.
교차로 중앙에서 차량과 오토바이
Oh my gosh.
서진 오토바이 파편이 반대편 현장에 쓰러진 오토바이 운전
So there is a car
Oh
going
my
straight,
gosh.
and a motorcycle was trying to go straight. The car ran a red light. They literally pedaled to the metal, booked it up
That
for
seemed
that red
really,
light.
really fast, the car.
So fast. So there is a four-way intersection, and let's say the motorcycle.
It's a whip, but everyone is saying. I thought I said to play. It's a whip, but everyone is saying that it wasn't, and the artist was just giving an excuse. But if you go to their media page and the whip was layout. Oh yeah. Also made echo. I mean, it could still be a whip, you know, just playing around with colors and lighting and stuff. It's crazy, because the thing is too, because I'm thinking about it, because since he was on a motorcycle or on a bike or a scooter, it's hard to maneuver at all. You know what I mean? But like, listen, it's like, it's obviously not his fault,
Car.
right? And he had a helmet on
the
too,
car going
because like the
straight
helmet
and
is like,
a
it also blocks your vision and your view. But like, if you look at this right here, right? So if you look at this right here,
Someone needs help ASAP.
like right here,
교차로 중앙에서 차량
right there, right? You see it right here. Like, this is the man. Oh, you guys can't really see. I'm not gonna show the impact, but like right here, like this right here. Hold up. Don't play it. Okay, this right here is him. This right here is the car, right? And this was him coming down this way, right? And then the car just ran and kept going. And obviously he would think, but he probably couldn't even see it, because like I said, he had, like, if you saw him in the store, he had a big old helmet covering his thing, right? And like, if you ever wore a motorcycle helmet, it is like, it obviously blocks, you know, some of your view, right? But it's like, dang, bro. Because I'm like, if you were in a car moving, even if you're going straight, you'd see that this car isn't stopping. You know what I mean? You'd see that this car isn't stopping if you're going straight, like in a car, and this car is moving. But obviously there's still accidents that can appear like that in a car, but I'm just saying, bro. Because it seemed like an empty street, so this car was just going. Oh my gosh. So I guess these 13-year-olds were in the car. Man, watch out, kids, bro. Watch out, kids, bro. But the point that I make is that she's whitewashed. Oh, she is a whitewashed store because it's unfinished. Yeah. Wait, so send it to me in the Discord. I want to see what it looks like. They're speeding in the red light. Yeah. Like, where? Kids are just. Man. But the thing is, I gotta blame the parents, bro. Because, like, how the heck. What time is it? This is 8. I mean, I don't know what time it is, like, in conversion. Like, but I'm pretty sure this would just be 8:24. Right? So, like, this is late. And these are 13-year-old kids. Why are your kids out? And they just kept going.
So there is a car going straight, and a motorcycle was trying to go straight. The car ran a red light. They literally pedaled to the metal, booked it up.
That
for
seemed
that red
really,
light.
really fast, the car.
So fast. So there is a four-way intersection, and let's say the motorcycle is heading north. I don't know if this is the actual like compass direction, but just to give you an idea, motorcycle is trying to head north. There is a black car to the motorcycle's left that's trying to go right. So they're going to be perpendicular. Now, the motorcycle has the right of way. So they start inching towards the middle of the intersection, and the black car on the left, they have a red light, but they just decide to book it. Like,
first of all, this ain't even bad. What the heck? I mean, yeah, obviously they're in Procreate. But like, I mean, I guess like it isn't as dark as Storm would be, and obviously, like you said, it's a whip. But like, even if this was like final, that ain't even that crazy. I mean, she's still black, you know. She's still black. She ain't as dark, but she's still black. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they're being rude. That's how they are.
60, book it, run the red light, and at the cross section, they slam into each other. And you just see motorcycle parts, tires flying in the air. A lot of people see a limp body just on the side of the road. And just to give you an idea of how bad it is, emergency services, let me explain it the way that they did, because they know what these motorcycles look like. They know what these accidents look like. They say you take one look at this motorcycle, and they thought to themselves it would be
that's not even that far off
if the driver survived. There are tires apart all over the street. There are black plastic chunks. I mean, to give you an idea, you all know what a motorcycle looks like. There's like the thick, bulky, plasticky parts that make up the front, the seats. Even under the seats, there's like little layers of plastic. But underneath, it's almost like a rudimentary bike. The motorcycle they found on the street that day, it had been basically obliterated upon impact. All the plastic had basically blown off, and the bike was bare. It looked more like a bicycle than a motorcycle. This is what this...
I feel like at some point, the parents got to get arrested. Yeah, I saw the Echo and Jinx one. I actually like it. I like it. I feel like at some point, the parents got to get arrested, bro. I know you're like, well, the parent wasn't there, but yo... Cause like she said, it sounds like the kids are gonna get away with it. Nah, bro. Somebody gotta go down.
Version of a motorcycle is supposed to look like when it's, and this is what it looks after the. And there was just so much blood everywhere.
Oh my god.
Paramedics, they rushed to the only body at the scene.
By the way, the black car just
kept going.
Just like didn't even stop for a second, right?
No. So the paramedics rushed to the only body at the scene, the only vehicle at the scene, and they start performing CPR. It looked like a young male. There was no sign of a pulse. They couldn't hear any breathing. They rushed him to the hospital, but as they were lifting him onto the stretcher, one of the emergency responders said, I think we all knew, because his body felt broken inside and out.
Oh my god.
Like every part of him felt crushed and broken. They rushed him to the nearest hospital where the doctors looked at the clock and they called the time of death. This man's name was Kun. He had lived exactly 18 years and 97 days before he had been killed. I don't want to say to even call him a man, because that sounds like he's not man enough, and that's not what I'm insinuating, but this is basically a child still. They had just turned 18. Kun's family members, they were alerted, and his mom rushes to the hospital. She said that she just remembers thinking, please don't let it be my son, please don't let it be my son, please let it be my mistake. And she sees this boy laying there, and his lips are so pale, his body is so cold, and there was no denying it anymore. This was definitely her son. There was nothing she could do in this moment. She said, what am I supposed to do? She tried to be a mom, so she sat down, she held his hand, she tried to close his eyes, so his eyes wouldn't close. It said that Kun had died so suddenly that there was no time for him to close his eyes. And since they hadn't been closed by the paramedics or any of the bystanders there, rigor mortis had set in, and his eyelids were not too stiff to stay closed. So every time she tried to close his eyelids, they would pop back open.
Oh
And then she just
my
kept trying.
gosh.
She said that she wasn't going to leave
Poor kid,
until he closed his eyes, until she put her baby to rest one last time. She talked to him. And she said, it's okay. It's okay. Oma is here now. It's okay. It's
Oh
okay
my
to close
gosh.
your eyes. And I'm not sure if this is customary in other cultures, but for Koreans, growing up, whenever you hurt yourself or get a little bit of like a boo-boo, like you fall down at the park and you get a scrape on your knee, I just remember my mom would blow on the wounds. Do you guys do that in China?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a
I'm
it's like a
sure
thing.
medically it doesn't.
It's like a thing. Like my grandmother used to do that also. Like she'd blow on it, she'd rub it, she'd go
nothing to help the healing, but they just go like 괜찮아 엄마, like 엄마 손에 약손, which means mommy's hands are medicine hands. And they blow on your wounds. And I remember it helped me feel so much better when I was a kid, so maybe it does work mentally. Kun's mom spent an hour just blowing on his wounds and scars.
oh my gosh.
And I think it was slowly dawning on her that she was never going to have another photo to put into his photo albums. She was never going to have another moment with her son ever again. This was it. And she remembered just 3 months ago, it was the most exciting time in Kun's life. January of 2020, Kun had run home. He was so excited. He's practically bubbling. And he's like, Mom, I got an ID. I got an ID. So in South Korea, you get an ID once you turn 20 in Korean age. But in the US age, it's 18. So Kun is 18. He gets an ID. And it allows you to drink, drive, vote. And it's very symbolic of becoming an adult. And he's like, I can vote now. I'm officially an adult mom. And since I'm an adult mom, I promise I'm going to be your guardian now. I'm going to take care of you.
Oh my
He
gosh.
promised he was going to graduate university and make sure that his mom never worked another day in her life. He promised to take her on vacations, and one day he was like, I'm going to buy you whatever you want. I'm going to buy you all the most delicious meats. Like, you're never going to have to stress about anything ever again because you got me. So I'm going to take care of you. And these were not just empty words, fleeting words of a teenager. Kun got a job as a delivery driver to help his family pay for his college tuition and to help with the bills. And his mom would just think to herself, how did I get so lucky? She said she named him Kun because in Hanja, his name means strong. So anytime he was working, all the fellow delivery drivers
Right,
and the restaurant
tight. I mean,
owners, they would
Zara.
think, there he goes again. Like, he was one of the hardest delivery workers. He did about 60 deliveries in a day. And technically, the city is small, so it's easier to get from one place to another, but this guy never took a break for himself. He just kept thinking about his family, and he just kept going. And it just broke her heart knowing that now she is holding his cold body in her arms one last time. After like an hour, finally his eyes close, and she promises her son, I'm gonna take care of it. I'm not gonna make you feel injustice when you're in heaven. She was determined to catch whoever did this to her son. And the problem was, catching them is the easy part. Punishing them would prove to be nearly impossible. So first, let's talk about the accident. This, like I said, is a 4-way intersection, and Kun was headed straight. He had the right of way when a car on his left comes in, crashing into him from the side. This is clearly an accident caused by the car on the left that ran the red light. And then they just left him there, bleeding out on the side of the road. They didn't even stop. The crash was so bad, all of the airbags deployed, but they still kept driving. They kept on driving. They did not stop. The police very quickly tracked down the people in the car because eventually the car would not go. The car slowed to a stop and it refused to keep driving because it was completely totaled. The airbags had deployed. It was really bad. The people in the car, there were 8 people in this sedan.
So
8
there's 6.
13-year-olds.
How's that possible? So there's 6 people
In the back.
squeezing in the back?
Yeah. They abandoned the car on the street because the car clearly looked like it had been a part of the deadly accident. It clearly wouldn't drive anymore. All of the airbags were out. And they get out on foot and start booking it. They run for their lives. But ultimately, they were arrested. The police also tracked down the registered car owner, so the owner of the car. And he was a resident of Seoul, and he was in Seoul at the time of the crash, which is confusing because Seoul is about 65 miles away from Daejeon. So why is your car in Daejeon? Like, do you know any of the people that were in the car? Are they related to you? And he's like, my car was stolen.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what? So the owner of the car gave a pretty detailed interview about the series of events. He said, I usually finish work around 9 p.m. I come home, park my car in the usual spot in the parking lot. It's my favorite spot. Then I walk into my apartment building. Now, for some reason, in the middle of the night, I woke up at around 3 a.m. I think I was a little bit hungry. So I'm like, maybe I should go to the 편의점, the convenience store, grab a bite to eat, then I get a little food coma, I'm gonna go back to sleep. I was going to walk, but I have to go through the parking lot to get to the 편의점, and I just quickly glance at my little parking spot, and it's empty. My car is gone. I immediately call the police that night, and I'm like, my car is stolen, what do? They're like, we'll let you know when we find your car. A full day passes. The next day, no call, no updates on the stolen car. I go to sleep that night, I wake up, and I hope, okay, maybe today the police are gonna find my car. And they did. Around 3 p.m. that afternoon, they called to tell me that in the middle of the night last night, my car was used to kill someone. He continues, they said that some kids stole my car and got into an accident. There was a victim who died from the accident. When I heard that my car was used as a device for killing someone, my heart was beating so fast, my hands and my body were shaking. I was speechless.
You can't even drive that car
I was
anymore.
speechless to learn that they said it was 8 kids around the age
Like,
of
I mean,
13 years old.
Like, you can't, like, I wouldn't be able to drive that car anymore. Like, my car got stolen and then kill somebody? Oh, yeah, nah. I'm done with that car. And Zoro gonna be like, yeah, but this is a rare breed. Zoro's still driving that car. But that's crazy, though, man. Oh, man.
They like 7th graders? I just couldn't believe that middle schoolers would steal my car and kill another person.
I'm telling you, somebody got to go down for this.
I was surprised on how middle school students were able to even drive my car. I mean, what kind of kid that age even dares to commit these types of crimes? It's kind of insane. It's ballsy. I can't even imagine doing something like that in high school, let alone middle school. The police ended up
These are the
catching
Tokyo
6 of the 8
Revengers
killers the same
kids,
night
bro.
of the accident. They were arrested right away, which is exciting, right? But they were very quickly released because of something called the criminal age of responsibility in South Korea.
Oh,
Korea's criminal law, Article 9, states the acts of minors under the age of 14 years old are not punishable by law. So
Like
these...
anything?
Anything.
Oh, no. Oh, they got to change that today.
I mean, this is probably the worst. This is murder.
Well, I couldn't, though, Titan. I mean, Zero. I can't, bro. So you telling me every single time I'm taking this car out, I'm going to think about that person that hit. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good. I'm about to turn on the air. It's hot.
I don't know how it gets worse than murder. Maybe torture and murder, but in extreme cases, you can get 2 years in a youth detention center, but that's very rare, almost unheard of. So basically, anything. These killers were released before the car owner even knew what happened to his car. That's how insane this is. They were released even though the police see them. They know that they have a history of committing crimes.
Obviously, it's not your fault. And I don't know why you'd have like survivors go like it wasn't you, but I just feel like this car, this vehicle right here, kills somebody, right? It's kind of like the same thing of, like, could you live in a house, right? I mean, obviously depending on situations, but like, could you live in a house that you knew somebody got killed in? You know, like let's say you had a house, right, and then people broke into your house when you were away. And then, when you were away, one of those people killed another one. So a person died in your house, right? Like right in your living room. Could you just come home after vacation? You know, after they cleaned up the place and just sit back and relax? I don't know.
13-year-olds, they know the law. They know that they will not be responsible since they're not 14 yet, and they use it to their advantage. March 28th, around 1:30 a.m., just about 24 hours before the murder, 8 kids steal a car in Seoul. This is the first car they steal because they're going to steal another car immediately after the murder. So they steal car number 1. This is the car that's going to be used in the accident, the deadly accident. They drive around the city for 24 hours. They're like hanging out, going to bars, like doing all of these illegal festivities. And 24 hours later, March 29th, 2020, at around 12 a.m., they end up in Daejeon and they kill Kun. Now, from there, they all start running. 6 of the teenagers were caught that night on foot. 2 were not. 2 kids, 2 of the guys, they were not caught. They ran to a nearby town and stole another car at 4 in the morning. This is gonna infuriate you, there is CCTV of them, like footage of them stealing the second car, and...
How do they steal cars? I don't get it.
Okay, so I don't want anyone to victim blame because it's just different cultures. So a lot of people in Korea don't really lock their car doors either.
And key?
Yeah, some people leave their keys. And
What?
I don't know if this is
What?
true in
I
this
mean,
particular situation.
yeah, but the thing is, like,
or true in
this is the whole thing in Japan also, is the fact that how their citizens are just so, they trust them so much, and the crime rate and everything is so low that they tend to be like lax. Like, I heard a lot of people in these countries, they don't even lock their doors. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes they sleep with their doors open. So, like, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Mm-mm. But, yeah, that's how, they be. But, like, a situation like this, like, what can you say, I guess?
general, but a lot of parking lots are double parked. So you got cars parked behind each other, and you're trapped.
Blocking.
So sometimes people have an attendant and you leave your key in the car. And sometimes the attendant is gone. Sometimes there is no attendant. Did you know in Korea sometimes cars are put on neutral? And so if you're,
you can move it?
So you push the car out of your way so you can leave.
Wow, that's so interesting.
What?
So the parking culture is there, and typically with theft, especially car theft, it's not that common. Korea is filled with CCTV. It's really hard to get away with stealing, let alone a purse, but a full vehicle.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Yeah,
So
they really these kids probably just really don't care.
yeah, like no adult would commit this crime because they would go to prison and it would be so easy to catch them. But these kids literally know that they will not be punished, so they don't care about getting caught. So after they use a stolen car to murder an innocent person, they steal another one. And in the CCTV footage, you can see them walking with their hands in their pockets, leisurely, as if they own this world, as if they own this parking lot. They find an unlocked car. The owner would later say that his car key ran out of battery, so he was unable to lock it before he went into the house. I'm not really sure what the reasoning...
Aren't there buttons? What do you mean? If the car doesn't have batteries, I'm going behind. The only thing that I won't be able to lock is the trunk, but the trunk shouldn't be unlocked. But I'm locking everything manually. And you can press the button that locks all the... Are these cars, like, different? Hold on, give me a second. I'm about to turn on the air. It's really hot. All right, back. Cause like I remember, cause I have like 3 keys for my car, right? But like I have like 1 button, if that makes sense. Like the other one is just a key. The other ones are just a key, but one of them is like the button, like the one that locks and unlocks it. So I couldn't find the button. I only had the key. So when I would leave the car, I would manually lock the doors. But like, so he was like, man, I couldn't find the button, so I just left it open. But like she said, the culture and everything, like, so peaceful that they usually don't, care. But that's crazy. This is hard to like think about.
was, but it doesn't really matter. It's still theft. Just because it's unlocked doesn't mean anything. The teenagers find it. They open the doors, start rummaging through the car. They're throwing out all of the owner's documents, insurance papers, just throwing them around the parking lot. They take the car and they leave.
Oh my goodness.
The teenagers,
You know what? Also, this is kind of what happens when you don't beat your kids, bro. I'm an advocate of beating your kids, so these kids just feel like, oh, there's no consequences of nothing. What? Oh, listen, my kids might get off on the charges, but nah, they get home. Oh nah, bro, that ain't go. No. First of all, I couldn't even. Like, I'd just be looking at my kid like, oh my gosh, for real. And this is why, like, especially in these cultures, or back in the day, the parents would take like the hit, right? And a lot of people, like, the world has become like, let your kids do whatever you want kind of thing. Like, kids are like your friends, and kids are just kids. Like, kids will be kids. I hate that saying. Kids will be kids. I truly hate that, because kids will be kids if you allow them to be, right? And there's a level when you need to teach them how to understand consequences. These kids walked around after running somebody over, just walking with their hands in their pockets like, what? It's because they truly believe that nothing's gonna happen. You saw that Chinese girl, Helen, in the last video? She literally beat this girl and then asked the cops after, when is this done? I have to pack for my my trip to China. What? You see, this is what happens when you don't beat your kids. I'm telling you, one day, when your kids honestly, truly believe that there's no consequences for my actions, they will continue to cause problems. Gentle parenting never helps. It never helps. And listen, I'm not talking about because every time I say beat your kids, people are like, oh, well, you're talking about child. No, I'm not. When it's necessary, it's necessary. Like, there's times to talk. There's time for talking. Like, if, let's say, for instance, if there's something in the house and my kid drops it and it breaks, right? Like a vase or something. I won't beat my kid for that. I won't beat him for that. Right? I'll talk to them and be like, yo, don't be in these areas, depending on, where it is. And this isn't something that you should be doing. If they break it again, oh, yeah, they getting beat. I mean, when I say break it again, I mean break another one. Discipline, yeah. Then they're getting beat. Right? Because they need to understand, okay, chill out, right? But for the next thing that they do, let's say they break something else. It has nothing to do with that, but they break something else. They might be thinking, oh, I'm going to get a talking to the first time. No, that's not how it works. Because once you start conditioning them to believe, oh, they're going to beat me the second time I do something, not the first time. That's when they'll just do everything the first time. Listen, kids are smart. I'm telling you. Kids start to, like, take things in. Once they see that you do nothing to them when they do stuff, they're going to walk all over you. I saw this video of this little girl threw her iPad because she said, I didn't want that one. What? Oh, right there she getting beat. Right there she getting beat. She threw it. She just threw it and said, I told you I didn't want this one. All right. I don't know what house you think you live in. Because the thing is, you can do all this gentle parenting to your kids, but once your kid end up thinking they can get away with things and then ends up lighting some place up, and then now they're charged, right? I love seeing those parents' faces. They're like, oh, my son is such a sweet boy. I mean, your son is such a sweet boy. Where did this come from then? This seems like something else. Exactly. Well, now you're getting none. Like, I'm not gonna. And people just be buying their kids other stuff too. Like, this girl was talking about, oh, I told you I didn't want this color for the car. Her dad bought her a different color. Oh no, you just don't have a car. You got a bike now. Here you go. There you go. You got a bike. I'm gonna keep the car though because, hey, it's a car. these kids are crazy. I don't care how much money I make. The kids are going to understand. Things cost things. They cost work, right? And I also said my kid isn't like I'm not spoiling my kid rotten. Like if my kid works for something and gets it, sure. If they're like, oh dad, I want the new PS25, I don't know, right? And I'll be like, all right, go do all this, go do all that, do that, and do that. And why don't you go take those over there, do that? And remember, I said I wanted a farm, so I'm like, all right. So I want you to go walk all the animals. You know, take them out. You know, go feed them, do everything, and then come back when you're done. And I'm gonna check your work. What? My kid ain't gonna get nothing unless they work for it. But y'all can do it. You can. Oh, I want to give my kids what I didn't have. I probably didn't have it for a reason.
Just find the unlocked car. They open the doors, start rummaging through the car, and they just throw out every single document in there. Just insurance papers, anything belonging to the rightful owner of the car. They're throwing it out straight into the parking lot. They take the car and they leave. Now, the owner realizes the very next morning that his car was stolen, and he alerts the police. By then, the two teens that had stolen the car drove it all the way back to his home, and the car was eventually found. Now, the black box that every car in South Korea is legally required to have,
Black box?
which is
What?
basically an external camera or audio recorder,
What the heck?
ripped out. The last two perpetrators were found, arrested, and very quickly released. So all 8 of them have been found, arrested, identified, and released. I cannot imagine how infuriating this is for Kun's mom and all of his loved ones, knowing that the police know who the killers are, know where they live, know what they look like, know what school they go to, and they're just like, okay, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Just to show you how angering this law is, these kids had gotten into trouble with the law multiple times prior to the murder, if not days before the murder.
Listen,
so just
if you have this law, bro, I know what a black box is, but I didn't know that they had them in cars. But I mean, I know you could put them in cars, but I didn't know because she said every car in Korea is legally obligated to have one. But like, if they're gonna keep this law, you know what they gotta do? They gotta tally everything up. They're gonna be like, all right, manslaughter, and just write it down, right? And then as soon as their birthday hit, right? I mean, as soon as it's midnight and it's their birthday, where's your son at? Yep, let's go, instantly. And then he's staying his stint until he's of age, and then going to jail. And then he's going to jail. He's going to jail. There's no, because they moving like, oh, everything's sweet. I'm like, all right, what's your name? Okay. I was about to say some random Korean name, but I'm gonna chill out. All right, so that's your name. All right, and you killed somebody. All right. Have a good night. Send him home. And he's just gonna be out there chilling, you know, maybe even robbing some other people, stealing some other cars. I'm like, ooh, all right. He got another car on there, huh? All right. I ain't gonna say nothing though. I'm just gonna be right in his face. I'm like, all right, you're free to go. All right. And then I'm gonna be looking. All right. January 28. All right. I'm gonna be looking at the clock. It's 27 right now. Waiting. I'm telling you, Brian. Right at the day he hit 14, the second he hit 14. Sanju. Right at the second he hit 14, Brian, he's in handcuffs. I don't even care. I don't care what the mama say. I don't care what the daddy say. They could be like, what? No. He coming with me. And I'm locking him up. I'm gonna call everybody back. He's getting locked up. And they're like, oh. And I'm gonna look at all the other kids. I'm like, ooh, 12, huh? All right, I'm gonna be coming back for you. All right, who are you? How old are you? 14. Yep. Let's go. Wrap it up. Everybody going to jail. They moving like nothing can happen.
Members of the group robbed a Korean barbecue restaurant. They were found rummaging through the cash register, taking anything of value after restaurant hours.
You see,
They
I bet these kids don't get
stole
beat.
multiple other vehicles. Then they would take those stolen vehicles to gas stations around town and rob the gas stations. There's at least 3 gas stations that we know of that they were caught robbing. Oh, I have footage of them robbing one particular gas station. In the US, each gas station pump, you can only take credit or debit card. If you want to pay in cash, you have to go inside,
Yeah.
pay the attendant
Yeah,
the
of course.
cash. In Korea, I believe you can do it at each specific pump, meaning that there is like a little cash box inside.
Oh
It's
my.
locked, but I guess it's easily breakable
Oh
because
my.
that's what these kids are after.
구미에서 있었던 절도 사고는 그러나 한 명을 제외하곤 이들 모두 촉법 소년 미만이었기 때문에 경찰 조사 후
We know of 3, there could easily be more. But these kids, they would steal cash, alcohol, whatever they wanted. They would steal alcohol from restaurants. They would wreck restaurants, tear them apart, trash them, throw out their safes. Again, this is all happening a month prior to Kun's murder. And these idiots are not criminal masterminds. They were basically caught each and every single time. There's literal CCTV of them stealing the cash box inside of the gas station stall.
Yep.
They even have pictures
turn
of them
18,
posing
they had
on
a party
stolen
in the
cars. So
exactly.
They would steal a car and post a picture on social media
How do you draw it
of
close?
them and the stolen car, but they would keep the license plate number. Like, that's how ballsy they are. They're smoking cigarettes, sitting on the hood of this car, pretending like they're in some sort of music video, and it's just bizarre. They truly do not care about getting caught.
Well, first I
Can
draw
you
the.
imagine someone stealing a car and then
First I
posting
draw
on
the
it,
body
showing
of the
full
character.
license plate number and posting it on Facebook? Like, that is not normal. So yeah, they were caught for all of their crimes, but the police would catch and release them like they're on a fishing trip. There's even a selfie that a couple of them took at a police station. One of them is smoking a cigarette. The other ones are holding up a peace sign. They're posing, and it's captioned, "Kumi Police Station, escape plan in progress." I mean, at this point,
All right, so 0.
they are being protected
Obviously,
by the law
now
rather
draw
than being punished for their crimes.
The pose.
This is the most mind-boggling
I draw my
thing
proportions.
in so long. I mean, they know it. They're proud of it. They know that they're not going to get in trouble. Even just 4 days before the death of Kun, one of the perpetrators stole a car, got into a car accident. Thankfully, nobody was injured or fatally wounded, but there were articles and headlines talking about this accident, talking about how a minor had stolen a car and crashed it. The criminal, the minor, decides to repost the article on social media and laugh about how he broke the law. It was making headlines, and guess what? Nothing happened to him. He captioned the repost, "갔다 온다," and it kind of translates to "be right back," almost poking at the fun that if he commits a crime, he goes to the police station and is immediately released. Like, "갔다 온다," like, "I'll be right back." That's what you say when you are going to the supermarket to pick up eggs. Like, "갔다 온다." Even his comments are out of this world. It's a bunch of middle school kids giggling. Others are commenting, "Fine, you caught me, it was me." Some are laughing like, "Oh my god, this is crazy, LOL. You're a star, a star. LOL, you're so popular. This is so funny. You're just out here filming your own Fast and the Furious." He even responded to that comment saying, "Fast and Furious? Yeah, I hit like 125 miles per hour. And again, if you've been to Seoul, it's like LA, it's like New York. Have you ever really thought about hitting 125, not even on a freeway? I mean, even on a freeway, most times that's illegal. But in a city? 4 days later, Kun would be murdered. And even after a man is now dead, a son is now gone, the police let these kids go. Do these killers show remorse? Do they change? Because that's what the law is supposed to be for, right? The kids under 14 have no ability to critically think. So they need guidance to know what's right and what's wrong. And they're getting this guidance and learning from literally
if you
murdering
let them go
someone.
multiple
So one of
times.
the perpetrators posts on social media, "After today's accident where someone died, I will never drive another car again." I don't even know how to feel about that. You know when you get food poisoning from eating oysters and you're like, "Oh, I'm never gonna eat another oyster ever again." Like, that's the energy of this post. His friends commented, "Oh, we f***ed up." I guess he starts getting some comments of classmates being pissed off at what he did or saying this post isn't funny, because he gets very pissed off and he starts responding to these people. First of all, I wasn't the one driving. Second of all, we didn't purposely kill the guy. People need to know something before they open their mouths. It gets worse. Even though the police are clearly not doing anything about it, the public starts hearing about this case, and slowly the identities of these perpetrators are basically getting out.
Or are they
So
doxing
their
them?
social media accounts are getting out. Most of it was due to their fellow classmates being so disgusted by their actions that they would post about them to out them, which, like, good for them. After the murder, some of the teens were actively posting on social media showing zero remorse. One posted a selfie and said, please wait for me if I go to jail. Another one said, one selfie before I go to jail. Another wrote, I'm gonna go to prison, so write me a lot of letters. No, really, I'm gonna go to jail, so you better write me. And don't say you guys don't have enough time to write me letters. Just write me a letter and send it to me.
Wow, they really think it's a joke, huh?
Yeah. Another one wrote, please write me letters. Let's all be healthy and see you guys after a month. Love you all, my friends. Heart emoji. A few of the other perpetrators were outed because they had incredibly despicable conversations with fellow students. One perpetrator texted her friend, I killed someone. In Daejeon, I got into an accident and a man died. The friend responded, question mark, question mark? What are you rambling about? Are you being serious right now? Yep. They said, yup. Where are you? Right now? Home. At the Daejeon intersection.
Alright, so Zura, obviously you gotta draw the body first. Don't put any clothing before you have the body down to understand how it's going to go and wrap around the body. And then you start understanding how high the pants are going to go. Are they like up to her waist? Are they down to like where her hips are? Mostly that's where you're going to put them. Then you can start off by drawing the pants, remembering that it goes around the legs, but if you're doing something baggier, you can have them go down. Then you have to also think about the folds that the pant legs will end up doing, like so, and come down. Once again, remember about these folds because gravity's pulling everything down. But there's no way you're going to draw some clothing without drawing a full body. It won't make any sense because you have to draw everything because the clothes wrap around the body. I mean, obviously you have to draw the thing. So if you're drawing a torso, you have to draw the torso completely first. Let's say give her a chest. Thing comes from the neck. You come down. It wraps around here. And in the arms, gravity once again will pull everything down. So draw the body before you draw clothes. You have to draw the body completely if you're drawing full body.
Got into a car accident. We were all taken into the police station minus the girls. The friend that the perpetrator was texting ended up screenshotting these texts and posting it on social media because they said they were disgusted at the perpetrator's lack of remorse. I mean, even the, yep, like just all of it, it was so gross. The way they even conversed about what happened was so disrespectful. I'm so, like it's not about you. When the perpetrator found out, they texted this friend back saying, hey, R word. Your friend is on the news and you're sharing our text saying it's crazy, huh? This is really not normal. It is crazy. Like, you are crazy. Sorry. What? You think I killed that guy because I really wanted to, huh? But you better not tell your other friends that I'm part of this. Don't even freaking dare. I think everybody
She
already
screenshotted
knows
that too,
it's
huh?
you. No, they don't. They don't know it's me and redacted. Another killer and his classmates' text messages were also revealed. The classmate texted one of the killers, why don't you guys say sorry after murdering someone? The perpetrator said, what? You want me to apologize to you? How about to the victim? We're taking care of it on our own, so mind your own business. But you call yourself my friend, but you abandoned me in my time of need? The classmate responds, who wants to be friends with a murderer? And he responds, 내가 죽였냐? And I wish you spoke Korean right now, honey, because, okay, for those of you who speak Korean, you're going to understand just that phrase itself. But for those that don't speak Korean, I'm going to try to break it down as best as possible. Now, it does loosely translates to, did I kill him? But it's not that simple. So there's at least 3 ways of saying, did I kill him in Korean. The most proper way is, 내가 죽였다고요? Which is honorifics. Maybe the proper way if a police officer was like, oh, you killed him, then I'd be like, oh, sir, like, are you asking if I killed them? That's kind of how you're doing it. Then you have the non-honorific way of saying it, which is 내가 죽였어? Which is comparable to did I kill him? So when you read that in Korean through text message, you could read it as, did I kill him? Did I kill him? Wait, did I kill him? Did I kill him? So there's a variety of ways to interpret it. But when you write it with 냐 at the end, 내가 죽였냐? There is no other tone than, what? Did I kill him? That is the only way it's read in Korean. Like, no one can say that as like, 내가 죽였냐? Like, it doesn't work. It's 내가 죽였냐? That's the only way. So the fact that he's typing it like this, even after murdering someone, like someone is dead, it is so telling. His classmate responds, even if you weren't able to fully mature in your head, shouldn't you be able to think with your so-called brain? But I almost died too. You really crossed the line. Forget friendship. Friendship aside, you crossed the line. Yes, that is why I'm taking time to reflect. I hope you regret what you did. I am regretting and reflecting, but I'm just pissed off that everyone is blaming and cursing us on Facebook. Did you eat something bad? I don't see a single hint of reflection from you. If I were you, I would just be quiet after all of this is said and done. But instead, you guys are going on Instagram Live, laughing, having fun like nothing's ever happened. I don't know if you guys will go to jail or not, but I hope that you guys will never make the same mistakes after this. Even you should know not to cross this line. I'm really ashamed that I ever called you my friend. Don't contact me again. And you know what? Yeah, you deserve to be criticized online. A hit and run, driving without a driver's license? The perpetrator responds, I mean, yeah, fine, you can curse about it if you want to. I mean, even if you think about it objectively, you don't think it's too much? But that still doesn't make me a murderer. If you're not a murderer, isn't just being a bystander to this at fault too? Bystanding is also at fault, but why did you call me a murderer then if I'm not? Who said you're a murderer? You did! Well, I guess you're similar to a murderer. You were in the same car. No, well, murder means a man who killed a man. These text messages were also released to the public, but there's more. One of the girls that was in the group that was at the scene, she texted a classmate that kept confronting her about what she did, and she texted that classmate, don't with me. The classmate responded, sure, murderer. And she responds, you better stop around before I run your mom over too. Or do you not even have a mom? So I don't know if there were allegations that her mom had left or if she's being raised by a single dad, but it seems like extra personal. Side note, when these text messages were released, most of the perpetrators' names were blurred, but other classmates and students started outing them. A lot of their social media has been made public and since then been deleted, but regardless, these text messages being released showed everyone, the public, it proved that these perpetrators, these so-called kids that we need to protect, they don't have remorse. They never even privately apologize to the victim's mother. And I'm not saying that they should go and put on a full freaking show. I would never even think that they would do that. But I would imagine that their parents would drag them there and force them to apologize. Kun's mom was interviewed and she said, I can't even see my child anymore. Yesterday I cried all night long.
Morgan,
Today
hi.
I'll probably cry all day too. I'm never gonna forget my son. Nobody contacted me. Normally perpetrators at least say things like, I'm sorry, or my apologies. But I never even heard those words. So their promise and their text messages to their friends that they're gonna apologize and reflect, all lies. They never apologize. One of them allegedly even had other things in mind. So this is said to be a text message conversation between one of the killers and a fellow classmate. The killer allegedly texted her nonstop about how he wanted, which people were shocked for a number of reasons. Someone is dead because of you, and also the fact that this is a 13-year-old talking in this manner, in this aggressively pushy way. We have no idea if this girl is a classmate, a friend, a girlfriend, but it doesn't matter because he's clearly making her uncomfortable. He texts her after the murder, let's do it. Not like immediately after, but this is what he's thinking about. No, I don't want to. Oh, come on. Redacted name. She doesn't respond. Hey, full name. Yes? Let's do it. I don't feel like it. I want to do it so badly. Please, I want to do it so much. I think I'm going to go crazy. She doesn't respond. He texts her back. What are you doing? Just laying here? Hey, please, I just really want to do it so badly. Let's just do it once, just once. And he keeps bombarding her with like, hey, hello, hello? And she responds, right now? Yes, let's do it. I promise I'll finish fast. I think even just to see these text messages from anyone, regardless of age, is so disgusting because, I mean, I'm sure most of us have felt this situation where someone is just so pushy and you're like, I'm clearly saying no, but they're not taking it seriously. But then if I freak out and I'm like, hey, I said no, what, like, is my life in danger? Is something going to happen to me? And you know what's going on here. She clearly doesn't want it, but the fact that they're 13 and the fact that someone died and this is what one of the killers is thinking about. Once all of this gets out, a South Korean broadcast called The True Story from MBC, they went to go interview all the perpetrators, anonymously, of course. So they're minors, meaning their voices will be distorted. Their faces will be covered by a mask and a hat, but even then, still blurred. So they locate one of the girls' houses and they go knocking. Hi, we're from MBC Broadcasting and we just want to ask you a few questions about the accident in Daejeon. A girl can be heard screaming through the door, just leave! But the crew keeps trying. A few hours of this back and forth, the girl finally agrees to do an interview, but even the way she does it is so disrespectful. She goes, I'll do the interview, just go outside for a second. The broadcast was able to interview two of the perpetrators, both girls, and they were asked, how have you been doing since the accident? Like, what's been going on in your mind? One of the girls says, we're feeling guilty and reflecting on it in our own way. I just hope that you guys, the reporters, can stop calling me. If you care about the victim or his family at all, I think you should let the police handle this one. You guys are truly taking it too far. Side note, Kun's mom was being interviewed. So she was selectively talking to reporters. She never complained about the reporters. I mean, the fact that she's saying this is literally just saying, stay out of it because the police are handling it and the police are just going to let me go. The reporters ask how the crime even started. Why did you guys even decide to steal the car? The girls respond.
Yeah.
I mean, I found out that my friends were all driving a car. And they were all in the car, so I joined them. We drove around. We stole money from a doll crane machine. Went to a few other areas. Had something to eat. Rested. Hung out. After that, one of my friends asked us to pick him up, so we picked him up. And then I think we hesitated on where to go next. We were thinking of going to Busan, but my friend said it was too early to head all the way to Busan, which is a far drive. So we went to Daejeon instead. The way she describes this, it doesn't even sound like she's giving a police report or an interview about a murder. It sounds like she's at the grocery store deciding what type of apple they were getting. They're like, oh, then we decided to do this. Like, should we go to Busan or Daejeon? Just the lack of empathy. Her tone is very much, yeah, we killed someone, but what are you going to do about it? There was no shame, nothing. The public was so shocked that there was only one victim with the way that these girls are describing the day and describing their personalities. Like, how is this possible? And the question is, where the hell are the parents? I mean, it sounds like they didn't even come home for nearly the whole day, 24 hours. Where the hell are the parents? And how much are we to blame the parents in something like this? So I'm not a parent. I don't know if I can even have a clear answer to it. All I know is I was 13 at one point. I never stole a car and killed someone. The girl continues. We were waiting for a red light and suddenly a police car made a U-turn. So the police car was going straight, made a U-turn back towards us, like all of a sudden. So we were scared that we were going to get caught. So we ran the red light and hit that motorcycle. Our car windows were all shattered and the airbags popped. The car wasn't even able to drive anymore because, you know, it was totaled. So my friends and I got out and we ran to our limit until the police got us. After that, we were investigated and then sent home. That's it. The way she describes it, she's not specifically stating that it's the police's fault, but she does insinuate that the police car making the U-turn and scaring them is the reason that they ran that red. She's not even taking accountability for the fact that they ran the red. She's basically saying if the police car hadn't made a U-turn, we wouldn't have ran that red, and we wouldn't have killed someone. The reporters ask, did you guys not hesitate when you decided to run around in a stolen car?
Oh, it's storming
Well, we've done
out
this
there
before
now.
in the past, so no. She casually says this, as if stealing cars and driving illegally without a license is a fun little hobby, as mundane as crocheting. I'm honestly surprised the reporters are at least trying to hide their disgust. They ask, but you guys at least know that what you did was very illegal, right? Yeah, but you kept going. Why? Honestly, Every student without a license drives nowadays. Not just the high school students, but also the middle school students. They're driving around like us, but they didn't get into an accident, so you don't know about it. But we did. We got into an accident.
Wow.
It's like the most unapologetic, entitled response they could have ever given. Even as an adult with a driver's license, I don't think anyone would give this response. Like, not a single person. Do you guys all know about the age of criminal responsibility? Yeah. So it's clear to the public, these monsters knew that because they weren't 14 years old yet, they wouldn't be punished for killing someone. They didn't even think that what they did was even that wrong. Side note, the law does state for a very serious crime, minors can be punished by a maximum of 2 years in a youth detention center, which, couple of things. I hear juvie in South Korea is nothing like juvie in the US. I hear it's a really nice little therapeutic center where you and your little friends, you and your little criminal buddies hang out and have a good time and play games and play basketball and giggle gaggle.
It's like they're literally telling
But
them
once this broadcast
you can
goes
do
up,
whatever you
people
want.
are having a freaking field day, rightfully so. I mean, this was such a blatant disregard for human life. Not only was it disappointing to see that the nation's children, I mean, there were eight young kids who were thinking like this. Have you seen 13-year-olds these days? I mean, they're so woke, they're so politically correct, they're like, I've seen 13-year-olds who are incredible activists, and these 13-year-olds are doing this right now? Like, what is going on? This makes you lose hope for the future. The law basically tells them, it's okay to do this. So it feels like this massive failure. Some of the fellow classmates of these perpetrators were interviewed, and they said, I don't think they're scared of the law. They used to brag about all the crimes they commit in class. Look, they know the punishment is very minimal since they're 13, and their birthdays didn't pass yet, so they know that they're good. They know a lot of older brothers and friends in the youth detention center. I think even if they go, I heard they're gonna have fun. From my perspective, I think even if they were sent the biggest punishment, which is 2 years there, I think they'll have fun, get out, and continue committing crimes. Okay, fine. If the law says you can't blame the quote kids, if the law says that, I'm not saying that, the law is saying that, can you blame the parents? Because someone has to take accountability, right? The reporters reach out to the mom of the driver. She was interviewed and she said, you know, my family and I are having a hard time too. My son made a mistake. All I can say is, sorry.
You see?
That's the only thing I can do, and I feel like it's not enough.
You know she don't beat her kids.
Okay, fine. Yeah, it's not enough. Here's another thing. The public, we're not emotional idiots. You don't think that we don't know that a perpetrator's family can also be suffering after a crime, but why would you even mention it? It is so gross. I feel like that kind of thinking gives me. Like me. This is what your kids grew up around, and look what they've become. Also, what do you mean you feel like it's not enough? Why don't you get your son to do something then, to apologize to the victim's mom? Like, there's so many more things that you could do. Reporters found another perpetrator's dad who was willing to talk, and he just told everyone that his son is reflecting on his actions.
He don't
And
beat
the
his kids
reporter
either.
said, from what we know, this is not the first crime that your son has committed. Yeah, he's committed a few crimes. The police said it was like 21
Look at that.
crimes. I can't handle him, okay? I just can't deal.
You see? You see that, Brian? Oh, nah, you ain't catching that in my house. Because the thing is, you got to make your kids understand. Even if they won't punish you, oh, I am. So you better act right. These kids have been robbing these places. They just killed somebody. They've been stealing people's cars. And now they on social media talking about, I'm going to be out soon. Oh, nah. It's because they're not scared of nothing. They're not scared of nothing, right?
Anyway, all I can say is I'm sorry. After hearing from the parents, the reporters went back to the two girls,
I mean, this is the thing in, like, I mean, I'm not gonna say the entire, like, black community, but, like, I would say, like, in my family, there's, like, a thing of, you're not only your parents' kid, you're the family's kid. So if they want to beat you, they'll beat you. Right? So let's say I'm at my aunt's house, right? Especially mainly when I was younger, because I was, you know, if I were to act up, my aunt will beat me. You know what I mean? Like my aunts, my uncles, like there was no, oh, well, that's not my kid, so I'm going to let them. No. Like you getting hurt. So you understand wherever you go, you got to act right. But they just letting their kids just. He just said, "Oh, listen, I can't handle him, so I'm just gonna let him do his thing." 21. No, I'm not, no. I don't think beating them when they're already acting like this. This right here, that how they're acting is because of the lack of punishment. They've lived their lives believing that they could do whatever without any punishment. That's what I'm saying. Beating them now won't do anything. Beating them at this point in time won't do anything. But that would be refreshing. As soon as they get home after the cops just call him, and then his dad just sitting on the couch, he'll be like, "That's 22." And he's like, "What?" I said, "That's 22." I always told myself, once you committed 22 crimes, that's it. Oh, Dad, what you Man, oh my. Oh my. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Perpetrators and asked, after all that's been said and done, is there anything else that you want to say to the bereaved family? We're really sorry, but we didn't do it deliberately. It really was a mistake.
Doesn't
the person
matter.
who passed, they don't have any fault in this. Yeah, we know. She continues. It's because we ran a red light, and we think the only thing we can say is sorry. Okay, this is like a pet peeve of mine. This is an absolute pet peeve. But perpetrators who go on the stand, like even in the US, when killers go to court and they verbally say the victim had no fault in it, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. There's so many layers to it. First
Physical
of all, even
punishment
if they
makes it
had
worse.
fault in anything, you don't.
Physical punishment makes it. Listen, I feel like every single time I'm talking about beating your kids, you guys think, not everybody, but many people think I'm talking about like wailing on your kids every time they breathe. Like I mentioned earlier, there are times when your kids need to be punished. When talking to them saying, "Hey, you shouldn't be acting this way," that ain't going to do anything. Taking away their toys, that's not going to do anything either. There's times when you need to show them that they need to understand this is serious enough to to feel it.
Don't get to kill someone. Second of all, we know you are the problem. Like, what are you saying?
These kids, bro.
Why are you suddenly trying
That's
to
why I'm
blame
blaming the parents,
activists
bro.
for the victim?
The
Like,
parents
don't
need to be
blame them.
blamed.
Nobody was blaming them. Nobody. So who do you guys think should hold the blame? The minors who committed the crime, the parents, or maybe the problem is the existence of the law itself? So after this case goes viral, a lot of netizens were enraged. They are questioning why this law was even put into effect. A researcher from the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice said, after the Korean War in 1953, 1950s was a different time.
It was
Kids
it was
were not as
crazy.
educated
We did
as
watch
they are
that stuff.
today. Most kids weren't getting a strong education, and they were a little bit delayed mentally, physically, emotionally. So we put this law into effect that minors, and every age is classified. So minors under the age of 10 that commit a crime are called law-violating children. Nothing happens to them. Those
The way of punishment doesn't work as well as you think. And with my family, they stopped when my little brother was born. We've experienced it, and he's fine. Listen, Titan. Even if they stop, okay, what is the solution, Titan? What do you think the solution is? Because even if when it stops like that, let's say it stops at the later generation, because even though like around my age, I mean not, I'm gonna say like like towards the later part of my I'm not saying you have to, because the thing is, people people believe that you always have to beat your kids, right? Just knowing the fact that you won't get away with doing craziness, right? You don't need to beat them every day. You don't even need to beat them every second of the day. So even if, let's say, I got to a certain age, even though I was still technically a kid, and they decided not to beat us anymore, just that mindset of us understanding the fact that we gotta chill out. I remember, I mentioned this before. I remember there was a day where, I'm pretty sure I told you guys this, when I made the stupid decision of frying, like, it was like, I didn't do it on purpose, but I did it nonetheless. I like fried the breaker, right? And half of the electricity of the house was gone, right? And I didn't know what to do. So after I did that, right, my dad got home, and listen, as soon as I did it, I went upstairs and I was next to my mom, and I just sat down on the floor. I just sat down because I was waiting for it. As soon as I heard the keys, I was like, let's get ready. And then as soon as as soon as he got upstairs, like, cause there was like three floors. As soon as he got upstairs and he opened the fridge, and he was like, why is the fridge light off? He closed it and he turned on the switch. It doesn't teach you to lie. Getting beat doesn't teach you to lie. Where you getting the stats from, Titan? And yeah, Titan, tell me the solution. What is your solution? What is your thing? Because you didn't answer that part. Of course. I'll talk to her later.
Those between the ages of 10 and 14 are classified as law-breaching minors. Nothing happens to them. Then those between the ages of 14 and 19 are called the criminal youth, and something happens to them, but they're not treated like adults. They're still not treated as killers, even if they literally kill or assault someone. They still have their own little system that they go through, which is not as harsh as adult trials. But the biggest problem in Korea are not even the children that are between the ages of 14 and 19, because they still face some consequences.
Positive role models. I mean, have an actual positive presence to you. I mean, sure. But like, how are you going to make sure? Like, how are you going to do that for everyone? Clear communication rules, of course. But like, you think these kids don't have rules? These kids right here. You think they don't have rules also? You think they didn't have positive role models in their lives? They said they had big brothers who are like big brothers and older friends. You think they weren't positive role models to them? Check whip. All right, Azura, let's see what you got. Not bad, not bad. I mean, it's not bad. But the thing is, Zara, I want you to remember, like I said, it looks like you're making her a lot, a lot thicker than you want to. It's because you're thinking about the shapes. Positive reinforcement. The system is broken. When you realize that, positive role models have an actual positive presence to your kid. I've seen those things still fall apart. Obviously, it won't work 100% of the time, but I'm just saying. Also, you didn't? Yes, I did. I didn't skip that. I read it. I didn't skip that. Positive reinforcements. 9 times out of 10, it's been shown that all these families that I already read that. You keep. I didn't skip that. I read that already. Okay, you read it good. Oh, okay. I think there's like a little delay. Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault. I didn't realize.
To a degree. It seems the biggest problem are between the ages of 10 and 13 because they face no consequences. This law hasn't really been updated, reviewed, or changed since the 50s, but this researcher is saying kids are no longer the same. They're not the same as they were in the 50s. First of all, 13-year-olds back in the 50s, they had no idea this law existed. They didn't have social media to know about this law. They didn't really have news to know about other kids that were committing crimes and got away because of this law. They probably thought that they would be punished if they ever committed a crime. They probably thought that they would be charged as an adult if they committed a crime. The researcher also stated that minors in the...
But that's the thing, Tian, what I'm trying to say. Establishing the fact that punishments exist, right? You have to understand that. Because if your kid, okay, let's give an example. I remember when I was younger, my cousin, he was throwing rocks at a tree and he shattered the window of the neighbor's house, right? Oh crap, this is bad. Right? When he what's wrong there? When he did that, right? His dad brought him over there to the house, and the guy said, "Yeah, man." And he told his and then his dad, which is my uncle, he went over there and he paid it. Right? Right after that, reading my comment. Oh my god. So check the thing. I think I'm getting. Yeah, I said there's no, like, it's looking fine. I feel like you're not paying attention, sir. I feel like you type and you close your ears because I responded to your comment. No. I'm not spanking kids like I'm not telling people. I never told anybody to just spank their kids willy-nilly. Such a weird thing. Willy-nilly. I'm never telling anybody to spank their kids, just spanking them. Cuz I remember my aunt was talking about this when she was here. I said when she was here, like she's not alive. I mean, like when she when she visited, right? And her daughter, because there was like this thing that I have in my house. It's like a. Then why you over here commented all aggressively? Zo, read my comment. You better pay attention 24/7, man. But yeah, and then she fell. She dropped it and fell. Obviously nothing broke, but she fell, right? And then she looked at it, and then her mom went over to her, and she was like, "That's not what I'm saying." No, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, my boy. I never said you said don't do it randomly. I'm just saying in general. Because when I say beat your kids, I get people talking about, well, this is a form of, and I'm just like, I'm never telling you to wail on your kids. That's all I'm saying. I'm just covering all the bases, Titan. You know, that's all I'm doing, covering bases. But yeah, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and also subscribe if you're new.
Their growth mentally and physically was a bit behind from minors now because you don't have access to the foods that they have now. You don't have access to the education, the mental development, but also social media. I even see in the US like this conversation, and I don't know where I stand and I don't really have an opinion about this, but people were saying 13-year-olds don't look like 13-year-olds from 20 years ago. Like, even the way 13-year-olds are dressing, talking, and
100%.
wearing makeup is very different from 13-year-olds even when I was growing up. So they're saying, times are changing, and it's not to say it's for the better or for the worse. Laws need to be updated. According to the National Police Agency statistics, between 2015 and 2018, there were 28,000 cases of minors committing crimes. Among the 28,000 cases in South Korea, and this is just between the ages of 10 and 13, 77% of these crimes were felonies. Theft, violence, assault, robbery, murder. This is not pickpocketing.
You say 77%?
Of those cases, 28,000.
I mean, sound like they ain't being nigga. But the world has gotten softer on their kids. That's all I'm saying.
Cases.
It's like 20,000 cases.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a reason, but 70%?
These teenagers know that they're not going to be severely punished by law.
Wait, did she say Korea?
A serious crime.
Or she said America? Because, it depends.
It's 17.
Changing, and it's like even the way 13-year-olds are dressing, talking, and wearing makeup is very different from 13-year-olds even when I was growing up. So they're saying, times are changing, and it's not to say it's for the better or for the worse. Laws need to be updated. According to the National Police Agency statistics, between 2015 and 2018, there were 28,000 cases of minors committing crimes.
Because she didn't say.
Among the 28,000 cases in South Korea,
Korea,
and this is just between the ages of 10 and 13, 77% of these crimes were felonies. Theft, violence, assault, robbery, murder. This is not pickpocketing.
You say 77%?
Of those cases, 28,000 cases.
It's like 20,000 cases.
Yeah. A police officer even said, these teenagers know that they're not going to be severely punished by law, even if they commit a serious crime. There are times that these kids just outright tell me, I know I'm not going to be punished. There are some, quote, kids that went viral for having, quote, criminal records. There was one, and I say, quote, criminal records because it's not a criminal record. Like, it's there until they turn 14, and then it basically gets wiped. They're going to grow up to be adults, and no one will know. There was one kid who had over 77 crimes, not a single punishment. Straight up told the cop, well, it's not like you can punish me anyway. An officer said, young offenders know that the police will let them go home after the investigation is over. They don't even worry about getting caught by the police anymore. Their biggest concern is to commit the crime before they get caught. So if they're stealing money, their biggest priority is to spend all that money before they're caught so we can't confiscate it. It's not about getting caught. Even if we contact their parents don't care. Even if they're in school and we contact the administrators, these types of kids are already considered too far gone. Nobody wants to help them. So even though politicians are staying firm on this law, and side note, there are a lot of politicians who promise to lower the age of criminal responsibility, meaning minors younger than 14 should be punished. That one of them is including President Yoon, the current president of South Korea. One of his campaign points before he was elected into office was to lower that age to 13. I don't know how it's going. He's saying that he has a whole team together to make effect of this law, but it seems like most politicians, for years, they use this as their little talking point, and once they're in that position of power, it is silent. It is crickets. A lot of people don't like it.
Why are they not changing?
Some people think that, you know what it is, honestly, I think it's like what happens in the US. Sometimes there is a good thing that could be good for everyone, but people don't like it because they just want to talk politics. So instead of being like, hey, we should lower the age of criminal responsibility, these two political sides, the conservatives and the Democrats, are like, well, let's talk about why these kids are committing crimes. It's because the education system. And then they're like, well, you are the one that blah, 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 blah. And they're like, well, we think the education system should be blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I feel like both parties just want the same thing, just lower the age. And then, I mean, I do see some points where it's like, yes, it does seem to be a deeper issue than just the law, but I think there are easy ways to fix it. And the argument is that there are a lot of other countries that have their own problems, don't get me wrong, but Japan and South Korea are constantly under fire. They are the two countries that have this set at 13 years old.
Also,
But
you
again,
see, I knew Japan had it
one
too.
of the voices is, fine, we lower the age to 13 like the president wants, but what if more 12-year-olds start committing crimes? Do we lower it again, and then again, and then again? Some
Remove
people are
it.
saying that we need to just focus on why children are committing these crimes, and it's just become a whole political debate instead of people just trying to protect others. The public is getting fed up, though. They're like, these politicians, like, we don't feel safe. Gun's
If it
mom
broke,
said,
fix it.
I
Yeah.
hope this country lets their children know that if they commit a crime,
You're advocating
they will be
for
punished
whipping
for it.
culture that doesn't
Someone
have
has to
any
let them know this
consequences?
simple concept. I think that's the only way you can even protect innocent children who are alive right now without any harm or hurt from the law-breaching minors. The public agrees. It was revealed that 7 of the 8 kids went back home with basically no consequences, no parole, nothing. The driver of the car, because it was pretty severe, was sent to a youth detention center. But again, it doesn't even compare to juvie. I don't even think a minor would be sent to juvie for a crime like this in the US. It really doesn't seem like that bad of a place. Like, it's no prison, that's for sure. Netizens were outraged. They were commenting things like, the thought that these people can ever change or be fixed is insane to me. Just abolish the law protecting minors. It's clear what's gonna happen. We've seen this so many times. The great, honorable judge presiding over this case will look at these monsters with pity. The judge will say this and that and excuse their behavior for so young, oh, they're so immature. Then the great judge will go home, eat a steak dinner while patting himself on the back.
Let me see.
I
Morgan.
made the right call today. I'm a good judge. Another netizen commented, times have changed. Minors have changed. Why is the law stuck in the past? These days you can even buy a knife on the internet. If we forgive them because of their age, they will never learn that they should never do this. Instead, they will learn, if we commit a crime, we will be forgiven because we're young. As adults, we have to teach them how to take responsibility for their mistakes. So we covered the bullying cases where most of the bullies, after burning their victims with hot irons, beating them with pipes, beating them to the point of their face being swollen, they never got punished because they were under 14 years old. There are a few other viral cases. July 2018, a middle school girl, she took her own life after she was R-worded by 2 middle school boys.
Oh, wait, hold the freak up. Let me rewind this, and then let me continue reading this real fast. As if you were supposed to Android 1.1. This has led to the work being scrapped, and having the story reached years later is where she introduced Volume 3 also. As better than the first one, but she still tweaks it. Okay. That's cool. So her name is hidden. So we don't know. Like, who's her family? Gotta know this stuff too. The lore. The dictator thing? Sounds like a hellhole. Let's see.
There are a few other viral cases. July 2018, a middle school girl, she took her own life after she was R-worded by 2 middle school boys. Nothing happened to the boys.
Oh my
They weren't
gosh.
even suspended from school.
Oh
because
my
they were
gosh.
minors. They were 13. So she took her own life. In July 2021, there was a video of a bunch of 13-year-olds harassing random senior citizens for fun. Just complete strangers saying things like, hit me, oh, you can't. They were not punished either. Can I just say something? Okay. We were recently in South Korea and we saw a lot of teenagers in school uniforms. I think I saw them in school uniforms. Well, we saw a lot of young teens. And most of them, they looked like teens you would see anywhere. But there was this one incident where I was in Art Box with a Korean friend of ours. And there was like 4 teenage kids, all boys. I have never been that scared of teenagers before. They were standing in the middle of the Art Box and the way that they were talking was so like filthy. I ran around the store avoiding them just so I didn't have to pass them. It was the way that they're talking in the middle of the store so loudly and the curse words they were using. Like, I'm telling you, they're throwing out C-bombs, like just non-stop, some of the worst curse words you could say in Korea. And they would call each other that as like jokes. They'd be like, oh, like just non-stop. And even my friend was like, yeah, like we stay away from kids like this. And we're like both in our 20s, full grown adults, and we're like, okay, yeah, we should avoid them. Like, we were scared. It is such a hot topic in South Korea that there's even a whole K-drama talking about juvenile
And I guess
crime.
like even like they're scary, but then even knowing these stories, that makes
So
it even more scary because they probably know this too.
Oh yeah.
That even confirms their belief that they're untouchable.
They walk around like they're untouchable. It was bizarre. And the fact that my Korean friend who was born and raised in Korea was like, yeah, we just stay away from them. I'm like, okay, that's weird. There is a K-drama called Juvenile Justice, and it's literally based off of juvenile crimes because it's getting that bad. The netizens came together to post a petition to the Blue House, aka the White House, and it read, "Please severely punish the teenagers who caused a deadly accident with a stolen car." More than 1 million people have signed the petition, which means the Blue House had to at least respond. But they disappointed most of the public because they stated that they will be looking into revising the law, or like, let's think about it. They're just avoiding that conversation, but instead they're saying, okay, fine, we're gonna change the fee to driving without a license. So side note, a lot of rental car companies were under a lot of fire during this case because they were known to rent out cars to minors. This kept coming up. So the Blue House said instead of fixing the law or
How
doing
you gonna
anything
rent
like
a
the
car out to a
president
I mean,
promised during his
they have
whole
a
campaign,
license?
during his whole election campaign, we're gonna start fining rental car agencies more money. So we used to fine them $80 every time they were found to rent a car to a minor, but now we're gonna start fining them $800.
Still, that doesn't change
Yeah.
anything for the kids.
Yeah, and
Like,
it doesn't change anything for anyone. Okay, this random rental car shop owner pays
Rental car
$800,
casinos garbage.
but someone else dies. Like, I don't think
Yep.
that matters.
no.
The $800, does that matter? The public was not satisfied. They wrote, "A country that guarantees the murderers' human rights more than the victims." So the whole concern is that these kids are making mistakes, and when they grow up, they shouldn't have a criminal record. In this world, there are people who don't change even though they get an education, so please abolish this law. A country that is beneficial for perpetrators is nonsense. I feel so bad for the guy who passed away. But maybe we're just all idiots, okay? Maybe the public are idiots and the politicians and lawmakers, they're just educated and smart and they know stuff that we don't know. Maybe these kids have changed. Maybe they're gonna be the next superstar activists of our generation. Maybe they use this incident to learn, grow, and become better. And they make sure that nobody else does what they did. A year or two after the crime, so very recently, reporters found out what the perpetrators were up to now. At least 3 of them were back to committing crimes. 3 of them assaulted younger middle school students and stole their money. Let's call one of the students Student A. He said he was 13 when he was forced to hand over his allowance to them. He didn't realize how serious it was about to get because, it kind of started like a joke. They were just smacking him around saying, hey, give me your money. Like a joke. But soon they started hitting him for real, punching him like they were in a deadly boxing match for their lives. They shot him with BB guns. They forced him to bring whatever gold he could find in the house. Student A said that he listened to them, and he did it because they're kind of famous in the nation for being killers, basically. So he was so scared to say no to them.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. They stole nearly $1,000, and one day student A said, "I don't have anything else. My family doesn't have anything more to give." They tied him up and beat him for 5 hours straight and burnt his wrist with a lighter. He still has the scars to prove it. Student A was unconscious near the end, and when they basically left him for dead, he realized he couldn't feel his legs. There was something severely wrong. He panicked. He couldn't even move properly. He told his parents what happened. He was rushed to the hospital. The family alerted the police, who, quote, opened an investigation. You know how they did it? They called the perpetrators and said, "Hey, we heard that you're beating up people. Can you come down to the office to give a statement?" They didn't show up, and the police were like, not my problem. Guess why the perpetrators didn't show up? They're too busy waterboarding another student. Student B said that he was dragged into a sauna and assaulted by this group. He said that they jumped him, waterboarded him, splashed cold water all over him. They wrestled him, punched him in the face repeatedly. They were saying things like, "God, I just want to punch you. You just look so punchable." 2 of student B's teeth were knocked out. His hair was cut by the perpetrators, and he said they kept taunting him that his hair was dirty, so they had to shave it off. It was just for humiliation. Student B said that he was crying while they were cutting his hair, and they said to him, "Why are you crying? Do you need to be hit more?" I don't know. Do you guys feel like the politicians are right? Because I don't feel like they changed. I don't think their time of reflection helped them grow into law-abiding citizens. And I cannot imagine a world where they are going to become positive contributing members to society. In fact, I feel like they'd be dangerous to be around, especially if you don't know who these people are. They're adults. They could be your coworker. They could be the guy living next to you. How would I know? They could be the handyman. They could be daycare workers, doctors, teachers, nurses. How would we know? But it's not just this story. There are statistics. According to the Ministry of Justice in Korea, 12% of underage offenders become repeat criminals. They keep committing crimes. Meanwhile, adults that commit crimes and go to jail and are punished only, but still, it's not really a great statistic to look at when you're arguing, no, this is to help the kids. I don't think so. Do you guys remember Kun telling his colleague that he was going to go eat something yummy with his friend after his last delivery? She blamed herself for all of this, which is crazy because you know what I'm going to say. Like, when you feel guilt, even though it logically doesn't make sense, there's no reason for her to ever feel guilt for this. The 8 killers don't even feel guilt, but she feels so much guilt, and it's heartbreaking. She said that around 12:07 a.m. The accident happened at 12:08. 12:07 a.m., Kun called her and was like, "Hey, it's my last delivery. Should probably take less than 20 minutes. Do you want to grab something yummy to eat?" She agreed. They hung up. His accident happened 1 minute after she hung up. And she said, "If I had just spoken a few more words, or if maybe I talked a little slower, or maybe I just kept him on the phone a little bit longer, maybe he could have survived. I should have just talked to him for even just one more second. I just feel so much regret."
제가 건이랑 12시 7분에 통화를 했거든요. 전화하면서 배고프다고 이제 밥 먹자고 집에 간다고 그랬는데 20분이 지나도 연락이 없는 거예요. 내가 말을 한마디라도 더 했으면 얘는 살았을 거잖아요. 진짜 딱 1초만 전화도 안
아이고
하고
참.
너무 후회돼요.
She wrote an open letter online hoping for change. She said that Kun was so excited. He had gotten into college and he was just so excited to start his life. And then he gets into this accident. Because of COVID, the start of university was delayed, and he told her he wants to be the man in his family. He got a job, he was delivering food every day, and he worked so hard, and she was always worried about him because, he drives a motorcycle and he's working all day, and he always reassured her, "I always wear a helmet. Nothing's gonna happen to me, okay? I'm careful. I never speed. I never break the law. You don't have to worry." And because of those few seconds, she's never gonna see him for the rest of his life. She said, "The perpetrator's car didn't even look back at my friend who died on the spot. But because they're under the age of 14, they all went home. Only one was sent to the youth detention center. I understand the law of breaching minor law, but they're being protected for their mistakes so they can live in the future without any criminal records. But how can people who murder a man and run away be treated like immature minors who made a, quote, mistake? After what they did, they're still laughing and acting confident without any feelings of guilt or remorse. I doubt that they're more immature than an adult. People who are reading this, just know this could be you. This could be your children, your acquaintance, your close friend could be a victim of them. How can the law of breaching minors be applied even when a man dies like that? Please help my friend so he doesn't feel injustice even in death. Please help me to prevent this from happening to someone else. But so far, that was in 2020 and nothing has changed. What are your thoughts on this case? Please leave it in the comments. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you think the law should be changed?
Oh my gosh. Crazy. What are my thoughts on what's happening in America? I mean, honestly, my thoughts are on the world just needs like Yahuwah, honestly, and Yahusha. Everything is just, yeah. But like latest thing is specific things. I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's like today. Wait, what?
Bada bing, bada boom.
We're talking about Dennis Bradford. Dennis Bradford had been keeping a secret for the past
I can always say the world right now. Do you know what's happening right now? The political. What's happening right now, Titan?
20 years. That's a very long time. Like, not a single person knew his deep, dark secret that he has been just holding inside of him. He made sure that nobody knew, nobody found out. His life depended on it. His ex-wife, his current wife, his children, his legally adopted children, none of them knew what he did 20 years ago. The only person that knew his secret, they died
Excuse me.
with the secret 20 years ago. And that was his only comfort. That was the only reason he could sleep at night. That was the only thing that kept him going. But almost 20 years to the day that he had his big secret, he was pulled over for this routine stop. And somehow Dennis found himself in this interrogation room for a routine traffic stop. So things are going down. He's being asked about that dark day from 20 years ago and what happened. And, he's being asked all these things that make him feel like someone out there knows his secret. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why would they suddenly ask him these questions about a day from 20 years ago? Maybe the detectives read his mind because they looked at him and they let him know. Hey, 20 years ago? That little 8-year-old girl that you left in a field completely naked? The one that you tortured and then slit her throat from ear to ear?
Oh my gosh.
That girl? The only one that knows what you did? Well, she's alive. And she's been hunting you down every single day for the past 20 years. She was the one that caught him. This was his reaction.
If you were to see her, I think you would be extremely proud of her. I really do. Oh, thank you. She's alive. Yes, she's alive. She's alive. She's alive. Let me tell you, she is incredible young.
Copyright.
About the incredible survivor story of Jennifer Schuett and Dennis Bradford's dark secrets, because he would have more than just this one of Jennifer Schuett and Dennis Bradford's dark secrets, because he would have more than just this one secret that he's hiding. Now, as always, full show notes are available at rottenmingopodcast.com, but with that being said, let's get into the story. There were a group of kids that were gathered to play at the field. It was like the best type of field to play in. Do you remember playing in fields? No? Yes? You've never played in a field before? Okay.
School field.
Oh, no. This one's a bit different, okay? So there is like a calculation on what the best type of field is. And when you're a kid, I used to love fields with long grass.
What?
I don't know. It's so much better than an empty flat field because you feel like you can hide better, and it's just more of an adventure. You feel like you're in the jungle even though you're not.
Serious?
You're in like the suburbs. But I used to love like thin, kind of almost ticklish as you're running through it. It feels like an adventure. So that's what these girls are doing. They're probably between the ages of 6 and 10 years old, so they're pretty young, and they would all huddle around in a little center of the field, and they decide who's it. They're like, you're it this time. You're gonna be the one chasing all of us. And then all of them would just make a run for it. They would just web out into these different directions and just carelessly run through the field. They would turn their head back recklessly every so often just to see if that person is close to catching them. So they're screaming, shouting, giggling. They're not being quiet, but most importantly, they're being very, very carefree. They're kids. They're acting like kids. It's a beautiful thing. Now, one of the young girls was running so fast she could feel her hair just blowing in the wind, and the grass was tickling her all through her sides, and she's looking back and she's laughing because she's getting ahead, and boom, she falls face first onto the ground. She had tripped on something. I guess due to the overgrown grass, she didn't see it earlier, but she turns to her left or her right to see what she tripped on. Maybe it's a giant tree branch, a discarded tire, who knows, a log? She looks down and sees that she had tripped on another girl. The foot of a naked 8-year-old girl who had her throat slit ear to ear, who had been left for dead. I mean, she was practically on her last breath.
God.
I mean, it's pretty disturbing to think about while these kids were playing. Jennifer, a child who's not that far in age from them, was barely holding on to life in that same field. I mean, she had been there for over 14 hours, paralyzed, in shock, losing blood, actively dying. And Jennifer had tried to move, for the past 14 hours. She tried to move, she tried to sit up or at least crane her neck to see where she was, but all she felt was stinging all over her body. She was frozen. She couldn't even roll over. It's like her body was still unconscious and her mind-body connection had been obliterated. She's trying her best to figure out where she is, but all she could do was move her eyes back and forth and scan the area. Even though she tried to scream, nothing came out. It's like one of those nightmares where you want to scream, nothing's pushing out, you feel this strange sensation. So Jennifer is able to force her right hand to her neck, to her throat, and it feels so weird. There was something thick and wet on her neck, and suddenly she felt pain. She lifts her hand in the air and she sees blood, like a whole lot of blood. Jennifer's arm went cold. I mean, it collapsed. She went cold again. I mean, all over her body, there was just wounds, tiny wounds everywhere. You know where she had been left in the field? Someone had discarded her on top of a fire ant hill.
Oh my goodness.
She was completely unclothed. There were hundreds and thousands of fire ants biting every single surface of her body that they could find. Jennifer had been tortured, assaulted, her throat had been slit, and left for dead on a fire ant hill. So Jennifer gets rushed to the hospital where police officers, doctors, nurses, her mother, everyone is telling her she's safe now, everything's gonna be okay now. And it wouldn't be for a while that they discovered that whoever did this, the monster that did this to her, was also a patient in that same hospital, the same time that she was there. Oh yeah, it gets really crazy. So let's start from the beginning. Jennifer says, when you're a kid, you think there are monsters in your closet. But when you become an adult, you realize the monsters are outside your window. And I think most adults out there do everything they can to protect these innocent little children for as long as they can. But sometimes these monsters find a way, like no matter how much you try to keep them out, they find a way in. That's probably one of the scariest things about becoming a parent, just protecting your children from the scary world. So Elaine, Jennifer's mom, was very nervous when she found out she was pregnant. It would just be her. She was going to be a single mom. Jennifer was born. The two of them were like this. Okay, they're inseparable. I know it sounds like a cliche. Okay, I know it sounds like one of those she lit up the rooms. But I'm telling you, the two of them had this incredible bond. Think Gilmore Girls. Like, it's just the two of them in this scary world. They only have each other. Most people said they were more like best friends than they were mom and daughter. They kind of had this perfect life going for them. They rented this ground floor apartment in a nice area in Texas.
So she's a single mom.
And it's a small town. It's basically known for faith family football, one of those towns. And at this point in time, Jennifer was on summer break. She just finished second grade, and even though she's excited that she's on break, she's also very excited to go back to the third grade. Jennifer said that she loved life, she loved school, she loved all of her school friends, she loved learning. This was the best time in her life. She was so carefree. She loved hanging out with all of her friends, but more importantly, she liked hanging out with her mom. So naturally, Jennifer liked to sleep in her mom's room, and she's 8, okay? She's got her own room, and her room is great. It's decorated all cute, but she just really likes sleeping with her mom, I think. When you're a kid, there is no other comfortable feeling than sleeping with your parents in the same bed as them. I feel like I don't remember a single time that I felt more at peace than at those ages, when you're just sleeping with your parents because you can just turn your brain off. It's just the ultimate comfort. So one summer evening, August 10th, 1990, Jennifer and her mom are settled in her mom's bed. Elaine had work the next day because, there's no summer break when you're an adult and you get a job. Shocking. So she tells Jennifer, we gotta sleep early. I gotta wake up early for work, and then we've got some childcare coming for you, but it's a whole thing. So they tell each other good night, turn off the light, and both of them start drifting off. And then boom, Elaine jerks awake, and another boom. Jennifer is fast asleep and is kicking her. She's probably sprawled out on this bed like a starfish at this point. Elaine is getting bullied off of her own bed by her 8-year-old daughter, and she's got no room to sleep. She's trying to push Jennifer to the side, but Jennifer's not budging. So she gently wakes up Jennifer. Sweetie, I'm so sorry, but you're kicking me in your sleep and I've got work in the morning. Would you mind going to your own room tonight? Jennifer wakes up and says, because I love you, Mom, I will. I'll go to my own room. So she grabs her little pillow, and this is the exact conversation. She rolls out of her mom's bed and walks into her room, which her room has this twin bed next to the window, which is probably why Jennifer's mom didn't go to Jennifer's room herself. It's a small, like a kid bed, a twin bed. She's got a nightstand beside that with a globe on top of it. And it just looked like your average cute 8-year-old's room. So typically, if Jennifer sleeps in her own room, Elaine will go over there, tuck her into bed, read her a bedtime story. They do their I love yous, check under the bed for monsters, check in the closet for monsters, then finally turn off the light, and then Elaine would leave the room. But technically, they already did all of that. And since Jennifer was already sleepy, everyone just assumed that she would just go into her room and fall asleep again. But when Jennifer opens the door to her room, it's so dark. So she starts getting a little freaked out, okay? She flicks on the little light bulb lamp that she has, which sounds like just a light bulb, but it was actually a light bulb shaped lamp that had a light bulb inside. Yeah. So she liked to keep the light on because, she's 8 and monsters are scared of the light. So her version of monsters at this point are furry bears with claws. Like, think Monsters Inc. She's not thinking people outside, people inside. She's thinking Monsters Inc. She flicks on the light and she decides, I can't fall asleep right now, so I'm just going to go through my bedtime routine by myself. I'm going to pick a book from my shelf and start reading it in bed, and hopefully I'll fall asleep. That was the whole plan. She starts reading to fall asleep, and although the lamp was still on and bright, Jennifer drifts off into sleep. Her shades were not drawn, or they were not closed, so there was no curtain or shades or blinders that were blocking her window. Her light is on, and her window was open a crack to let in that nice summer Texas breeze. Jennifer had a nightmare. Or at least it felt like she was having a nightmare, okay? One where she was getting tossed around like a doll, and she opened her eyes expecting to be in bed still, but she looked up to see her body being moved by a man that she did not recognize. He was carrying her. He had one hand over her mouth and her nose, and he's booking it down the sidewalk. He's running full speed while she's being bopped around in his arms, and she's trying to hit him to make him stop and let go, but she's 8. This is a full-grown man. Jennifer was barely 4 feet. She weighed under 50 pounds. Yeah, this man overpowered her in every single physical aspect. But I think that's where some people underestimate children, okay? Jennifer was very, very sharp. Even while she was being smothered by this giant hand, she wanted to stay alert. So she's looking around, and she thinks to herself, 2 doors, blue yucky paint.
Wow.
That was the car that this man threw her into. He gets in, locks the car doors, and within seconds, they were already on the road. He forces Jennifer to sit on his lap, and he had one hand on the wheel and another hand on her head to yank her head down anytime another car passed them. Jennifer was so terrified. She's just analyzing the situation, trying to find a way out, when finally the man speaks. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I'm an undercover police officer. A police officer? Jennifer felt a little bit better because at the time, this is in the 90s, 1990. Most parents, most teachers tell their children, if you get lost and can't find your parents, what do? You find the police. I mean, there was ultimate trust in the police at the time. There was ultimate trust for the general public, for doctors, teachers. There was no concept of don't listen to these authority figures because they might not be good people. So Jennifer's confused. I mean, what is going on? I'm supposed to trust this guy. I want to believe him, but there is just something so off about him. He doesn't feel like a police officer. So she tells him, well, can I see your gun and badge then? I don't have my gun or badge with me right now. What? Jennifer was confused, but she looks up, and right at that moment, she sees that they're driving past her grandparents' house. So Elaine's parents' house. They live nearby. And she's eagerly telling him, oh, that's my grandparents. You should drop me off here. You need to drop me off because they can help me. If you're a police officer and you took me because I'm in danger, you need to drop me off with my grandparents. He didn't stop driving. And Jennifer realized if he was a police officer, surely he would have taken her to a trusted family member's house, right? This is the moment that Jennifer started to believe that she was being kidnapped. But she didn't just panic. She was quick on her feet. She remembered looking at him and repeating in her head, glasses, mustache, yucky hair, scar on face. Suddenly, the car stops moving, and Jennifer pops her head up, and she sees that the stranger pulled into the parking lot of her elementary school. Did he know it was her school? Did he pull into the lot by chance? I don't know. But he tells her, and it's very strange. He tells her, look out the window at the moon. When the moon changes colors, your mom will meet us here to pick you up. Mind you, Jennifer has never seen the colors of the moon change before, so what is he even saying? She tries to stay hopeful, though, and she stares out the window, just waiting for the headlights to approach. but they never approach. I mean, it felt like an eternity that she's waiting for her mom. Later, it's suspected that he was using this time to psych himself up for what he was about to do next. He kept offering her to eat some candy, but Jennifer knew better. She's like, no way, absolutely not. A stranger giving me candy? Nope. And she starts trying to think of a way out, because it was clear to her that there's no headlights coming. Her mom's not coming. This man's not a police officer. And even if he was, that would have been scarier. She realized she was in extreme, serious danger. He starts driving the car again, and he goes down this gravel road while he tells her, well, your mom's not coming. Jennifer's trying to self-soothe because while this is happening, she has no idea what's going on. She doesn't even know what this man would want with an 8-year-old little girl. She tries not to panic, and she makes it her mission to just remember everything. She remembers seeing cigarettes, Marlboros, the red and gold ones, empty beer cans, bottles. She remembers all of this. And then finally, the car turns off, and the man pulls her out into this overgrown field with tall grass. He lunges for her throat and holds a knife up to it. Am I scaring you, little girl? Am I scaring you? She said he dropped the knife and started choking her over and over and over again. She was completely blacked out, and when she came to, he would choke her again, and she would black out, and it felt like he was trying to kill her. It didn't even feel like he was just trying to strangle her, but he was full on trying to snap her neck. That's how she felt. She lost consciousness again, and during these times, we later find out that she was brutally assaulted. And the next thing that she felt was her body being dragged through the field by her ankles. She was barely able to stay awake at this point, let alone even fight back or even move or talk. She felt him drop her legs and walk off. He had already slit her throat at this point. His car door slammed and he drove off, just leaving her in the field for dead. Any time that she woke up and tried to figure out what the hell was going on, she would fade out into unconsciousness again. She said, I would come in and out of consciousness, and every time I would come to, I would just be in disbelief that I hadn't died yet. Now, before she knew it, the sun was rising, and it's the next day already. Jennifer could feel all of these little stings and nips all over her little body, and she felt these things crawling and biting her, and she tries screaming for help. But that's when she discovers that big gaping wound, basically a hole in her neck. Her hand was covered in blood. Anytime she tried to hold her neck together, whether from shock or pain or from loss of blood, she would just drift back into darkness. This kept happening all day long. So that's what she was doing all night long, into the morning, then all day long, until early evening rolls around. And this time, she could hear passing cars on the road. She tried to turn her head to see if she could make out these cars, but all she saw was them driving past in the distance. She can't move, she can't scream. And at this point, she said she just felt exhausted. Just tired. She felt like she had been fighting for so long. It had been at least 14 hours since the man dragged her into the field, completely naked on top of a fire ant hill, beaten, bitten, and her neck slit. I mean, she just wanted rest. Jennifer said she felt this kind of peace in this moment, like a wave of peace. She wasn't afraid anymore. She didn't care about the cars that were driving past anymore. She didn't care to try and move or scream. She didn't even care that there was nearby voices in the field. She just felt very peaceful. At just 8 years old, Jennifer was dying. And she closed her eyes one last time, thinking it would surely be the last time. I imagine she thought about her mom or her friends from school, or I don't know. But speaking of her friends from school, it felt like she could hear them right now. Or at least she could hear people right now, like young little kids playing in the field. And those voices started coming closer and closer to Jennifer, and she could make out the sound of a young girl giggling and running through the field, laughing with her friends. These weren't Jennifer's friends, but they were all very close in age. That little girl ran, giggling, not a care in the world, until she tripped over Jennifer's limp foot.
Wow, that is crazy.
Jennifer remembers the girl's little voice turning into multiple voices that become louder and louder, and it felt like there was a whole commotion over her. She tried to wake up, and all she could see was a police officer, which was probably traumatizing. But this one was in uniform, and they told her, "You've been found. You're going to be okay. Stay with us. Just please stay with us." Sharon McBride is a pediatric ICU
Ain't gonna lie, the
nurse.
story makes me sad.
She
Yeah,
clocked in
bro.
for her night shift and she starts
But
reviewing
this
her
girl,
patient's
she's
charts,
locked in.
and her heart drops. She was assigned to a room with an 8-year-old girl, which is the same age as her own daughter, which is always hard for Sharon. But the alarming part about this was that there was a police escort stationed in front of this 8-year-old girl's room. That could only mean two things when police and pediatrics are involved. It's either child abuse or juvenile offender. Sharon asks around and she gets filled in on what happened and decides it is her mission for however long it takes to make sure that Jennifer heals and gets out of this hospital stronger than before. The doctors and nurses informed Sharon that Jennifer was airlifted to the hospital via a helicopter, and everyone thought that she was going to die. Her chance of survival was slim to none, practically non-existent. Her skin was completely pale,
Oh my
drained of all
gosh.
color and blood. Her body was covered in ant bites. I mean, every single surface area of her body was bitten by fire ants. She had contusions that indicated that she had been beaten, and of course, doctors speculated SA because she was found unclothed in a field with intense scratches on her back. Jennifer was in and out of consciousness, and the only part of her body that she could control at the time were her eyes. She couldn't move, she couldn't speak, she has these piercing blue eyes that are beautiful, and she's staring at the doctors. She's so scared.
Oh
I
my
mean, the whites
gosh.
of her eyes were bloodshot to the point of being a thick, opaque color. So think just red and blue in her eye. And this is so heart-wrenching. But the doctors noticed that anytime a male doctor or a male nurse or any male staffer would come anywhere near, her eyes would widen and panic, reaffirming their belief that something horrendous had happened before she was left for dead. Her mom wasn't allowed in the room because they're performing life-saving treatments and they can't risk a parent intervening. So they need to focus all their attention on saving Jennifer. The hospital decides female doctors and nurses would be taking the lead when Jennifer is conscious, and they would be reassuring her that she was safe and nobody was going to hurt her. She's rushed into the OR and Jennifer was put to sleep once more, and they called this ENT specialist. So ENT, eyes, nose, throat, right? Or ears, nose, throat. And because Jennifer's trachea had been slashed in half, that's why she couldn't scream. I mean, it was a genuine miracle that this laceration on her neck missed all of the major blood vessels. If the knife had gone any deeper or had cut any wider, it would have resulted in practically instant death in that field, because all the vital blood vessels in that neck, she would have bled out instantly.
Wow.
So yeah, the doctors work to ensure her airway is intact and that the bleeding has stopped. But it's not a day to celebrate. Like, it's not a good day. Every single medical professional in that OR knew that Jennifer would never be able to speak again. The trauma to her throat was so extensive, it slashed her voice box. Her vocal cords were slashed in half. There was just no way. So being caught up to speed, Sharon was adamant that she was going to do whatever it takes to make sure that Jennifer feels safe. Nurse Sharon. She's not going to allow anyone to re-traumatize this young girl. Sharon would slip into the room and watch Jennifer even when she slept. And she just could feel all these tears threatening to come out because all she can think about is her daughter at home. Like, who is doing this to someone this young? Sharon was a seasoned nurse, though. Whenever she was scared or emotional, she never let it show. She said standing there looking at Jennifer, the fact that this little 8-year-old girl had suffered something like this, horrendous trauma, my heart aches for her. What on earth was her life going to be like now? How was this going to affect the rest of her life? So no matter what Jennifer was doing, Sharon was always in her room. Even if she was sleeping, even if she was eating, Sharon literally never left her side. Jennifer's mom was also allowed to be there now, and she was beside herself with grief and anger. She had woken up the next morning to get ready for work. She slowly opened Jennifer's door, expecting her to still be fast asleep. But instead, her bed was empty, Jennifer was nowhere to be seen, and the window was wide open. She called 911, and she had not stopped searching for Jennifer until she got the call that she was in the hospital. And now, just like Nurse Sharon, she's not going to leave Jennifer's side. Sharon quickly becomes one of the first few people that Jennifer trusted. So Jennifer later said that she was very difficult to deal with in the hospital. She said, I had a lot of male doctors. I was scared of men now. And side note, the man who assaulted her told her he was a police officer, and she said, I learned in school that police were good. The man that hurt me said he was a police officer, and he hurt me really, really bad. So in my eyes, who's to say that these doctors can be trusted? Like, at that point, everyone was a suspect in my book. At one point, she even kicked one of the male doctors in the stomachs to get him away from her. And she was just in this constant state of fear and panic in the hospital, which is not good for your recovery. Now, just to clarify, in case I forgot to mention, Jennifer was able to move now after her operation. She was actually never paralyzed, in a sense. It was just fear, pain, and trauma that prevented her from moving because her body went into ultimate survival mode. So she's like kicking these male doctors, which a lot of them were not offended. They just felt like it was good. It's improvement in her situation. It's her recovering. She's got strength. She's a fighter. Even just looking into the mirror, though, was traumatic for Jennifer. One of her uncles brought her this Tinkerbell makeup set as a gift while she was in the hospital, and that's how she saw herself for the first time. She saw blood vessels were bursting in the whites of her eyes, and she just said she felt so ugly. That little girl that she saw in the mirror, she's like, I don't know who that girl is. That's not me. I mean, it must have been so alienating and disorienting for her. Like, her reflection was a literal stranger. So, Jennifer's mom and Nurse Sharon, they would be pivotal in catching whoever did this to Jennifer. This is in Dickinson, Texas. Like I said, very small community. The police are like, we need to catch who did this to
where
Jennifer
Dickinson
before everybody
is,
starts
Morgan?
freaking the fork out. And we don't have much to go off of. So right now, we've got Jennifer's pajamas that were found in the field. We've got a blue men's t-shirt and a pair of men's underwear that was also discarded nearby in the field where Jennifer was found. But at this point in time, I know you're like looking at me like, that's amazing, that's all you need. In this point in time, DNA evidence was not specific enough to ID a suspect with such a small sample. Like DNA back then, you would need like a blood sample. You would need like a genuine sample. So these things, they would be kept in evidence, but there's nothing that can be tested that could tell them anything. So it's pertinent to the police that they catch whoever did this because there is a danger out there to children. The police also had no leads, no potential suspects, no witnesses. The only thing the police had was Jennifer, and there was a lot of concern about talking to Jennifer about what had happened to her. First of all, she's 8, and this could easily re-traumatize her. Second of all, adults alone have a very hard time remembering details, especially after traumatic events. How could they expect an 8-year-old to remember? And third, she was very scared of people right now, especially men, and this is a small town in Texas. Majority of the police force were men. And fourth, she couldn't speak or make noise, so she could just blink or once or twice to say yes or no, and she could either write on a sketch pad. But Jennifer, yes, she's smarter than I would ever be, even at just 8 years old, but she does have like the reading comprehension and the writing skills of a second grader, which is to be expected. So they come up with this system where the police would ask Jennifer's mom and Nurse Sharon all these questions that they want Jennifer to answer. They would go in with a sketch pad and Jennifer would write down her answers. Her ability to recall traumatic memories and the fact that she was so observant is out of this world. I mean, these would all lead to be key circumstantial evidence later that would help with the arrest. 8-year-old Jennifer Schuett not only survived her abduction, but she remembered almost every single detail about the man who climbed into her bedroom window and kidnapped her. And her notes would forever be known as Jennifer's notes. She wrote in detail about what she wore that night, that she was asleep when she was grabbed, that he told her to shut up, that he was white, he had glasses, brown hair, totally green tattoos, black mustache, in his 30s maybe. She even drew a little sketch to show where the scars on his face were, and at the very last page she wrote, he said his name was Dennis.
Wow.
So during this process, Sharon the nurse, who was pivotal in helping Jennifer open up about these details, she was so impressed by Jennifer's memory, but also so devastated. She would say, thank you, Jennifer. That's really good. You did good. And then she would excuse herself, rush out of the room, down the hallway, into a break room, and when she was finally alone, she would lose it. I mean, she would just break down.
Yeah, she said she was a kid
After
at that
Jennifer's
age
notes
too,
were
so
completed,
yeah,
the
I can
authorities
imagine.
even brought in a female forensic artist. So she's like a composite sketch artist who's going to talk to Jennifer and start drawing the attacker. This was Jennifer's 4th day at the hospital. She's heavily medicated, in excruciating pain, reliving her trauma, but nevertheless, within an hour, they have their composite sketch of the suspects. It showed a man with dark hair, dark eyes, dark eyebrows, and a mustache and stubble all over his chin. He also had a scar on his face. They turn it into the police, and I think this is when Jennifer focuses all of her energy on just recovery now. Now, remember how the first responders said that there's no way she's going to survive? Well, she did. And remember how they said that she would never talk again?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she did.
What?
In the hospital, it all started with this tiny little noise, like a soft noise. And everyone just went quiet. Because they're like, is that coming from Jennifer? Slowly but surely, she started to talk. She had to relearn inflection and speech patterns, but all of it returned. I mean, her voice, her octaves, inflection, tone, all of it was restored. She was proof that the impossible was possible. Jennifer now jokes as an adult, and I haven't shut up since. Okay. But even though she's defying all these odds, okay, it's still very scary for her to go back to the normal world because her attacker is still out there somewhere. What if he comes back to finish the job? What if he comes back to make sure that she will never be able to talk about it again? Nobody would have blamed Jennifer if she wanted to move, if she never wanted to leave the house again, if she wanted to switch schools, move states. But she started 3rd grade at the same time all of her classmates did.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she went straight back from summer break to school.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't move?
I think they moved apartments, but not towns.
Wow.
So Jennifer got closer and closer to how her life was, but the police are getting further and further from catching the attacker. Days turned into weeks, and you know how it goes. It was a cold case. Jennifer's an adult. She's no longer that 8-year-old girl. Which, side note, I know I'm making it out to be like, oh, Jennifer is so strong, which she is. Oh my gosh, she's so strong. But she also went through a lot. Like, this was not an easy road where she's like, okay, guys, I'm just going to go back to school now and be fine. She remembers being a child. She would lock herself into the bathroom for hours and just stare at the, quote, ugly long red scar on her neck. She felt like she did something to deserve this attack. She couldn't participate in PE classes anymore because of her airways. So she would have to go to the nurse's office, and she would sit there while the rest of her friends played. She was scared of parking lots, of windows, of going to sleep, of the dark. She had anxiety, panic attacks, PTSD. Most nights, she would just sit up for hours at night just trying to calm herself to sleep. This is what an 8-year-old is going through while the case goes cold. The only news that she would hear periodically was that her case was being reassigned to a different officer. This is very bureaucratic. It's like a new officer comes in and they're like, oh, well, you get this case, and nothing really happens. And it's a pretty shitty and scary feeling knowing that the person who did this is still out there. But Jennifer, she's trying to move on. She starts working at a public library during college years. She had a really strong maternal instinct. Her title, everyone nicknamed her the children's librarian. Kids just gravitated towards her. They loved her. And she just wanted to have kids one day. That was her dream, to be a mom.
Oh, crap. Don't
So
tell
she
me.
falls in love with this man, Jonathan Martinez. The two of them get married, and Jonathan was like the man of her dreams, the one that she wanted to have children with and start a family with. He was like the biggest cheerleader. He knew everything that she went through to be who she is now. She had to learn to be less afraid of the dark, to sleep alone again. She had to unlearn her deep-rooted fear of men, like even doctors and police and men in her life that she could trust. She had to unlearn that fear. Everywhere she went, grocery store, park, anywhere, she would constantly scan all the men's faces looking for any familiarity. She said, it could have been our new neighbor, or someone at the post office, someone at the grocery store. I never knew. Is he watching us? Is he going to come back and finish me off? I never knew. This is what she would have to go through every day for the rest of her life. But Jonathan was helping her through it. Even when she was diagnosed with hydrosalpinx, I think, at just 25 years old, he was right there with her. So if you're wondering what that is, it's a condition where your fallopian tubes are blocked and they're filled with fluid. She was told by her doctors that it was due to complications as a result of the essay when she was 8.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
because they're blocked
She
and
can't
filled
have
with
kids.
fluid, she may never be able to conceive any children.
Oh, my.
The doctors told her, even with corrective surgery, your chances of becoming a mother naturally are slim to none.
But she could still
So this
be a mother.
devastation just starts hitting again. Like, she's finally
Mm.
moving on from everything that's happened, and boom, her life goal, her life dream to have a family has been shattered. Devastation doesn't even begin to describe how Jennifer felt. The man who did this to her is walking free, and she is dealing with the consequences that he forced upon her. An infertility diagnosis alone is very, very traumatic for a lot of people. It's life-altering emotional news. But the fact that Jennifer's infertility was directly caused by the fact that she was SA'd at 8 years old, I can't even imagine the sheer amount of rage and anger I would have felt. Like, I don't even think I
Do you
would
use
be
a
able
mirror
to
tool?
function from the hatred I would have
Not
for the world and for life. So while she's in the thick of these
Like,
emotions from this diagnosis,
it
she gets
depends
a
if
phone
it
call
has to
from a
be
man.
perfect. So if I'm drawing like a like a logo or something, I'll use it. But I try not to, because I feel like it's good to understand how to draw like things pretty symmetrical on your own, especially if like you end up drawing on paper and pencil. You know what I mean? Oh, crap. So I try not to use it. But how's it going though, Phoenix? But like if I'm drawing like a logo or something, I'll turn it on. Like, let's say I have to draw something that has to be symmetrical. I'll be like, okay, so we do this, and then we do that, and then this, and then that. I don't know. And then now I can grab this and then add this logo to wherever it needs to be. Let's say I need to add it here. Can grab the warp tool to adjust it. You know what I mean? There's a mom. Find it, not the same. Yeah, I understand. I know there's a, yeah, I know. It's a disconnect. I remember I was hearing about that somewhere. Somebody was like, well, it's still their kid, but just that bonding that they have with their child while the child's in their womb is a whole different ball game, you know? It's a whole different ball game. Oh crap. Ooh, good thing. See, that's why I love the undo. Cause goodness gracious. A lot of cases where someone is unable to have physical cues assistance from their many cases, yeah. Not for the kid, yeah. Mm.
Named Tim Cromie. Tim Cromie was the new detective that was in charge of her case. It had been 18 years since her attack. 18 years. I mean, she's all grown up now, and here was another officer taking a look at her case. There had been so many before him that took a look at
My
her
fault.
case, and
Phoenix, I was
nothing
just far from the
happened. I
mic.
mean, it was more painful to even convince herself that this guy, this one's gonna be different. But there was something about Detective Cromie. He called Jennifer personally to let her know that he was taking over and he wanted to meet with her in person. It was the first time she was requested to talk to a police officer about her case. They met for the first time at the police station, and honestly, Jennifer was frustrated, she was upset, and she let it out. She thought to herself, here we are 18 years later. Like, what is this guy gonna do? She met with him and she just starts bawling. She's breaking down and she's saying, it's not even about me anymore, okay? It's not even about what happened to me, because what's happened has happened, but that man could still be out there hurting kids. Like, you don't even know how many kids he could have hurt since he hurt me. It's been 18 years. I mean, it's likely I'm not the last or the only one. Detective Crony sat and listened, and when he finally spoke, he said, Jennifer, I will do whatever I can in my power till the end of my career to get you the answers that you need for this case. Jennifer said, that simple sentence changed my life. For the first time since what happened, Jennifer had hoped that she might get justice. She told Detective Cromie, I want a trial. I want to help and I want a trial. I want to face this guy in court. She said, I want to be able to face the person that wanted to silence me and show them that I came out victorious. So she puts her trust in Detective Cromie, and he did not take that lightly, okay? He felt like he owed her answers. Now, it's 2009, 19 years since the attack, which in police investigations, we know that time is the enemy. Like, they barely have anything to go off of. Detective Cromie reaches out to the FBI to help with the investigation, and in 2009, this was the year for a lot of new tech. DNA testing had grown significantly. So the police sent the clothes off to Quantico for them to be tested for any sort of DNA that they could find. Now, side note, the police knew that there would be a long line for DNA testing done at Quantico. And their crime took place 19 years ago, so this case is not going to be a priority. But they had no idea how long it was going to take, truly. So DNA testing, it's a very lengthy process. It's not like this easy, I just put it in a machine and a computer screen pops up and it says, hey, we've got this DNA in our system. It takes a lot of people. The machines are not fast and quick, especially in 2009. To get results turned over is not easy. And not every police station or law enforcement agency has these machines, so most of them get sent to the FBI. So they've got every single DNA evidence from all these states coming in. They have to prioritize it. What's urgent? Who's in immediate danger? What needs to be solved today versus a case happened 19 years ago? It took a year. It took a year for them to get it back. Detective Cromie got a call at 2:30 in the morning. They had a match. Whoever did this was already in the system. So, who was it? A man named Dennis. Remember that name?
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Dennis Earl Bradford. The detectives went back to Jennifer's notes and they saw the name was Dennis. They said it was monumental that this girl was that accurate. The detectives thought, well, we never heard of this guy though, but apparently he has a criminal record. They look him up, and Dennis Earl Bradford had been convicted of kidnapping and rape in 1997, 7 years after Jennifer's attack. But they noted that this happened in Arkansas. So as far as the police could track, Dennis had been living in Arkansas since at least 1991. So they called the driver's license bureau in Texas and they tried to figure out, okay, well, he was in 1991, he was in Arkansas. Maybe he was in Texas before then. So let's figure out if he was a resident of Texas before we hunt this guy down in Arkansas, because then we got to get multiple agencies involved, right? So they look him up in Texas records and there he was. They were even sent a picture of his Texas license ID picture from back when he was a Texas resident. Their jaw hit the floor. Remember the composite sketch? They said this was the most accurate composite sketch they had ever seen in their entire careers. It looked like the sketch artist had drawn the picture based off of Dennis's driver's license photo.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And the fact that an 8-year-old girl did this,
Wow.
I mean, the details were spot on. It was insane. And when Dennis was in Texas, his residential address was in Dickinson around the time of the crime. Dickinson. In fact, from Jennifer's apartment window, you could probably see his residence. He only lived a few blocks away. So let's get this Dennis guy, okay? Who even is he? Let's backtrack a little and dig into who this guy is. And there's not much on his childhood out there, but he would have been 20 when he attacked Jennifer. Soon after, he moved from Texas to Arkansas, and we know that he got married at 21 years old to an 18-year-old Lisa, and they had 2 kids together, but the marriage would disintegrate. He was a bit of a binge drinker. It seemed like everyone saw Dennis's life, and it was just falling apart. Dennis was not very good person. He was not a good person, yeah. What can I say? Even though they didn't even know his secrets, just wasn't a good person. They get divorced, and in 1996, he's at a local bar when he spots a girl across from the bar and offers to buy her a drink. She politely declines, but he keeps asking for all these things. Just one drink. Just play a round of pool with me. Let's do this, let's do that. She finally just agrees to get him off of her back, and he proceeds to buy her drink after drink after drink throughout their whole pool game, their game of pool. And once they were finished, he offers her a ride home. She accepts it,
Oh my
but
gosh.
in his car, he's like, can we take the long way, the scenic route? There's a couple of songs that I want you to listen to, and I want to show you some property nearby. She didn't really want to, but she couldn't control him. He just starts driving
Why does she get
down
in
the
the
back
car
road.
with this man?
He stops the car, and without even hesitating, he begins choking and punching the woman.
Oh my
She
gosh.
starts losing consciousness. He drags her out of the car. When she woke up, she was naked. Her clothes were scattered in a field. Dennis told her not to move. He ran back to his car, came back with a knife, put the knife to her neck, and raped her, assaulted her.
Oh my gosh.
Which, side note, his MO is so similar to the attack on Jennifer in 1990. It's hard to imagine that this was his second time. I suspect that there were other victims, and the fact that this victim said that he never hesitated, whereas with Jennifer it seemed like he was hesitating, is that him getting more and more comfortable with his crimes the more he commits them? Fortunately, he did not slit this woman's throat. She was able to flee and alert the police. He was arrested and charged with attempted first-degree murder. Now, for some strange reason, the charges were later reduced to kidnapping and rape. Now, side note, this is infuriating, but the jury, they were deadlocked on the sexual assault charge. How do you get deadlocked on that? How are you deadlocked when this man put his knife to her throat and then assaulted her? Like, how do you convict him of kidnapping, but then you're somehow confused? You're like, well, we don't know if he's that bad. I mean, what is there to be confused about? He was sentenced to 12 years and ordered to provide a DNA sample for the database. Arkansas correction records showed that he served less than 3 years in prison before he was released. He
Good
was
behavior.
paroled February of 2000. He was arrested the next year for drinking and driving. And in 2004, Dennis remarried a woman named Elizabeth. She had 3 children before marrying Dennis, and he legally adopted them, legally becoming their stepfather. Which scares me because, when you think about it, he's a father and a stepfather. Creepy. Now, from then on, we don't know what he was doing. We don't know if he had any other victims, but we do know that he was in North Little Rock when he was arrested during a routine traffic stop without incident. He was arrested by the Arkansas police, brought into the station where the Texas detectives were there to meet him. He was held without bail on the attempted murder charge. When Jennifer got that call that he was arrested, she said, "It was the most surreal moment of my life. It meant everything to me." When she went to the press conference a little bit after the initial arrest, she remembers how Detective Gromey and Agent Renison from the FBI came into the room and hugged me, and they whispered in my ear, "We told you we'd get him." And at that time, that was the single most amazing moment of my life. But they still had work to do. Even though the case testimony and evidence is already incredibly accurate, Detective Gromey still had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Dennis was responsible for the attack. And since 19 years had passed, it's going to be harder to do. So after Dennis was booked, he was interviewed about Jennifer's case from 19 years ago. Now, side note, because Jennifer was a minor when this happened and it was an ongoing investigation, the information in case files were not publicized.
Okay.
So that means the last time Dennis saw Jennifer was when he dumped her body in the field 19 years ago. He
Yeah.
believed wholeheartedly that she was dead because that was his intention. He left her for dead on top of an ant pile. He firmly believed he killed that 8-year-old little girl. He had no reason to believe otherwise. The detectives start by asking him if he had ever heard of Jennifer Schuett. Yes. He stated that he remembered hearing in the community talking about, a girl that was left in the field, and he prayed for her. Did you ever have occasion to come in contact with her? Yes. Tell me about it. No. You don't want to talk about it? No. Is there a reason why? You did your homework. You're right, Dennis. We did do our homework. And if you're remorseful about this, people need to hear that. There's 2 sides to every story. Dennis starts to tear up before saying, "Not a single day goes by where I don't see that baby." There is no other side to the story. She was innocent, and I was a sick, deranged,
Surprise,
beat-up little
surprise.
fucking punk. She wasn't anybody I met. I don't remember why I pulled up to those apartments. Huh. Well, I think if you were to see her, I think you would be extremely... Yes, she's alive, and let me tell you something right now. She's with us.
You ever heard the name Jennifer Schuett? Yes. Do you ever have occasion to come in contact with her? Yes. Tell me about that. No. My whole life for the past 20 years has been utterly and completely up because of my mistake. If you were to see her, I think you would be extremely proud of her. I really do. Oh, thank you. She's alive. Yes, she's alive. She's alive. She's alive. You want me to tell you she is like that?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you have no idea how hard I have prayed for that. I'm a firm believer of Christ, but I had no idea because it wasn't but about 2 days later I ran and I just took off.
Dennis explains he was randomly driving around that night and pulled into a random lot, and he stated, I walked over to the window. I remember it was open and I could see in it and the light was on. And I just
Oh, you see, like, I don't know why, because, you know, when I'm hearing these stories, I try to, like, because she doesn't show the house. So I try to imagine it. So in my mind, they just lived on a 2-story. But she did say apartment. And then I instantly thought, oh, so they're probably upstairs. They were on the 1st floor. Because he said he pulled into a lot, walked around, and saw the window open. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Crazy take. Morgan has the craziest takes. No love stories like that. Murderous game. Yeah, I like when they're still alive. And when they're able to catch the guy. If people can't get their side of the story, yeah. Yeah. But she's 8 though, Morgan. She was 8.
want this to be over, and I'm sick and tired of looking over my shoulder and being afraid, so forgive me, Mom. I pulled that little girl out of that window, and I put her in my car. She was freaking out, and I told her, please don't worry, it's all right. I told that little girl that I was a police officer, that everything was going to be okay, and I pulled off into this little road, and that little girl, she was so scared. I just lost it. I was like a savaged animal. I couldn't force myself to say it, and I can't force myself to say it right now. This has been haunting you your whole life, Dennis. Let's hear it. I took that little girl out there, and I raped her, and I cut her throat, and I don't know why, and I've never known why.
Because he's crazy.
Many, many times, I've just wanted to end it, but I never had the guts. He told the police officer that he used a shotgun to try and end his own life shortly after what he did to Jennifer, but he decided not to. He did, however, blow a hole through his parents' roof, and he was brought into the hospital after his attempt. The same hospital that Jennifer was in. The same hospital Jennifer was recovering in. Jennifer had every right to be afraid of this guy, because he was in the same hospital. But ultimately, Dennis confirms all the details that she remembered, and he confesses to it all. And Jennifer was so relieved. At the press conference, she declared, I'm not a victim. I'm victorious. Jennifer had waited 19 years for this, and now she focused all of her attention on prepping for this trial. Dennis admits to the crime. He matched the description, he matched the DNA, and they were planning to go for a life sentence. She had routinely went to the field that she had been abandoned in, not constantly, but several times. She would visit so that she said, I just really wanted to be able to remember all the details of the attack, so that one day, if I ever could, I could go to court and tell my story the way it was.
Wow.
Now, he was supposed to appear in front of the judge on August 10th. Jennifer had picked the date.
Let me guess. He took his life, huh?
20 years of the day of the attack. She said it was a full circle moment. She stayed up countless nights prepping for her statement. She said writing it, erasing it, writing it, erasing it, just trying to perfect it. She had 19 years of things she wanted to say, but she wouldn't be able to do it.
Because he took his life. Yep.
Or at least not the way she imagined. She gets a call from Detective
Of
Crone,
course. Yep.
and her heart dropped.
Yep.
She already knew.
Of course.
Dennis had hanged himself in
Of
his jail
course.
cell
You
after
see,
Tom
I
passed.
knew it because he
made a
even
noose
said
from his bedding,
he
and it
even said he was like he was too much. Didn't he say he was too scared to do it? I already knew he was going to do it. I already knew he was going to do it. It's crazy people like this, man. And this is why I say we got to open up the facilities, bri. The facilities need to open back up, man. There's these people that are out here that shouldn't be out here. That's crazy, man. This guy literally went to a bar, got this girl. Yes, probably she shouldn't have got in the car. Yep, I don't even know why she got in the car with the guy. Because she was in a public place and decided to get in a vehicle with him. Alright, but he did what he did to her. And they were like, yeah, hey, it happens. It happens. This man brought a knife. This man is obviously got something going on up there in his mind. And they just let him back on the street. They just put him back out there with all the normal folks. And that's what always throws me off. I'm like, how the heck are you able to say, oh, this person is clearly out of their mind, but then just say, I think we should let them out and be free. They definitely need to take meds, but they definitely should be free. Like, what the heck you mean? What the heck you mean they need to be free? Justice system needs work. Yep. We also have people exactly that are innocent. Exactly. It's like, honestly, Morgan, the more that we, look at the world that we live in, Morgan, the more that we really see. Sure, you might say, oh well, the safety and everything that they're doing for us is remarkable and everything. But then when you start looking at it in the grand scheme, you're just like, yeah, but is it? Are we really safe? Because, like, we don't even know, like, who to trust. And obviously, like I was talking about, like, when we were talking about those other videos in, like, Japan and Korea, like, some of these people, they don't even lock their doors. That's how safe they are. You know? How safe it is in their countries. Man, you wouldn't catch... Like, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'm gonna be out there with, like, my doors unlocked. I remember this one day when I lived in... Where did I live? In Colorado. We went on a trip, right? My family went on a trip. We came back home. The door was wide open. Not like wide, but it was open like, it was like, so like here's the door. All right, it was like this. Right, and it was nighttime. We got home. And the door was like open like this, right? So it was open like enough that you can see that it's open, right? And then we were all sitting there, cause we weren't gone for like for a long time. It was like for a couple days, right? But then parents started talking. They were like, "Oh, did you leave it open? Did you leave it open? Do we leave it open? Do we leave it?" Because back then, when you have a whole bunch of kids, sometimes you're just trying to get all the kids to the car because you're in a hurry. So I could see like somebody forgetting it open, but then we're just sitting there and we're like, "Yo, what the heck?" And then we just started to panic. We broke in there. We started looking, hey, checking to see everything was there. Everything was there, you know. Thank you, who everything was there. But I'm like, the first thought we had was somebody broke in and stole some stuff. What would your OC do if you met them IRL? I mean, it depends on the OC. I feel like Kiro would be pretty cool. You know, pretty ominous aura, but he'd be pretty cool. Troy will try to spar. Should be really respectful. You know, obviously she's the butler and she's like, you know, yeah. She would kind of be mean a little bit, but not like she has an issue with me. It's just that's how she is. She will like be a problem. But back here, she will. Yeah, she don't play. She look at you like you a piece of garbage. I feel like Maya would be really cool. I saw a video of a scorpion crushing a dung beetle shell. You doing scorpion, girl? I just gotta build the concept up. And then never. Okay. Why do you do that?
There was no signs of foul play. It was definitely suicide. So he died, 40 years old, May 10th, 2010. It's believed that Dennis was a serial predator to children and adults. He knew that his life was over the minute he was caught. More of his crimes would likely surface. He knew the things that other inmates would do to him if he spent the rest of his life in prison. So instead of taking these consequences, facing the consequences, he took the, quote, easy way out. Detective Cromie remembers this phone call. He said he'll never forget this phone call. He said, there was just crying and screaming on the other end of the phone. She didn't want to believe it. The only thing I could do was just tell her I was sorry. Jennifer said, the only thing I can describe is devastation. I felt like everything I had worked so hard for was just ripped away from me in an instant. And now that Dennis was deceased, his case was immediately dropped, and Jennifer felt like she could go to his grave. She had to. Exactly 20 years later, instead of going to court, Jennifer and her husband went to Dennis's grave, August 10th of 2010, and she read her impact statement that she had prepared for court, and she read it directly to Dennis while standing over his dead body. She read, Dennis Bradford, I waited 19 years, 2 months, and 3 days to find out your last name, and for you to be caught. You chose the wrong little 45-pound 8-year-old girl to try and murder because for 19 years, I've thought about you every single day, and I've helped searching for you. I didn't know who you were or where you were, but in my head, I knew you were out there alive, either in prison or living a lie. And now I know, listening to my heart all these years and never giving up on finding you, I was right. All this time you've been living a lie. You thought you killed me, you thought you won, that sick little game that you had started, but again, you were wrong. You left me there in a fire ant pile like I was nothing, like I was an old rag doll that you discarded in a field as trash after having your fun torturing her. Over 14 hours I laid there in that field bleeding to death, knowing that one day I'd face you. And to know that you'd never hurt another person, that is what has kept me going. And today I sit in front of you as a 28-year-old woman, and I would like you to know that I'm not a victim because of what happened 20 years ago. I've waited for this day for 20 years of my life, and I hope you now feel as weak as you made me feel all those years ago as a child. Dennis Bradford, I'm not your victim. I'm victorious. And then the most surreal thing happened. Jennifer turned to her husband and asked, do you think he heard me? Ow! She looked down, and right then and there, a single fire ant bit her ankle.
Oh my gosh.
And she took it as a sign from God that he had heard her loud and clear. And to this day, Jennifer, Detective Cromie, and Special Agent
Oh, that's
Renison,
great.
as well as Nurse Sharon, they all keep in contact. Jennifer said, "They mean a lot to me, and to know that they're still there, they're still supporting me, they're not leaving me anytime soon, just like I'm not leaving them anytime soon." But the story doesn't even end there. Remember how Jennifer was diagnosed with a condition that made it nearly impossible for her to have her own children?
Yeah.
A doctor heard about her story and heard of her diagnosis, offered Jennifer and Jonathan free IVF. IVF is not guaranteed to work, side note, but just to try, right? The couple have since then welcomed 2 beautiful children into their
That's
family,
dope.
a daughter and a son, which is
And
remarkable.
I bet the
because
dad is
medical
on time. He like,
professionals
hey.
doubted that she would survive. It would take a miracle, they said. Medical professionals doubted that she would ever talk again. It would take a miracle, they said. Medical professionals doubted that she could ever conceive her own children. It would take a miracle, they said. And she did it all. And I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Yeah, she really is a woman that proved the impossible is possible. And nowadays, she spends a lot of her time helping other survivors of SA. She travels to connect with people and to educate people on the pure devastation of these sort of violent crimes. And that is the story of Jennifer Schuett. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, it's devastating. It's so sad, but the fact that she's
Happy
so
ever
strong
after. Yeah,
and
she got
we
kids
can
too
all
after.
smile at the end is something,
That's
right?
nice.
But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. And
You know what
I will
pisses
see
me
you
off,
guys
though?
on Wednesday.
It
for the
pisses me
next-
off when, like, they know that people be. They know that people be. I'm crying. They know that people be like taking themselves out with like shoelaces and like these bed things. Why don't they just remove them? Why don't they remove them before their hearing? It's like at some point I'm just like, yo, because you know how many times you hear people do it. That's how I knew instantly he took himself out. Because it's it happens like a lot. I don't know like the exact stats on that, but it happens enough for me to know that he was going to do it. They usually give him a vest. Oh, so you think they forgot to put it on that day? Oh. Oh, I gotta see this. Watch the video you sent me.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There is a lot going on in today's episode, so buckle up.
What video?
There were a string of mysterious deaths happening in China, but it wasn't just the
Serial killer that chilling scares. What the?
deaths that were mysterious, but what
Give me a
was
second,
happening
guys. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
because of the
I'll be
deceased.
back.
So it's not just the fact that they died.
Yo!
But weird things started happening to basically
Are you
corpses
freaking
in
kidding me?
China. Some of them were just vanishing without a trace, leaving a whole nation of people wondering, what the hell is going on? Like, is there something that we don't know? Why are people's corpses going missing? Why are people's dead bodies going missing?
Yo,
And all
yo,
of these
I really
cases
can't
are
like.
connected in the strangest, most sinister way. I couldn't even have imagined it if I thought of like a horror movie plot. In 2021, a Daoying influencer, a TikTok influencer by the name of Little Kitty, she had over 700,000 followers. I mean, she was known as a visual influencer. So people would follow her because she was very visually pleasing to look at. She would post about fashion, makeup, lifestyle. I mean, she was a very positive presence on the screen.
Yeah.
In 2021, she posted a video that was very unlike all of her other videos. She seemed really, really serious. She looks visibly exhausted. She tells her viewers, "This is probably my last video. Thank you all for your
This is why
support.
your dog barking.
You guys know that I've been struggling with depression for a while. Every time you see me being happy, that's just what I want to show you guys, okay? But recently, I can't take it anymore. If you want to know the reason, please go watch my live stream."
大家好，我是小猫。这也许可能是我最后一
Ah,
条
she look pretty pretty.
视频
I
了。
can see it.
你们也知道，得抑郁症已经很久了，
Probably
甚至
makeup
在
and a
医
whole bunch of
院
other stuff, but hey.
已经住了2个多月了。看过我朋友圈的朋友都知道，我那是盖了公章的，是抑郁症患者，而不是你们所谓的那一种假的抑郁症。那你们看到我开心的样子，其实都是为了给你们看到而看到的。我希望大家看到
Hey,
我的
Titan.
视频是开心的，是快乐的，是知道我也是快乐的。可是最近我真的绷不住了，所以想知道
How long is
原
this
因的
video?
话，那就来小号看。
Let me pause this. I want to see how long your video is. To see. This thing is broken, bro. Agent Voldemort. Dang, Titan. Oh, that was Zura. My fault, Titan. I mean, Titan said it first. Zura added on to it. Oh, no, Titan. Oh, Zura said, nah. You know what? I saw... Yo, my mouse is starting to act up again. It was going so smooth for a couple of days. I'm about to break this thing, bro. Alright, there you go. Now you acting right. Alright, let's see. Oh, as soon as I said now you acting right, you want to act up again.
Bada bing, bada boo.
I think it's normal
Yo.
to think back on your cringy moments. Maybe like back in middle school, high school. When you're 12, you're trying to impress the guy that you like, but you end up
Yo,
doing
I'm
some
gonna
very
have to-
questionable things.
Hold up. Where's
It's
my mouse
cringy,
at? Oh, I
it's
don't even know where it is.
endearing, it's very normal. Jane was having one of those moments. She remembered when she was in the 7th grade. She's 12. She's got the biggest, fattest crush on this guy named Robert. She met him when she joined this, do you guys know the Police Explorers program?
Yo,
It's a big
yo,
group of
this-
kids from
this-
the community. They get to hang out and learn from police officers. They get to work with police
Oh my gosh, bro. Hold up. I'm about to try to get another mouse real fast, alright? Okay, we good. Oh my god. I found a different mouse, and then the the mouse was like a Bluetooth, but the mouse was connected to the keyboard. So then I had to unplug my keyboard. Then I was like, what the heck? I don't like using that type of keyboard. So then I just found batteries, and yeah. And now this thing wants to cut off. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Dang, Morgan.
Dogs learn how to do CPR. They get to learn about the harm that drugs do to you. And once
Where's my
Jane
glove
meets
now?
Robert in this program, she's head over heels for
There it
him.
is.
She would always try to see him at the gym, try to get him to look her way. But when
At the
she's
gym?
12, she genuinely thought that he is the coolest person alive. He was like the love of her life, really. But there was so much competition. Literally, all the girls in the group are fighting for Robert's attention. One of them even came up to her at McDonald's. Jane is 12. This girl that comes up to her is 13, so the grade above her. And she tells her, stop talking to Robert. Leave him alone. Don't let me find out that you're talking to him.
What the
It's
heck?
like Robert is
I
a
mean, that's
girl
how kids are.
magnet in almost this jock kind of way. Girls were always fighting for his attention. And one day, Jane can't take it anymore. She sits down and she writes this love letter of sorts, just professing her feelings for him, confessing how beautiful she thought he was.
How
She wrote in
beautiful she thought
depth
he was?
about her feelings, about how he makes her feel. It was just this really long letter full of romantic sentiments and probably dotted all over the place with hearts, like the way a 12-year-old would write a love letter. And the next time they're at the gym, she walks straight up to him and delivers the letter. He doesn't read it in front of her, but he does give her a hug, which is a good sign, right? Nothing really comes out of the letter, at least not initially. Robert, her crush, would still initiate these moments where he would come up to her and hug her, which is good, but it's also kind of annoying because he did this with every single girl in the program. He was a bit of a flirt. But other than that, he never
of a
really
flirt.
mentioned the letter ever again. A few months later, Jane is devastated to learn that Robert is now in a relationship with another girl. She's distraught. She shows up to the gym bawling her eyes out. I mean, bloodshot eyes, snot down her chin, can't catch her breath, that level of bawling. She throws herself on another boy and just like cuddles into his arms, crying about what's going on.
The heck?
And everyone in that gym knew that something was about to happen because she was obsessed with Robert. This was not even just a regular crush. This was the world's biggest fascination, infatuation with him. When Robert finds out about Jane's reaction, he asks her, hey, can we get a moment to talk? He tries to find a quiet little place, and together they walk into the gym teacher's office, and it's empty. So they close the door behind them, and Robert walks up to Jane, gets closer and closer, picks her up by the waist, and lifts her slowly onto the gym teacher's desk.
What the frick is
He's
this?
staring directly into her eyes, and he kisses her on the
Pause. Morgan, what do you got me watching?
forehead, gives her a nice tight hug, and says, you're a total knockout, and I'm definitely going to take you on a date when you turn 18.
Okay. I see what's going on here. Morgan. Keep going. Trust me, it gets crazier. I don't.
Jane smiled. Officer Robert Devine, the head of the Police Explorers program, thought she, a 12-year-old, was a total knockout.
How old is he?
Late 20s. As
Oh.
an adult, Jane still cringes when she thinks back to
That's
this
what I was trying to
time.
ask.
I mean, she always thought it was very strange.
I thought
that
he was like,
Officer
I mean,
Robert never really
I thought he was like 17, 18. That would still be strange, but like, I thought he was at least a little closer. She said like late 20s?
turned her down, and that he would allegedly joke about finding 13-year-old girls when they turn 18 so that they could have sexual relations. This is a memory that she tried to forget as she got older. It just felt so cringe. It felt so gross, especially now that she has a 12-year-old daughter herself. But it is a memory that she would have to call the police department about. when she hears that her childhood crush, Officer Robert, is somehow linked to the mysterious death of a local pregnant woman. Why would the town think that a police officer was involved in a young pregnant woman's death?
First of all,
This question
I didn't know there was a
would
murder.
blow open the lid to a world of some really, really dark allegations. Allegations that multiple married police officers had intimate relations with a young, vulnerable woman.
Multiple.
Allegations that some of these inappropriate relationships started while the officers were adults and she was just 14 years old.
Oh my
And
god.
allegations that one of these cops had gotten her pregnant. And that would ultimately lead to the biggest speculation of them all. Did one of them want to kill her to keep her quiet?
Copyright. Oh my goodness, Morgan. Like I said, I mentioned this before. I've mentioned this before. If you know this person before they're 18,
Today's spawn.
if you've met them before they're 18, right, before they're of age, it's a wrap. I don't even know how in your mind you can not see them as that kid. And I already made the example of like my little cousin, how I remember babysitting her and how I was there at the hospital when she was born. No matter how old she's getting, like she's like, I don't know how old she is now, like what, 9? I still see the little girl, that little baby that I babysat, that I saw at the hospital. That's what I see. So how can you just see her? Like you saw her as a child, you probably babysat her, sat her, you're like, hey, how's it going? Just because she's 18 now, you're like, oh, hey, what? Oh my gosh, it's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This is the nation's largest grassroots mental health nonprofit that is dedicated to building better lives for millions of Americans. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers, translators, while they focus on shedding light on stories
NAMI,
from all over the world. And
I was
we would
about
also
to say
like to thank
something
you
about
guys
that.
for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates for these causes. And of course, as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, there is a really good podcast on this case called The Case. They did an absolute deep dive in this. I mean, they did a lot of incredible work over there. This case is not the most well-known case out there, and it was certainly not talked about enough, especially when they started doing their investigations. So this podcast, they had conversations with anonymous sources who knew the parties involved that we're talking about today. They went to the apartment building where the deceased was found. They really put in their whole all.
You think a 23-year-old dating a 18-year-old or a 19-year-old gross? Like I feel like cuz we've established adulthood is 18, 19. It only gets weird to me, like I said, when there was some contact before they were of age. You know what I mean? But if you don't know who this person is, you've never met them before, and you go to like a party or something or a bar or something, you meet, I mean, I don't know about a bar because I don't know if, 18-year-olds be at a bar, depending on country, I guess. And then you meet them, and then you get together, like 23, 22, 23. I don't think it's it's crazy. Like I said, it's all about like the time of meeting. Like hearing those stories, like even if like you want to push it to like a 50-year-old person and like a 23, 24-year-old, sure, you can be like, yeesh, sure, right? But I feel like it's only like super crazy to me is if, oh yeah, she used to babysit my granddaughter. I'm like, oh my gosh, sir. What?
Out into the open, out into the public, and getting it talked about. So please go and listen and support The Case. That's the podcast name. And I would also recommend checking out Justice for Sandra Birchmore on Facebook. It is a page run by Melissa Berry, and the members are focused on
Who's
spreading
that?
awareness on this. So with that being said,
Oh, is that the person?
this is a case that's going to come with some hefty disclaimers. So please keep these in mind throughout the entirety of the episode. Nobody has been formally investigated or charged of murder in this case. All discourse surrounding foul play is purely just based off of suspicion. Any theories that I talk about today are just that. They're just theories, at least as of right now. They are theories that have been circulating amongst netizens and not in the court of law or even by prosecutors. This is all speculation. All the information in this video is available online and to the public as well. And technically, this case has no real suspects because, again, there is no...
To be with 19-year-olds, don't have to know them prior to... I still think... I mean, it's still, like, sure, it is still, like, you can still say it's, like, weird, you know? It is weird. You can still say it's weird. But it's like, at that point, we've established all these things. Is it right? Hey, who am I to say? Would I think it was weird, especially if it was like, let's say my little cousin, you know, she just turns 19. Or I can just say my other cousin, she turned 20 not too long ago. And she would have come up to me and talking about, oh, look at my new, I'm like, look at your new what? Obviously, I think it's, you know, but like, hey, like I said. Ooh, that looks cool right there. I like that lighting right there. So I understand what you're saying, Morgan. And it's strange, especially like when you see people like just, and it's like wild. Like the whole what's his name? That basketball player. What is his name? The basketball player. He's getting like accused of something, right? And this girl, she's like 30 something, I think, right? She knew him when he was in college. I'm like, miss, you like 30. It's kind of strange. And there was this other lady. She had a kid with this guy, right? She was at his college basketball games. Just out there watching, cheering him on. I'm like, kind of looked like you were scouting. It's kind of strange, man. But it's weird. It's weird all around. I understand what you're saying, Morgan, but like, man, because I feel like I'm always just thinking on the best case scenario, and if that's even a thing, like they're just both out somewhere, they see each other, and then they, you know, kick it off and stuff. But like, obviously, we can't always think like that because there's weirdos out there. But yeah, guys, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and also subscribe if you're new. Right now, I'm just drawing my OC Martha right here. I'm going to be doing, I think I'm going to draw, oh, this is Martha again, by the way, but this is like when she's older. I think I'm going to do maybe one of her in the same outfit. That would be interesting. I don't know. No, I don't think I will. All right, then, Titan. Then you don't even need to say that. You could have just kept it to yourself. You could have really just kept it to yourself.
No real investigation into Sandra's death, but I do personally think that there should be. Again, I'm not insinuating that someone or multiple people are guilty. I just think that they can open an investigation. I think, personally, there are enough questions that feel unanswered surrounding her death that should be looked into. And that's a personal opinion. And quick disclaimer, when I mentioned someone today being questioned or interviewed, can you guys tell I'm like kind of freaked out? There's a lot of cops in this story. So quick disclaimer, when I mentioned someone today being interviewed or questioned, I'm using that word by definition of someone is asking someone questions and interviewing them. But for legal purposes, nobody in this case is legally considered a suspect and they are not being interrogated. Everyone we talk about, even if they are being interviewed or questioned, are just considered witnesses. And there might be times where I refer to a relationship between two people as a, quote, inappropriate relationship. But it would be, in a lot of people's personal opinions, that a better fitting word would be abuse, R word, grooming. But for legal reasons, I will be calling it inappropriate relationship, even if I have differing personal opinions about certain situations. So with that being said, let's get into it. In 2014, dozens of Stoughton police officers get a notification pop up on their phone. Some of them are on shift. They're pulling their phone out of their pocket of their uniform. Others are resting at home with their families when their phone dings. Some are patrolling around in their police vehicles with like suspects in the back. It's a Facebook message from a name that they're all familiar with. Depending on each person's ranking, it's either their coworker or their boss. So they all know who this guy is that's messaging them. It's Robert Devine, Officer Robert Devine of the Stoughton Police Department.
Thank you for contributing to a healthy Stoughton, and we applaud your efforts.
That's weird. Why would he be mass messaging the officers at the station? They click open the message, and there is just a string of explicit pictures of Officer Robert Devine having sexual relations with a woman that is not his wife. His wife, Lisa Devine, also happens to be a police officer in the next town over. So everybody knows this married couple of cops, but that's not his wife in the pictures. The police officers, they feel like they're looking at something illegal. Did he mean to send us his pictures? Because the account is from someone named Robert Devine. So is that Robert Devine sending us the pics? Did he accidentally mean to send it to just his mistress, but instead selected all of his colleagues and all of his colleagues' wives instead? Because some of the other officers' wives, who aren't even in the police department, they received the notification. So what the hell is going on? The next time Robert Devine walks into the station, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone was staring at him weird. He gets called into the police chief's office, where he had a "let me explain, it's not what it looks like" moment. According to Robert, he met a woman named Tiffany. They started engaging in intimate relations just a few times, just like once or twice. But by that summer, the flowers had bloomed, the rain and snow were gone, and he woke up and he's like, you know what? I'm a married man. I probably shouldn't be having an affair.
It's always funny when people when people are cheating, right? And they always have that in their mind. After the 100th time, I just sat there and I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm married. I'm in a relationship. Like, this shouldn't, like, I'm just like, what? I mean, like, why not the 99th time? Why this time specifically? That's interesting, you know? That's interesting. Like, what is it? Is it like second degree murder is like when a first degree murder is like when you've planned the act before it? Isn't that what second degree is? I mean, first degree? Isn't first degree, like, doesn't that mean when you planned on it before it happening? Exactly, because they got caught. But like, isn't that what first degree is? First degree is when you plan the killing. Okay, so yeah, first degree is like when it's planned. I feel like a lot of the times, second degree is when it isn't planned. Okay, I feel like a lot of the times when people are like caught cheating, they always are like, oh, this is second degree, you know? Like, oh no, this wasn't planned. Like, we were just there and then things just happened. I'm just like, things just happen. Especially like when it's like, so you got in your car, turned it on, drove to the person's house, got inside, right? Sat down, probably, you know, took off her clothes, and then what? This seems like a plan to me. Because on your way there, and there was no moment of before, like, oh, well, like, it just happened. Come on now. Come on, shut that stuff up, man. They always do. I feel like, I just like when people are just, hey, man. I just love that. Because I was watching this video of this guy, he caught his wife cheating, right? He literally went into the house, saw her in the bed with the guy, and then she said, well, like, you shouldn't have been treating me that. I was like, you shouldn't have been treating. What? Why don't you just say, well, you caught me? Like, I just, like, can't people just say that? Well, you caught me, hey. I mean, hey, you caught me. That's all I want to hear. Like, hey, hey, yep, I was cheating and you caught me. That's all I want to hear. And then at the end, we could just. But they always try to defend it. It's kind of like, obviously they didn't expect to get caught, but still, like, just, you got caught, just own it.
There's the mistress.
Just own it.
She's insane. She's territorial. She's not having it. She was sending me messages threatening to exit her own life if I didn't stay with her. And I guess as an act of desperation, she sent
or
explicit
night
photos
time
to all of the coworkers.
Exactly.
Maybe she
They just get
realized
mad
that
when they
he was
get
gonna
caught.
break up with her regardless of what she said, so he should at least have to face the music too and not try to hide the fact that they had scandalous relations. Now
Wait,
this is
hold
on
up.
Robert's side of the story.
Rewind. What the heck did he just say?
He was gonna explore her own life if I didn't stay with her, and I guess as an act of desperation, she sent explicit photos to all of the coworkers.
Oh, so she did.
Maybe she realized that he was gonna break up with her regardless of what she said, so he should at least have to face the music too and not try to hide the fact that they had scandalous
That
relations.
don't make no sense.
Now this is all Robert's side of the story. He said Tiffany was just absolutely obsessed with him. She is an unhinged mistress who can't get over the fact that he's just not that into her. And because having an affair isn't necessarily illegal, and I guess the police did not see it as like a fireable offense to send explicit photos to coworkers, Officer Roberts' 2014
Affair should be
quote,
illegal.
scandal, if you will, turned more into a
You go to
moral
jail.
dilemma. So she changed her name legally and had to get away from it all. She's not the girl that she once was. He preyed on a vulnerable woman and then completely decimated her life.
All right.
He is the worst kind of person. He knew
All
the
right.
power that he had, and he played her.
All
he
right.
got caught, and then he blamed everything on her, making her out to be this unhinged mistress that she's not.
All right, who's this girl?
Wait, so
Who's this
who
girl?
sent
All
the
right.
photos?
We don't know.
Roberts said that it was her.
Hold up,
Tiffany, who
Morgan.
sent
Do
the
you know
photos.
how old Tiffany is? How old is Tiffany? Is she gonna say? No, they shouldn't. Oh my gosh, Titan! I can't believe it. I can't believe Titan really responded right there, thinking I was serious. Affairs. Oh, are you seriously responding to this, Titan? Like I'm serious.
Into his account and sent all the photos.
But Tiffany's life was ruined because her explicit photos are out there now, and people are talking about it, and so she shared. Okay.
And, you know, how do you really live in a town when all the cops in that town hate your guts? That's a very dangerous situation to be in, I would imagine. So from Tiffany's side, she basically, it seems like she's saying, Robert used his power as a cop, had an affair with her, and it was his word over hers. Made her into the crazy mistress to the point where she had to change her life. But Robert Devine would just say, no, she was just obsessed with me. 7 years later, he would claim another woman was just obsessed with him. But she would end up dead. Have you ever been stuck in like a Category 3 snow blizzard? A snowstorm? It's really bad. So typically in Category 3 blizzards, you're looking at close to 2 feet of snow accumulated on the ground.
Snow is
wind
like,
speeds of over 100
snow
miles
is
per
fun,
hour.
but like when it's
Schools would
serious, it's
typically
serious.
be shut down. It's advised that people have enough water, gas, and backup power to last 3 days. If you absolutely must go out, it's encouraged that you stuff giant bags of sand into the trunk of your car. Because most cars are front heavy. So if you're spinning around in the snow because the ground is frozen, you need to have some
I mean, I wasn't driving at the time.
And
so
in the
I
worst
guess,
case
I didn't know
scenario,
that.
if you are driving and you fall into a ditch in your car, they tell you to have a large flashlight on the ready to signal for help. And that weekend in Massachusetts and New York, there was a Category 3 blizzard. It was unofficially named the Winter Storm Orlena, and it caused close to $1.9 billion in damage.
Dang.
When was this?
January 31st to February 4th, 2021. So in Canton, Massachusetts, this is like a 40-minute drive from Boston. The storm was taken very, very seriously. You're talking about Massachusetts. These people know what they're doing when it comes to snow. 6 people ended up passing away from that blizzard. And Thursday, February 4th, 2021, it was like the day after the blizzard. The sun is back up and it feels like things are going to start kicking back into normal. Police get a phone call. A 23-year-old teacher's assistant failed to show up to work. Her colleagues at the school, they're starting to get a little worried. I mean, for a few reasons. So before the snowstorm, this woman, Sandra, had told a colleague in the school hallway that if something were to happen to her, her boyfriend would be responsible. And now she's not at work. So yeah, maybe they're getting a little paranoid. Maybe they're overthinking.
That's so weird to me. That's so weird to me because just like that last video that we saw, with the guy who his wife killed him, And he said, if anything were to happen to me, it's her. And in the other video, when she said, if anything were to happen to me, I didn't do it myself. The pastor one, when she said, if anything were to happen to me, I didn't do it to myself. He did it. I just don't understand. Like, I mean, is there just no way out for some of these people? They just feel like they can't leave. Like they can't leave. Because if you're going to state, yo, if anything happens, yo, it was him. I'm just like, you're that terrified of this person? And you just trapped? I mean, I guess, like, you know, dang, bro. Dang.
It's just she snowed in from the blizzard or she's late. Either way, they requested a wellness check on 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore. 3 officers get dispatched to her apartment building right after the blizzard. And they start knocking on her unit's door. No response. Okay, maybe she's not home. Maybe she was on her way to work. She was driving, got lost, got onto a frozen piece of a stretch of road, fell into a ditch. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she could have stayed with a friend during the snowstorm. Just to be certain, though, they go out into the apartment building's parking lot, which is outside, and one car is sticking out like a sore thumb. There's just one vehicle in the entire lot that has what looks like a brick wall of snow surrounding it. Like it's cubed in snow. The other cars, they had some snow, but not nearly as much. This car looked like it had been sitting there, unmoving since the start of the blizzard, and all of the blizzard had just accumulated on this car.
And that's been, what, days? How many days?
Yeah, days. The wellness check got a lot more serious once they verified that was Sandra's car, because that means she's probably still in the apartment. If she went somewhere in the middle of the snowstorm, she would have taken her car, right? Like, nobody in their right mind just walks out of their apartment into a blizzard. Following that logic, if she did not take her car, she did not leave her apartment, and the only reason she's not answering the door right now and not showing up to work is because the police call for the property manager to ask her to let them into the unit. The minute that Sandra's door was unlocked, 3 things just smacked the 3 officers in the face. 1, Sandra's 2 cats were meowing really loudly when they opened the door. 2, you know how when you walk by a neighbor's place, they open their door and you get a whiff. You can almost smell what they smell like. Every house, every unit has a different scent, and it's odd. It's not necessarily bad or good. Sometimes it's food, sometimes it's this. And the physical act of opening the door just pushes the scent out straight into your nostrils. Well, the scent coming from this unit was strong, and it wasn't good. And 3, the apartment is not big, so the minute that the door swings open, the officers get a good look into the place. The entire kitchen and hallway looked like the winter storm had been inside. It was a disaster. Every centimeter of the kitchen counter was covered in something. Old letters, junk mail, medication, trash. They step into the living room. The carpet's got balls of fur that's like rolling around like tumbleweeds, debris, trash covering practically every single surface, including the floor, the couch. There's boxes of stuff that look like it's just been emptied, dumped onto the couch. Which is interesting because it's not really giving a typical hoarder situation. Maybe Sandra was looking for something.
How did
Sandra, are you there?
What
You're with
the
the Stoughton
freak?
Police Department for
Listen, Zura needs to be tested, bro, for something. Like Zura, like, it's like honestly, I'm gonna say, in every 3 streams, Zura has to bring up this one-armed chick. Like, randomly. He's like, would you ever date somebody with one arm? And then another, like, weeks later, he'd be like, you know what? Like, honestly, would you honestly date a girl with one arm? Like, I don't know. And then now, I would date a girl with one arm. But if she cheats? Why? Like, where is this coming from, Zura? Like, do you know somebody out there who do got one arm that look good and you were debating it or something? Like, cause you bring this up a lot. Like, a lot. Like, we need answers, sir. We need answers. Like, we honestly need answers. Oh, right. You might be right. That pizza girl, she might just have one arm. You wish she had one arm? What? You. Okay, let's play.
A wellness check. The officers open the nearest door to them and they step into the restroom. Everything in there is very neat and organized. Very interesting. It's a contrast. So it's a question of, is she just
You don't
messy,
love the pizza girl.
or
You
did
don't know who the
something
pizza girl
happen?
is, man.
But if she's just messy, she just has a thing for her bathroom, she likes to keep it clean, then they turned and they see another door. This door was slightly closed. It was open a crack. There was this strange glow coming from the crack of the door, almost like coming out of the room, like a colorful Christmas glow. You know those rainbow string lights? It's like that weird orangish bluish tint. That was glowing from under the door, and it's February. They push open the door, and the entire room is just like outside. Bags, paper, even a necklace just on the floor. The bed is unmade, empty bags everywhere. The window has colorful Christmas lights strung up around it, festive. And in the middle of the floor is Sandra. Her feet are pointing towards the door, so the officers would have likely faced her when they walked in. She had a scarf tied around her neck, and it was attached to the closet doorknob. So she's sitting, remember the Sherman case? Very similar to the Sherman case. Around her mouth, there was dried blood. At least from just looking at her, it was stated that there were no physical signs of abuse, no markings on her body, no indication of being struck or defensive wounds or even bruising or swelling. So their assumption, the police, the 3 officers that get there, their assumption is that it's called a partial suspension. If you were to exit and you didn't want to do a full suspension, which is likely more daunting, this could be a way to do it.
Is the dog okay?
Where
I just looked outside. I thought she saw
using the weight
something,
of your
but
neck or just propelling
let me
your
go check
head
for a second.
forward to constrict your airway.
I mean, like, I don't know. There's nothing outside. She's just tweaking. But let me rewind a little bit because I don't know. Oh, they found the body and she's facing towards them.
Weight of your neck or just propelling your head forward to constrict your airways. Now, the problem with this is some sources say that it's common, some say that it's not. The biggest thing is most of the time, if it is common, it seems, and I couldn't get accurate statistics on this, so please don't quote me, it seems that most people will do a lot of drugs or alcohol before they exit in this method, just because it's your survival instinct to get up, to stop the process. Sandra was pronounced dead at the scene at 11:46 a.m. on February 4th, 2021. She was only 23 years old. One of the first things the officers did was they pulled the CCTV footage from the apartment building to see when Sandra was last seen entering her apartment. They just wanted to get a more accurate time of death. They combed through the footage, and they see a few things that are very interesting. Monday, February 1st. So remember, she's found Thursday morning, February 4th. Monday, she's seen in and out of her unit, picking up packages from the mailroom, getting food delivered. And interestingly enough, Monday night, she goes outside to her car with a snow shovel and a snow brush. She's seen on CCTV cameras wiping off all the snow from her car, basically. So why would someone scrape off the snow from their car at around 5:30 p.m.? Because they have plans to drive it the next morning and they don't want to do it in the morning. Sandra is seen entering the lobby elevator and presumably goes back to her apartment unit at around 5:30 p.m. Now, we don't have CCTV from each individual floor of the building, but where else would she have gone after entering the elevator? That was the last time she was seen, Monday, February 1st at 5:30 p.m. Then just 4 hours later, someone strange appears on the CCTV cameras. And just to give you size reference, when I saw pictures of Sandra on the CCTV camera, she looks very normal sized, maybe a little bit shorter than average, but she looks like a normal human standing in the lobby waiting for the elevator. The elevator buttons come up to or above her belly button.
Yeah, she's short.
So, kind of a petite girl. 4 hours later,
oh
around
my
9:30
gosh,
PM, a man that nobody in the leasing office recognizes, a man wearing a black jacket,
oh
a black
my
coat,
gosh,
a
my
mask,
boy,
and black work boots. He's got his head angled down the whole time that he's in the lobby. It's almost like he's hiding from the cameras. And the one thing to note about this man, other than the fact that nobody in the building management recognizes him as a resident of the building, nobody knows who he is. But he also is very massive. He's tall, he's burly. The elevator buttons come down below hip level for him. For Sandra, they were basically at her chest. If you're watching the visual episode on YouTube or Spotify, you'll see, but this man makes the lobby look miniature sized. Hypothetically speaking, if Sandra were to try and touch the top of this man's head, she would have to jump, and even then, I'm not sure that she would be able to. At 9:15 p.m., the mystery masked man enters the building. He is seen leaving at 9:43 p.m. He was in the building.
gotta be like 6, yo, look at the roof. Okay, hold on. Let me, cause I'm pretty sure, but I don't want to mess this up, cause Titan be calling people stupid. Yeah, okay, yeah. So an average height for a door is 6'8", right? So if I'm doing that, this man up there, bro, he 6'6" or something. God.
Building for 28 minutes, the day that Sandra was last seen alive. In the police report, the officer stated, despite
to go to the
all
league,
clutter,
exactly. That's what
all
I'm about to say.
items
I'm about to say
appeared
who
be
you
in
play for.
intended locations, and no items appear to have been knocked over or strewn about in an unintended manner. Basically saying, she's just messy. The walls showed no
Did
signs
not stand a
of
chance.
scuff
I mean,
marks or
listen,
indentations. No
if
drag
this
marks
guy
were
was
visible on
him,
the
he
floor
could have
or
just
carpeting.
he could have just came in, he was probably also cheating on his wife, you know what I mean? Because he's obviously in the league, right? He just, he was around and he was like, hey, where you at? She's like, oh, I'm in this apartment complex. Come see me. And then, so he's just there. This guy has nothing to do with this. He's just, over, he's just at layover, for the game because he got to go, to a different state. So he
ruled her death a suicide. They definitively ruled out any and all foul play. But that just leaves a lot of questions to be unanswered. Like the masked man. You're saying it's just a coincidence that there was a hooded masked man that entered the building.
Because he didn't want the cameras to catch him because, he's supposed to be overseas.
I mean, not overseas. Was last seen alive. That's just a coincidence.
He's supposed to be
and he only stayed for
somewhere
28
else.
minutes. What was he doing for 28 minutes?
I mean, he had to
and
get
something.
He had to get good. I mean, listen, Morgan, I know you know the answers to these questions. I don't want to hear it. Okay, let me just, because this guy, you know. All right.
Somebody that had nothing to do with Sandra, why wouldn't they just come forward? Like, oh, that's me. I was visiting my friend that lives in unit 891. I don't even know this Sandra woman, but just to clarify, that's me.
Are they gonna find out her estimated time of death?
It's that time, is the belief, yeah. Because she stopped contacting people. There were no text messages or calls abruptly after. And the way that Sandra was found hanging on the floor with a strap tied to the door handle, it would mean that Sandra would have to actively move her neck forward to be constricting her airways enough. So for several minutes, she would have to fight against her survival instincts. Also, this is a very intentional action. It's very common for people to leave a note or even a message or text message before something like this. And there was nothing. The only thing was her entire kitchen, her living room, bedroom, they were a mess. It looked like someone was looking for something.
Yeah,
It's really
it looked like
unclear how
someone
the
was looking
police
for something.
differentiated between the mess they found in Sandra's apartment from just bad cleanliness from a mess that indicated that there was a fight or altercation. Another thing was, Sandra was also pregnant. She was really excited about it, had just recently picked up a baby seat from the package room.
Oh, she got a baby
Allegedly,
seat
there was
too.
also male DNA found in Sandra's underwear at the time of her death.
Oh, so
And
she
next
was.
to her knee, just out of reach, was Sandra's phone, where the police would find thousands of messages between Sandra and police officers from the Staunton Police Department. Who was the masked man? Who is the father of Sandra's baby? All signs pointed to one of Staunton's own police officers. According to some anonymous sources, so take this with a grain of salt, everyone knew that the kids in the Staunton Police Explorers program were flirting with the police officers.
That is so.
And the issue is, none of the adults did anything about it.
Oh my gosh, bro. You see, this is like when I always say, watch your kids, bro, because this is so like obviously I can't blame the kids for this, but like, what do parents have, bro? They just drop their kids off and say, "Oh, I guess my kid is safe here." I don't know how you can have so much trust in people around your kids. That's so wild to me.
It's not the kids' problem, it's the adults' problem. Some might even argue that a lot of these adults, literal police officers, either turned a blind eye or even encouraged the kids to flirt with adults. Robert Devine was the leader of the Staunton Police Explorers program, the program that teaches
Oh, so he
local
was the
kids special
guy.
skills that might come handy in life later, like
He was
CPR,
the guy.
working with
The one
police
who
animals.
lifted her up by the waist. What the heck? Yo. That's so weird, bro. Like, by the waist is too much, bro. It's too much. Even when I'm like trying to carry like my little baby like cousins, I gotta go for the arms, bro. Like, get up. By the waist. This man was it. Get up on the counter. What the heck? Sir! You are a grown man! Oh my gosh. And obviously kids are not going to say anything. I don't know what year this happened. Like, because this happened more recently. 2021 or something, right? But she was 12 when it happened. Right? So she was 12 when it happened. So let's do some quick maths, guys. 23, right? Minus 11 is 12, right? 2021 minus 11, 2010. Oh, snap. Wait, hold up. I could have just did 2021, me, 2 years to minus 2. Come on, bye. Come on, my boy. But, wow. I mean, social media wasn't as crazy as it is now. But they're still able to hide stuff. Because we were still hiding things as kids.
The minors were developing very natural crushes on the police officers. And this is such a natural part of developing, is to form interest and connections with people that are around you.
Exactly.
It said that many of the
Super
girls,
crazy.
they were trying to get alone time with him in his office. They would try to flirt with him in ways that were very obvious, not just to Officer Robert Devine, but to all the officers that even oversaw the Police Explorers program. They would wear low-cut shirts that felt very intentional. And if you're thinking of blaming the child or anything like that, I think that is incredibly misguided.
Because who the heck is
think
buying...
having these
First of all, they
crushes
don't
on
got jobs. Who's buying low-cut shirts for their kids? Huh? Who buying low-cut shirts for their kids? I'm telling you right now, especially in the world we live in now, it is insane. It is truly insane, bro. Remember I told you, bro, about the little girl when I was at like Walmart, and this little girl, she was walking in with her parents, and she was like super far back. And I was like, because it was like a whole bunch of kids, but this girl was by the door, like right here walking. The parent and the group were walking over here this way, and there's a whole bunch of crowd of people, and I'm just like, yo, and I was looking at this girl because I was like, yo, if anything pop off, their parents aren't going to be able to do anything, and I can't sit here and just go home, and then next thing you know, Amber Alert, have you guys seen a little white girl? What? Ain't that the little girl I saw over there? Oh no, so I have to be alert, right? And then eventually dad turns around and then right? Brian, it looked like they were all like out running or something. Brian, when I tell you, Brian, this little girl was probably like what? Like she was young, bro. Like at most 7, I think. At most 7. Bro, tell me why this little girl had on like this little crop top with some shorts. What the frick is she doing? And obviously it's not her, because she don't got no money. Her mom's is buying this. Her dad's is buying this. It is crazy out here, bro. It is crazy. Oh my gosh, bro. And you saw that one video we just saw with the guy who kidnapped the girl, but the girl was still alive, and then she came back, and then she said, I'm alive, and then he took himself out. Bro, there are people like this out here in these streets, and you walking around with your little daughter like that? Oh my gosh. Remember what my dad said? There's some men, certain professions that... Yeah, that is true. That is true. Like, we just heard about that one story about that game show. They literally buried her in cement. Right? Obviously it wasn't like fully done yet, but if it wasn't tied to the uncle, they would have never found the girl's body. These people be doing, like, they know what they doing. Man, I really don't understand, bro. Even the dog, exactly, the dog, like, what, like, man, she wasn't with me, but if she was with me, she would have looked and be like, what the heck? She would have been barking at the little girl. You better go home and put on some clothes. And obviously, like I said, I can't blame her. This girl is probably like 7 at most. So she not only didn't dress herself, she didn't buy those clothes. And people are always like, well, just because she's wearing doesn't mean... I really hate when people are saying that, because obviously that is true. But you know there's weirdos out here. You know that there's weirdos out here, right? We all agree. We all can agree there are weird people in the world. So, and these weird people, guess what? They don't care about the law. Because if they did, they wouldn't do what they do. But they do it because they don't care, right? So we establish these people are weird and these people don't care about the law. So why are you now trying to, well, I'm going to do it anyways because they shouldn't. You're going to do it anyways because they shouldn't. What? This is insane. Especially putting your kids along with this. Crazy.
People are normal. I think children are exploring their emotions, and it's up for the adults to create these boundaries that are safe for the kids while they develop.
Exploring their emotions? Nah. I think my 12-year-old daughter, obviously, if you bless me with a daughter, bro, my 12-year-old daughter, she gonna be walking around. I don't know if you guys remember back then, how back in the early 2000s, them little high waters, you know, with the little graphic Hannah Montana shirts. That's what she wearing. That's it. She ain't gonna have no low cut nothing. She fully turtlenecked up in the summertime. What? She don't got no money. This is all out of my pocket. My wife's like, oh, it's hot. Why don't we give her a little? No, why don't we give her a little nothing? Nah, she gonna stay hot. Okay, she gonna stay covered up like that. Man, I like I don't know. There's weirdos out here. I ain't gonna give no weirdo extra canvas area to look at. Looking at her arms and stuff. Nah, her arms are all covered up. Everything covered up. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Normal. I don't think that children are ever to blame. And I think, again, it's the responsibility of the adults that are watching over them to inform them or nicely inform them that this is not appropriate, create a boundary, discuss this with their parents.
Especially
turtleneck summertime. Her parents, listen, right, how the freak is she getting a low-cut shirt? Last I checked, 12-year-olds don't got jobs. I mean, obviously some of them, and you know, it's illegal stuff. But there's no, like, I ain't saying all of these people do, right? And listen, this is all I'm gonna say. Listen, take it as you will. But it's most likely the mom's buying the low-cut shirts. Oh, you're being so really? Listen, there are weird dads out there, but I have never met a dad, all right, without the mom like pushing for it, that voluntarily bought his daughter a low-cut shirt. And if so, this man needs to be on the list somewhere, bro. That's weird. His daughter is 12 and he got her a low-cut shirt? For what? And he knows this is like the time when things are changing? Whoa, sir. I'll be hanging out with the dads at the park, and then he'd be like, "Oh, that's your daughter?" He's like, "Yeah, I just bought her that outfit. What you think?" Right then and there, I'm getting up, calling the authorities and saying, "You see that man right there? Listen, he hasn't done nothing yet, but just keep your eye on him, all right? Keep your eye on that man right there. It's right there, yeah." And then you be like, "Why, sir? Why do you see that little girl? That's his daughter. He bought that outfit. He said it was a good idea." Oh, yeah, that's a weird one. Yep, that is a weird one. Just keep your eye on him. Listen, I ain't say he didn't know yet. You don't gotta arrest him yet, but just from here and there, just check up on him. The wellness check. Yeah, just check on him. Just check on him. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, but like, cause somebody has to buy it, right? And I'm not talking about like all these girls are out here doing. Oh, you think the girls are cutting them up themselves? But still, like, I mean, they be high and stuff. But like, when it's under your roof, cause it's like this, it's kind of like this. If your kid is smoking weed in your house, right? Let's say your kid lives in your house and they're smoking weed, right? This is on you. It is on you. Your mom denied. Good on your mom. Good on your mom. W mom. In not so legal ways. Listen, I understand there are people that do that, Morgan. But I mean, like, with all of these girls, especially going to this police academy, I doubt they're all, out here stealing, right? But I bet a good amount of them are dressed like that, They have low cut shirts and stuff like that. And they could be borrowing them for them friends and stuff, but like, still, like, whoa. Yeah, I know. Kids be sneaky. I know. I was a kid once. Okay. I was a kid once. There was some sneaky stuff that I had to resort to. I understand. But like, I feel like especially because, and obviously different generations and stuff, but especially because, I was a kid once. I understand the world, even though we have more tech and more, like just more tech and we get more advanced in the world, people are still usually the same. They're good kids, they're bad kids, right? They're bullies, they're nerds, they're jocks throughout the world, right? Like you always see these groups around the world. So you understand these things. You understand your kid isn't going to always tell you the straight up truth, right? So you really gotta just be on them. Not like suffocating them, but like you gotta be on them. Understanding like, listen, I know this is a time when, people are starting to do stuff. And obviously you gotta get the moms to usually talk about this because it's always really weird when your dad is talking to you. Because I understand that. Like, talking to my mom about like certain things was like, come on, But you just gotta be like, understand this is a really important time because they don't know what's going on with their bodies and their minds. Because things just start, like, they just start tweaking, right? Emotions, they start getting sad, crying, getting super angry, emotional. You know what I mean? Things just start going crazy. And this is why, like, highly recommend, especially like with your younger brothers or like your sons, like when they're around that age, get them into like some martial art, some physical activity, because they got to exert all that aggression and all that emotion somewhere, right? And obviously it'd be better in a healthier way before they start like punching stuff and before all that stuff starts happening. Crazy though. Crazy.
But to Robert Devine, it seemed like he liked it.
Of course he
That's
did.
an opinion of mine, okay?
Weirdo.
Not facts. Some sources state that he would have young 12 to 13-year-old girls in his police car, in his patrol car, in his personal car, and he did not act like an adult around these kids, is what is alleged. He acted like he was one of them. Allegedly, he would ask them to come out and hang out with him in his office.
Okay, that's weird.
Just hang out with him. He would allegedly say things like, "Come find me when you're 18."
Okay, that's the weirdest
He would flirt
thing.
with them. People said he was almost like that douchey
That
jock
listen,
asshole. That
I mean, see, like I said, jock. That they exist all around the world, and not just in school. But like, I feel like that has to be like a. Listen, Titan's gonna take this seriously when I say it, but that gotta be like a what you call it, a prison worthy offense. Just to say that phrase, find me when you're 18. That got, like, I feel like you gotta put somebody in. Like, I don't care who it is. If anybody utters those words, right? Especially to somebody who is not even close. This girl was 12 years old. Like, I feel like can we agree? That person needs to get, they need to go behind bars. You know, not for a long time, maybe for a couple of months. But just to understand, you shouldn't be talking like this. Especially to kids, bro. Find me when you're 18. What you thinking this is? Homers be going crazy. Yeah, it's just like it's a crazy thing. Like, even, like I said, because I have pretty young children in my family. I didn't even because obviously when I went through it, I didn't understand it. But like, yo, it's like they be tweaking. It's like kind of like scary too, because I'm just like talking to them. I'm like, yo, you good? And like, yeah. And it's like, it's kind of like things are going like off in their minds. This one has potential. Yeah, I think you should definitely be at least for like a month or two. You know? Cause ain't no way you saying that. Like, with a straight face. Hey, yo, find me in like 6 years. What? I'm laughing, but that is so crazy. That is so crazy to utter those words, bro. What? Like, right? That has to mean, like, what you just said. This one has potential. Yeah, that has to mean you're looking at this person and you're like, I bet they go look. But you bet they go what? Sir.
A lot of kids gravitate towards when they're 12 because, you know, it's like a 12-year-old, but he was acting like that as like a 30-year-old. 13-year-old Sandra could not wait to join that group. I mean, she had no freaking idea who Robert De Niro was.
Oh my goodness, Morgan. I feel like, I don't know if it's because I'm just going in and out, but like, so this girl is the pregnant girl. Okay. So this girl's the pregnant girl. But when she was, okay, so she's the one. Okay. Look at her posting pictures on social media. Why she got a phone, bro? My kids are having one of these. Look. This is all they get. It's all they get right here. It's all they get. This is all they need, for real. They don't need apps. This is all they need right here. Mm-hmm. That's all they need. This is all they need. I promise you right now. You would never go catch my kid out with no until they're 18 years old. Until they're 18 years old, this is what they getting. Right here. This is all they get. All of it right there. Because all they need their phone for is to call me, right? Or for me to call them, or to call their friends and stuff, right? This is all they getting, bro. And they live on a farm too, so there's no point of anything else. Yeah, right there. And then, right? And then later on, like when they get a little older, I'm going to get them one of these. Right? I'm going to get them one of these when they get a little older. I'm gonna get them one of these. A little sidekick. Alright, that's what they gonna get the little upgrade. And they gonna be homeschooled for like, you know, a good portion of their life. So they're not gonna really get caught up in that whole, oh well, I want the new iPhone 76 because everybody else nope. They ain't gonna know what that is. Right there. You see, this is the first edition. And then they go get the little that little sidekick that it twists up. Man, I had one of these. It was I was like the coolest like kid on the block. I just opened my phone and said, "Wait, let me check my messages." And it did like a little twist. I wish I still had it. I probably still do somewhere. But like it did like a. This is what it did, bro. Right. So it was right here, and then as soon as I open it, it go up and it twists up like that, bro. And I'm like, oh. The cleanest. That's all they get.
Really loved the police. She loved them. She loved anything that had to do with law enforcement, and she wanted to be an officer one day. Sandra was the type of kid, if she saw a police officer, she would strike up a conversation with them, ask them questions, take
So she talked to
pictures with them.
strangers.
She would set her profile picture on Facebook of her.
Oh yeah, you see, my kid ain't gonna have no Facebook. Why the heck? This is weird behavior. This is something that they need to, like, you see the parents. I'm blaming the parents. Like, ain't no way. I don't care who it is. My daughter is not walking up to ask for photos with strangers. Or is this the same guy? I mean, it kind of looks like the same guy, even though it's blurred. It kind of looks like the same guy. So it could be one person, but it looks like she's just walking up to random cops and taking pictures with them.
With local cops, and she genuinely thought like these are real life heroes, which I know right now there is a ton of discourse about the citizens' relationship with law enforcement agencies, and I think it's completely valid and we should be having these conversations. And the sentiment regarding law enforcement has been shifting because a lot of the heinous crimes committed by said officials have been coming to light. But a few things to remember here. Sandra's 13.
13.
And it just felt like she just wanted some stability in her life. And to her,
Dang,
because
that's her grandma?
home life
Dang.
wasn't that consistent, authority figures, teachers, police officers, firefighters,
Did she not have a dad?
doctors, they all just made her feel safe. They felt very stable. They felt like they set the laws and they enforced them, and it's security. So to give you some context, Sandra has what everybody described as kind of a, quote, sucky life.
Yeah, she
Nobody
don't have a dad.
said it in like a demeaning or
She don't have a
malicious
dad.
way. She genuinely just was not dealt the best cards. And it sucked even more because when someone's not dealt the best cards and they start acting out or they commit crimes, you still feel sympathy for them, but it's almost like, man, why are you doing this? But to Sandra, I mean, she's still trying her best like every day with her shitty cards. Her dad was never in the picture, and
see?
I don't
I
know if
knew
it's
it.
the cause of this, but people said that Sandra was always looking for some
father
sort of
figure.
connection, especially with father figures.
Mm-hmm.
People said that Sandra had
You
this
see?
very young, almost
I knew it instantly.
naive, emotional approach to life. She struggled to maintain friendships with people her age, and growing up, she would spend a ton of time in the guidance counselor's office because she felt like she was being bullied by her classmates. Some netizens suspect that because she wasn't able to fully be a kid during her childhood, she would hold on to that childish side of her for longer than most people would. Which isn't like inherently a bad thing, but I do think that it does make her more vulnerable. And this is purely speculation and even just like a random theory, but it does seem like Sandra was looking for connections. But it's not like she had none. So she had her mom, Denise.
Mom, auntie, this is a lady, yeah, auntie, dang, she had a lot of women in her family. She was looking for a strong father figure she couldn't find. You also have to remember she was like a junior cop kind of program. Wanted to be a cop in the future, yeah. Is that the people she looked towards future? Oh yes, not having a dad. Yeah, she looked like she looked like she was looking for a father figure in a sense. Man, it's sad. Never, not even in the picture at all, bro. I blame the mom too. Again. Walking up to strangers. I feel like Morgan kind of has like a personal connection to this story somehow. I could be wrong. I'm just saying. Like I don't know. Well, let's continue. I mean, not exactly, but like, let me just continue though.
She had her aunt and her grandmother. They were like the three mother figures in her life that would do anything for her. And the reason that Sandra was even in the Police Explorers program.
I went to the kid meet police event. Fingerprints taken and carded. I mean, that's cool and all, but I mean, I've always heard it like that. One girl got to ride on the back of a motorcycle. Oh, shoot. Because she answered the question. Man, that question was wrong. You know, these cops were just weird. I'm playing. I don't know. I don't know who this cop is. I'm just saying.
She had a genuine interest in law enforcement, but also because these three mother figures, they're so busy trying to put food on the table for Sandra. They don't have time to watch over her nonstop, even though they wish that.
You see the issues, bro. You see the problems? This is why we need to bring back the whole idea. We need to, man. Like, I hate when I hear stories like this because it's like, she didn't even have a chance because of the decisions that her parents made, you know?
That would be their only job. So they send her to this Police Explorers program because, think about it. I mean, spending your free time as a teenager with police officers, that feels so much safer than whatever wild crowd that she might get involved with at school. Right? Sandra joins the Stoughton Police Department's Explorer program. It's a 10-week program from the local police department where it introduces kids 14 and up to what it's like to being an officer.
But she was 13.
She would stay a police explorer for 6 years.
Dang.
The first year that she gets into the program, it's like right when she turns 14. She was waiting for that day just so she can apply. She's a teeny tiny 14-year-old. She's the shortest, smallest in the group.
She's the only girl there.
I mean, if you look at this picture of her, she's like the little runt of the group. I imagine she's the type that everyone would call tiny but mighty because of how tiny she is.
We need stable two-parent. Exactly.
Or they called her one tough cookie.
We need stable two-parent households. Right? This is why it's so important. It's so important. Because the only people who are really affected are the kids, right? Because of that, not only because her mom sent her there because she was working too hard and she had no time for her daughter. She sent her to some people that she just assumed would be good. And I don't understand how, because with your kids, this is why I just love the fact that my mom was on, I'm not letting you sleep over at nobody's house. Because this instilled in me, like, you can't trust everybody. Just because this is like my best friend, like I shouldn't be able to just trust. She shouldn't trust like his family, right? Because he came over here and there, but I don't trust his family. I don't know who his family knows. I don't know who all these people like who are gonna walk in and out of here, right? Like we have to also understand there are good cops, there are bad cops, right? Just like there are good people and there are bad people. So we have to stop just having this overall good look of, well, all teachers are good, all doctors are good, there's no, because they're humans at the end of the day and they make bad decisions. And when it comes down to your kids, just like Titan said, they need to be like around positive, what do you say? Positive reinforcement, like positive people or like good role models. Don't just assume. Because this man was just cheating on his wife. Like clear as day. And he was the guy that she let around her kids? Or she put her kids around? Like, I really hate that thing. And this is why I like looking at these, because I feel like, even though they're still sad and things to hear, I feel like I'm also learning on how not to do certain things, you know? It's crazy, man.
That's what they called her. And at the Explorer program, she's putting in the work. She's doing push-ups in the parking lot, going on ride-alongs. I mean, this girl had no fear. She was no longer that little girl crying in the guidance counselor's office because she...
I should be a sleepover kid. Was fully open to letting my kids do sleepovers until I actually had them. Exactly. Like, I don't trust nobody. And especially when you hear a lot about these essays, right? That happen to kids, like so CSA, I think they call it. A lot of those things happen in um step parent homes. So if one of the kids has a stepmom or a stepdad, in when they go to sleepovers, these are where these things occur. Like I would say, like a lot of the majority of the time, I can say that is insane. So that should tell you something. Don't like obviously try, you know, to handle everything with your, you know, your kid's fault, your kid's parent, you're the one you had to kid with, and second, do not let your kids sleep at nobody's house because you don't know who those people are, right? Oh, can I sleep over at Jimmy's house? Sure. Now you just think they're just gonna sleep over at Jimmy's house? No, they're gonna sleep over at Jimmy's house with Jimmy's mom and Jimmy's dad, probably, right? Or Jimmy's stepdad. And now these people, you have to think about who they are. Now, does Jimmy's dad have like a criminal record? Okay, Jimmy's dad has a criminal record. Now, Jimmy's dad is also a drug dealer, but you didn't know this, right? So now, something happens, some drug stuff go on, the house gets shot up, and guess what happened? Jimmy's nowhere to be seen with your kid. And then now you're like, oh, but I whose fault is it? I'm telling you. This is why when I hear these stories, I'm just like, like in my mind, I'm taking notes. I'm like, do not bring your kids to just random places. Don't let your kids around people you don't trust, right? That's why I always say the whole thing about the school thing, because I'm just like, I don't know none of these people. My sister told me a coworker got bed bugs because her daughter. Look at that. Look at that. You don't even know. Just bringing all these things over to your house. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going to happen. Hotspot locations. Like big red flags. To the outside. Crazy world we live in. Crazy world we live in. Like there's only a few people, even in my entire family, there are only like a few people that I trust with my life. That I trust, like, that I would be comfortable, like, sleeping at their place. There are family members that I wouldn't be comfortable sleeping at their house. Just like that. You know what I mean? So don't just say, oh, well, because they're family. You gotta also understand, we all have those crazy uncles and cousins and aunties. We all have them. So we have to understand, my kid is not going to be around some of those people. You know? We have to understand, this kid, we chose to bring him here or her here, and we have to understand that this is all on us. However they turn out is from our decisions, right? Because like when you look at a kid, this kid is just mindless. They don't know what you're doing. They'll literally mimic you. Sometimes kids start walking like their parents, right? Just because obviously that's who they've seen walk. That's how they'll mirror you. If you are smoking, doing drugs, your kids are going to most likely grow up smoking and doing drugs. Didn't realize exactly. Oh my gosh. Oh man, crazy place.
She's getting bullied. She feels like she's got purpose in this program. Now just look at the picture of how tiny she is. And the officers would allegedly ask her to meet.
Bro, this is crazy. I wouldn't even mention this. You see her right here? This is her right here. This is not a 14-year-old kid. This is a 10-year-old. How? Like, you must have, like, there's something up. There is no way you look at this little 10-year-old girl. I don't care what you say. She's not 14. She's 10. There's no way you look at this 10-year-old girl and you say, hey, yo, Come see me when you 18. What? That, like what? Like, huh? Bri, I'm like like yo, I feel sick, Bri. Ain't no way you look at that little that Bri, that girl is 10. I don't care what you say to me. That is a 10-year-old little girl. Ain't no way you look at that 10-year-old little girl, Bri, and say that and not have a few things going like something wrong going on. Oh my god.
How tiny she is. And the officers would allegedly ask her to meet up with them at restaurants, share
Oh my
meals
God.
with them,
How the heck did she
add
get
them
there?
on Facebook,
How the
and
heck did she
start
get
messaging them.
How the heck did she get to the restaurant, bro? Did she walk? Does her mom not? Never mind. I'm not even because we already know the mom doesn't have time for.
She would even visit the officers at their homes to babysit their children for them.
Oh my god.
And as Sandra got older, her admiration and her devotion to these officers, it only grew. When Sandra was 18, I mean, this is already after, 4 years of being under the officers' guidance, if you will. Her mom passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, Sandra's mom passed. And Sandra was devastated. Like, we don't know the exact reason for Denise's passing, but we do know that it was likely somewhat abrupt. She had been sick for a while, but she was only 52 years old. And I think it's still shocking for loved ones when a family member passes that young. And then Sandra lost her grandmother the next month.
Oh my.
And then like a year or two later, she loses her aunt.
Oh my.
People who knew Sandra said it was really tough. There was this immediate shift in her personality. She was retreating even more. She craved stability and love even more. She was desperate to just be accepted by someone that she respected. And to her, that was the police officers at the Explorers program. Allegedly, she told friends that police officers, due to the nature of their job, are very stressed out. And if she can do anything to relieve some of that stress for them, she would be more than happy to do it. And it does seem like maybe that's something that an officer told Sandra. After Sandra's death, an internal affairs investigation was kickstarted by the police department. Okay, so this is where it gets very confusing. Sandra's death was ruled a suicide, and that is not an open case. That is not an open homicide investigation. There is no investigation to see if there was any foul play into her actual death. But there is an internal affairs investigation that is focusing on all of the police officers that were in her phone, that were texting her, that were messaging her, that were meeting up with her. And what they're doing is they're just looking for violations of police conduct. They're just trying to see, hey, did you break the rules at work? They're not investigating these police officers to see, did you kill Sandra? Not saying that anybody did, but it's not one of those investigations. It's just, hey, we told you no sexting at work. Did you at work? It's like that. And there are a lot of police officers that were in.
Could be walking, bus, friends, drop off, cop pickup. Yeah, but it's not like like who is like allowing this? Because if my daughter just leaves in the middle of the day, I'm not going to be like, oh, Officer Ted is coming to pick me up. All right, goodbye. What? Like, why? Oh, I'm going to a restaurant. I mean, she probably didn't tell him that, but I'll tell her that. But still, like, bro, this is like she didn't even have a chance, bro.
Sandra's messages trying to talk to her. So let's go through all of them. The very, very difficult thing about this is that nobody knows who Sandra's child's father is. And it becomes a whole thing. But if there are a set of identical twins and they initiate relations with the same woman and she ends up getting pregnant, a standard paternity test cannot tell which identical twin is the father. A standard paternity test looks at about 15 or so markers in the DNA. Identical twins are called identical twins because their DNA is almost identical. So to see the very few, if any, differences in their DNA, you would have to use a test that looks at like 6 billion or so DNA markers. And even if you do that, you still need to sequence the entire genome, the entire complete set of DNA of each twin, the mother, and the child. And even if you do that, sometimes it's still impossible. Sometimes you still won't have a clear answer on which identical twin is the father. And this is usually after tens of thousands of dollars have already been spent trying to figure it out. Officer William Farwell was one of the first police officers that were interviewed by state police after Sandra's body was found. And just to show you kind of how casual this interview is, it's not in a police room, it's not at the police station. He's sitting in a police car in the parking lot of one of these like suburban shopping plazas with the person interviewing him. Officer William initially states that, yeah, he met Sandra years and years ago when she joined the Police Explorers program.
So
he
when
was
she
at that
10.
point an adult. He was 27, she was 15. That was like a
she was
decade
10.
ago,
She was
right?
10.
But he hadn't talked to her much afterwards. I mean, he did at one point in 2018. Oh yeah, he did talk to her in 2018. He introduced her to a friend of his that was in the army because Sandra was like, hey, I want to join the army. Does anybody have any connections with army recruiters? So he connected them. Sandra didn't end up making it into the army, and they kind of kept in touch a little bit afterwards, which, you know, now that he's bringing it up, William's like, okay, maybe I will admit that I probably did a few things that I shouldn't have done. Now, this is all paraphrasing, and he stated that he did text her during his shift. It's basically telling your boss, I was texting for personal use during work hours. It's not that big of a deal. It's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. He did state that he also broke rules by visiting her at a restaurant while he was on shift. So again, imagine you're at work and you're like, hey, I gotta go leave and get a coffee break, but you go meet a friend of yours. It's like, okay, it's not the end of the world, but I guess you could say you did something bad. But he's like, you know, nothing else happened. Initially, William denied having any sort of sexual relationship with Sandra, but investigators found Facebook messages between the two on Sandra's devices that proved otherwise. So now William admits, okay, fine.
I hate
Our
when people do
relationship did turn sexual, but that was not when I met her, when she was a kid. No, it was maybe like 2 years ago.
That's so crazy.
And for a while it was fun, but you know, I'm married, I've got kids, and one time Sandra allegedly approached William while he was out and about with his family. This is like June 2020. He said that that's where he drew the line. She can be a mistress, but the mistress can't talk to the wife. He's basically saying this is unacceptable behavior. He cut her off, but they kind of stayed in contact, so it wasn't like cold turkey. But then he later says that the last time he slept with Sandra and saw her was December of 2020. Now, a few things are kind of odd about this.
Wait, how
statement,
tall is this
according
guy?
to
Can't we
Netizens.
just...
William stated that he cut her off presumably sometime in June of 2020. But then he admits later that he was on and off with her. And then he later admits that he was sleeping with her in December of 2020. And then he states that was the last time he saw her. However, phone records indicate that William went to Sandra's apartment complex January of 2021. And this was like after midnight. We don't know what they did when they met up. It could have been nothing. It could have been something. But it's just the fact that the date keeps moving closer and closer to her death date. She passed February of 2021.
Yeah, the guy's hiding a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So it's a strange, right? But even stranger, and the part that netizens cannot get over, is that the Internal Affairs investigation uncovered that Officer William used the Criminal Justice Information Services system that law enforcement uses to run checks on people for official police business. He used it to search up Sandra over the years, repeatedly. You know when you check up on someone on social media, you're doing it with a reason? If you're going into the Criminal Justice Information Services, it's nothing even compared to that. It's very serious. So to give you further context, the Criminal Justice Information Services are a division within the FBI that is also a massive database on people. And by the name of it, Criminal Justice Information Services, it sounds like a help desk. It sounds like a little receptionist, but it's not. It is one of the largest divisions within the FBI. The CJIS serves to combat crime, terrorism inside the US and overseas, and it's available for law enforcement agencies at federal, state, and local levels to help with their investigative process. There is a lot that officers can pull from a CJIS. For one, this is the world's largest database of fingerprints with over 77 million fingerprints. They also have over 3 million iris images.
What's up?
Okay, so this part is scary. So iris is part of your eye, and it's
Yeah.
eye recognition software. It's probably one of the most accurate methods of identifying people out there right now, and it's very speedy. There seems to be conversations that are happening that the FBI is going to switch over from fingerprints to iris scans. Iris,
Oh, so is that the airport stuff?
Yes. Okay. So iris recognition is one of the fastest biometric matching models on the market. So, you know, when you go to the airport right now, if you're traveling internationally, they might try to get you to do fingerprints. And it takes very long, and you have to have the fingerprint scanner, and it's like a whole process. You got to move your fingerprint around. They're saying that iris recognition systems can probably handle very large populations with speed. Like, you're talking one camera, one door, people are just walking in and out, and it can scan their iris. So that's the future, I think. I don't know if we agree with it, but that's the future, and that's food for thought. And you might see it starting to happen at airports. It's said that airlines are trying to switch over to iris recognition boarding because you can lose your wallet, you can lose your boarding pass, but, quote, you always have your eye with you. You don't have to worry if you left it somewhere or
I'm
someone
good.
else
I'm
is
good on
using it
that. I
and
don't
they
want
ship
that.
it. And it is kind of terrifying that the FBI probably has one of the larger databases of iris scans. They're very hard to replicate. So there's that. But just to give you an idea of how insane the CJIS division in the FBI is, they have a 990-acre campus in West Virginia, and one of the
West
buildings located
Virginia!
there is a 360,000 square foot building that is, quote, dedicated to the analysis and advancement of biometrics or human characteristics to aid identification. So you can just only imagine how much sensitive biometric data is in a file like that. The CJIS facility is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The CJIS stated, "We don't shut down. We provide the research and analytical review required by law enforcement." So if someone calls in a tip or emails a tip about a potential terrorist threat, domestic or international, the information is processed through CJIS. They're heavily involved in monitoring fugitives, providing assistance for searching for missing persons. It can be used on a civil level, but that's a whole nother story. In terms of law enforcement, this is not a giggle-gaggle process. Law enforcement officers have to be routinely trained on how to use the CJIS and how to make sure that it's safe and secure.
Why you
These
need my
types of
eyeballs
searches
for?
are tightly regulated. Law enforcement
I mean,
officers
obviously
have
it's
to
not
go through
literally
various
eyeballs, but-
levels of training just to be able to utilize it. It's like beaten into law enforcement's heads. You cannot just look at anyone you want. This is sensitive data. It needs to be for police use. There have been stories of law enforcement agents, of police being let go from their jobs, fired, because they're looking up like their ex-wives. So these are just some examples, and I'm sure it gets a lot more detailed than this if you run a CJIS on someone. You get the full criminal records. This is not just court documents. You can even get access to audio and video information, so crime scene photos, surveillance videos, recorded interviews that have not seen the light of day in the public, fingerprints, biometric data, iris scans, identity history, property history, vehicle data, vehicle history. I'm sure some people have more on their files than others, but it's basically, in short, every single thing that the FBI has on everyone is gonna be in there.
But he's searching a little girl? Or
He was searching Sandra when she's like 21, 22. Like me.
Yo, this is like he should be thrown in jail just for that alone, bro. This man was like, just don't forget me when you're 18. And then she didn't show up, so he started looking her up. Bro, this has to be illegal somewhere. It has to be. Like, please don't tell me that. Like, hey, like, It has to be illegal somewhere. My gosh.
But why?
Because current investigations and warrants are also typically listed on CJISs. And William was not only searching Sandra, but he was searching himself.
Oh.
Yeah. It's kind of odd, okay?
Ah.
Maybe he's checking if someone stole his identity, and that's being shown. But it feels a little strange to look yourself up. Do a full criminal background check on yourself multiple times throughout the years unless you think something is going to change. You're worried that someone is going to start investigating you. It feels like you have something to hide. That's the feeling. This is an opinion, not a statement of fact, though. So from 2017 to 2021, William ran 24 presumably unwarranted searches on himself and Sandra. Other strange things uncovered in the questioning were text messages between William and Sandra that showed William encouraging Sandra to do something. But what was he encouraging her to do? It's redacted from the report, so the public has no clue what he was encouraging her to do. The report stated that William coerced Sandra via text message multiple times, but what was he coercing her to do? We don't know. It's redacted. When William was asked about the baby Sandra was pregnant with, he stated he was sure that it definitely was not his. Even though he had intimate relations with her, he said Sandra told him who the father of the baby was. It was his twin brother, Officer Matthew Farwell.
Oh my.
Matthew Farwell was about to be a father. Again, his wife was heavily pregnant.
Yo, listen. I ain't know like, but this man kinda looked like that man who was walking up there. It might be because of the hat or something, man, the glasses, but this man kinda looked like he's 6'8" or something. He might be 6'8".
Well, was about to be a father. Again, his wife was heavily pregnant and gave birth the day after Sandra was last seen alive. And now he's being asked about Sandra's pregnancy. Officer Matthew turned in his iPhone and his work phone because he, quote, had nothing to hide, but he did delete any contact that he made with Sandra from his phones, which kind of goes against the whole I have nothing to hide statement, in my opinion, but I digress, right? Matthew said that he knew Sandra since she was really, really young, since she was in the Police Explorers program. He was 27, she was 14, and he knew that she had just this really troubled life.
Twins. I was about to say, what the heck? Should have joined the league. I know, man. The league. Listen. Never mind. Let me done. I mean, no. Let me continue. Man, if he would have went to the league, bro, you know what he would have. Listen, I ain't saying it's right, but if he would have went to the league.
He would still keep tabs on her from time to time because he wanted to make sure that she was doing all right. When Matthew was asked to elaborate further about his relationship with Sandra, he stated that sometime in 2020, so when Sandra was 21, 22, they started an intimate relationship. He got super drunk one night. They engaged in relations, but it only happened like 2 or 3 times. And the last time it happened...
All right, can we agree? Listen. I want to ask this question. Can we agree that I was just drinking a bit isn't an excuse? Can we all agree? I was a little tipsy. Is not an excuse. Hold on. Unless, and only unless, they spiked your drink. Agreed. But, like, I have to, obviously I have to. Unless they spiked your drink. If you willingly drank and you were a little tipsy, that's not an excuse. Well, like, listen, like, so... I was drinking a bit, and then one thing led to another. No. It looks like one thing led to another glass of drink, and then you ended up, excuse me.
was the end of October of 2020. So a few months before she passed. Which, if you do the calculations, she was pregnant February 2021. The last time that they engaged in relations was October 2020. I mean, she could very well be pregnant with Matthew's child, but it didn't really add up perfectly.
How far along was she pregnant?
Matthew stated, I mean,
Did it
she
mention?
told me she was pregnant December of last year in 2020, and that's 2 months before she passed. And she said the baby was mine.
Oh, so she's
Matthew
two
stated,
months.
but I was confident the baby was not mine.
2 months pregnant.
Because sure, I could have gotten her pregnant in October, but she specifically told me that her
Couldn't
due
have
date
gotten her
was
pregnant.
September of 2021.
So, you see, this is crazy. Listen. Cheating, you better not cheat. I'm wholeheartedly against cheating in every sense. Oh, they cheated first, then leave. There's no reason why you should cheat. And second of all, if you're going to cheat, they cheating with, like, free? What do you mean? He said, I knew I could have got her pregnant. Oh, so you free. Like, you just free. You out here free. Oh, that's crazy. And you got a wife at home? Like, people who cheat like this, first of all, people who cheat in general, like, you know, but like, people who cheat like this especially, I'm just like, oh, so you don't care about nothing. Because I don't know how you can be cheating on your wife with this one person, and you expecting this one person not to be out there too. So now what if this one person who is also out there catches something, and then now you just giving it, you just spreading it to the family? Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, people really have problems. There's a very specific group of people that use the excuse, I was drunk, or we were drinking. Excuse. Wait, hold on. What is a specific group? Unprotected is what? Tight, Bri, when I tell you, bro, like for him to say, oh, I know I could have got her pregnant, means that he wasn't protected. He wasn't protected at all. He wasn't protected at all. Man, it really pisses me off. Like, how are you going to cheat in the first place? And not only that, but cheat, like, out in the open. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you said specific group of people. So I was like, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, Morgan, listen, I'm not saying there are people who don't do that. But also, if we look at it in this sense, like, there's been many cases. There was one that just happened not long ago with this guy. But they say that happened because their husband found out about it, and they said, oh no, this is what they did to me. I'm not like saying what you saying doesn't happen, because it does happen. But like, that's why it's really tricky when we saying that, because I'm just like, then don't drink with, especially don't drink with people, especially don't drink around people when you don't have somebody who's watching you. You know what I mean? Cause like, just like with that one girl, remember that last video we saw with the little girl who got who's alive? The guy did it to another lady. He asked her out, persisted. She said no, and he said, let me buy you a drink, and she said okay. Then she got drunk, and then she kept drinking with him, and then he said, let me take you home, and then she got in his car. That is a whole bunch of nonsense. Should he have done what he did? Of course not. But she got so drunk to the point that she got in a car with this guy that she didn't even want to be with in the first place. They were in a public place. That's all I'm saying. I'm super against what he did. But like, we can't say that this girl should have just not drank, or told the bartender, "Yo, this guy's bothering me," or just left. Obviously, that would have been the worser thing, especially if he was still there. Like, have one of the bartenders, "Oh, can you walk me to my car?" I don't know, but that's just like me thinking out loud, I guess. Cause you gotta eat. Especially, you gotta know your limit too. Especially if you listen. I don't drink, right? I don't drink. Like, I rarely, like, the last time I drank was like a year or two ago, right? So I don't drink at all. But people who go out drinking like that, they have to know their limits, right? So you have to understand. Okay, I'm getting a little hazy. Let me chill out. You can't just keep knocking them back, and then next thing you know, be like, "Oops!" No, you can't do that. And like I said, if somebody spikes, then that is out of your control. You can't do anything about it. Like, we were watching that whole VTuber thing, and they were at a party, and then somebody spiked one of the girls. I mean, a couple of the girls. I mean, it wasn't the girl specifically, but a couple of the people's drinks, and she said she went numb, fell back, but good thing she was with her friends. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, this is terrible. I mean, it's not bad. Let me zoom it. Let me, like, spread it out, though. Talkers also don't know their tolerance very well. Also, we don't know the full facts. He could have been pushy. No, I understand all that. I understand all that, right? I understand all the pushiness and all that other stuff. But, like, and listen, Morgan, don't get mad at me for saying this. I'm just going to say, I'm going to throw it out there, right? But if somebody can do that, right? Somebody can persuade you to knock a few more back or keep forcing it on you, I think you should probably not be there by yourself and or not be there at all. Because there are, like I said, there are people out there, they don't care about you. I've said this multiple times. They don't care about you at all. These people do not care about you. They care about getting what they gotta get. So if you understand that, you have to understand, people are going to try to scam you. People try to scam you every day. People are going to try to get what they want from you. And if you're unable to make, like whatchamacallit, decisions, then I think you should probably, like, move out with a group. Like, go out there with a group. Or, you know, just don't go by yourself. Because it seemed like she was by herself with how she was talking. Because he had to take her home. Like, she didn't have no friends with her. So she was by herself at the bar where this guy came and decided to do his thing. I'm not saying people can't be, you know, but I'm just saying, like, especially in a place where there's alcohol and people are drinking, this is not the right place for you to be if something like this can happen.
Which I tried to calculate, but that means the date of conception was probably around December, the same month that Matthew claims Sandra told him she was pregnant. And he argued the dates don't add up. If she got pregnant in December 2020 and the last time that they were intimate was October 2020, how could the baby be his?
So does the twin brothers know each other? They're both seeing her?
That's stupid. That's so stupid. I agree to that point, but I guess you have to experience being drunk enough to analyze your thinking. Yeah, but the thing is, like, to put yourself in the shoes. No, I understand. No, listen. Like I said, I don't drink. Right? I understand it can, you know, get pretty wild and crazy. But, like, that right there, the fact that you can literally drink something that will make you, like, not be aware of anything. You go to that place by yourself? And if you go there by yourself and you know that this can happen, because that's why, like, a lot of people that tell me, like, they drink and stuff, they're like, oh no, I know what I can handle. right? I know like when I'm getting a little too out of hand. I'm like, all right. Like I'm still like against like going out and drinking and stuff. But like if you want to do it, then you can do it. You know, you can do it. But you have to also understand that if you're not able to, if you know what your number is, stop there. Oh, but he kept persuading me. He kept persuading you, and you just did it. I just didn't know how to say it. If you listen, when it comes down to that, listen, like I said, there's people who are super aggressive and super that. But if somebody can convince you to do this, right? Especially because the girl, she didn't want to drink with him in the beginning. She said, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Like she said, no, 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 no. And then she caved in. She caved. So this man was able to convince her to do something that she didn't want to do. I don't think she should be there. I don't think she should be there. Honestly. He persuaded her to do something she didn't want to do. She should not be there, especially by herself. Because there's a lot of people in the world who are going to take advantage of her just like that. That's the whole thing. But I understand your side because there's a lot of people who go through these things and it's like, yeah, I understand all that. And a lot of people who literally didn't have a choice, right? Especially like when I said they're spiked. But like if you can't like firmly be like, no, I do not want it, right? And obviously they could say, oh, I was scared to say. Yeah, but you were scared to say and look what happened. Because she was scared to say, she didn't, but then she caved, and then now he did this to her. She almost died. The only reason why I don't drink is that I don't like the flavor. I mean, there's some, Brian. Listen, I thought that before too, Brian. But listen, I had something in 2013. Like I'm 2023. I had the best tasting thing that I had, and I was like, ain't no way it be this good. But I stopped myself right there. I was like, oh, don't let me get hooked to this. But that's one of the main reasons why I don't drink too. Not only because I hated the taste and I had a bad experience when I grew up with it. Like in a sense, like one of my family friends, or one of the family friends, he let me sip a beer, and I was like, this is the nastiest thing in the world. And I thought all alcohol was like that, so I instantly just stayed away from it. But then when I took it in 2023, I just said, I haven't been drinking it, and I've been fine. I don't need to drink it now. Right? But also, if I can drink something or take something that knocks me out, oh, I don't want to take it. That is crazy. I want to be aware of everything. Especially when I'm out. I don't understand how people can do it. Like, if you're doing it in the comfort of your home, okay, sure, I guess. Even though I'm still against it because you're still, like, you know. But, like, to be out in public around people, drinking, and then people getting so drunk, you have to show them a video of what you did? That is crazy.
They do know that?
It seems like it.
And now they're blaming onto each other?
Seems like it. I mean, that's what you could, I guess.
Yo, that is crazy. That is big brain, though. That is crazy, but that is big brain. Since they got twins and they can't really check which one it will be because of the code, they're just both going to blame each other. Man, lock them both up because they said, oh, yo, catch me when you're 18. Lock them both up.
Extract and theorize and comprehend from the reports, not stating its fact. It could be something that you think afterwards, right? Matthew said that he went to break up with Sandra. And when he was asked when, he said Monday, February 1st. He stated he was the masked man on the CCTV camera. He stated to officers that he asked Sandra if he could stop by, and his plan was to break up with her. His wife was about to give birth to baby number 3, and maybe he didn't find it morally upstanding to continue seeing Sandra on the side. Matthew stated that his wife knew about the affair but was unaware that Sandra was pregnant, and that Sandra was claiming that Matthew was the father. He said that night when he went to Sandra's, she just kept trying to tell him that the baby was his. And he told her, you're crazy, the baby's not mine. Choice words were exchanged between the two of them, but Matt said he was calm and very straightforward with her and just laid it down. He was focusing on keeping Sandra calm and keeping things from escalating, but still he wanted to get his point across. He told her it's over for good. The conversation lasted 28 minutes, and as he walked out of the apartment, he just deserted Sandra in the kitchen, walked out the door, and just blocked her on everything. It seemed like the picture Matthew was painting was that Sandra was just too into him, obsessed, really. She was the obsessed girl that had been yearning for him for years and years, and it was a drunken mistake that he slept with her. And then, of course, he did it a few more times, but now that he's trying to shake her off because he meant nothing by any of that and he's got a wife and kids that he loves, now she's like clinging her claws into him, claiming that she's pregnant with his baby, but the timeline doesn't make sense. So he went to break up with her so he could focus on his new baby and his wife, but she was so distraught that right after he left, presumably, she exited her life. Which, you know, I have seen some netizens bring up the very interesting circumstances surrounding his visit to Sandra's that night. So this is in the middle of a blizzard, remember? And maybe if you've been living in the Northeast your whole life, Category 3 blizzards mean nothing to you. But from what I can tell on Reddit, Category 3 blizzard seems like the type of snowstorm where you don't want to be caught running around town running errands. So if we're correct, he went to go see her in the middle of a Category 3 blizzard on the eve of his wife's birth. But he said that he broke up with her back in December of 2020. But he went to go break up with her in person out of nowhere 2 months later, February of 2021. Which is very odd, more so if you think about the fact that his wife is literally about to give birth. Look, I don't know, if your wife is going to give birth any day now, I would imagine that you want to stay alert. You want to make sure that you're there to help her with whatever she might need, especially if there's a blizzard raging outside.
Yeah. Like, what if the wife
He
goes
wanted to
into
get his
labor right
conscience
there?
clean.
Exactly. I mean, but that doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. Like, we're not insinuating anything. We're just saying if this is all proven to be true, it's just a very interesting choice that he might have made from our personal opinions. Matthew also mentioned that as far as the father of the baby goes, he states that Sandra was sleeping with a lot of people, so it had to be someone else's. Matthew was 27 when he met 15-year-old Sandra.
Oh my gosh.
And for almost 10 years.
Yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know if it's me, but I feel like she keeps changing her age. She was 12, then the thing was 14, so she's 14, and then 15. This girl's 10. Okay? She's 10.
Life, her only constant would be the police officers that she looked up to at Stoughton Police Department. The chief of the Stoughton Police Department ordered an internal investigation, like I stated, into any and all officers who may have had relations with Sandra. Now, at this point, there were two investigations going on, if you will. One into Sandra's death that was closed and ruled a self-committed exit, and the internal affairs investigation, which was solely set up to, quote, determine any violations of policies, procedure, rules, and regulations of the Stoughton Police Department by any of its employees. Some netizens have stated, well, yeah, if you read in between the lines, the investigation is just to see if they broke rules. It's not explicitly stated that they intend to bring criminal charges against the people that they're investigating, even if they uncover policy violations. But neither of the investigations would look into foul play, really, or even open the door to the idea that Sandra was killed. Not saying that she was, but they wouldn't really even entertain the idea, the possibility. Sandra's death was never investigated as a homicide as of right now, and that is why netizens are very upset. And again, I'm not saying someone needs to go down for it, even if it's not a homicide. It's just a matter of, shouldn't we investigate it? And I think one of the reasons this case started gaining a ton of attention is not even from what we know, but it's from what we don't know. If you go through the official reports that were released to the public on this case,
still don't know who the dad of the kid is.
It's a giant black box. All official reports regarding this one, redacted, redacted, redacted. Everything is redacted. Redacted, redacted, redacted. Redacted, messaged, redacted, and deceased, redacted, redacted, redacted. And that in itself is a question of why the hell is everything redacted in this case? What are the police hiding? Especially when it involves the investigation of so many different police officers. So redactions happen in official reports when the findings or information are not pertinent to the case. So for example, if I saw a crime happen and I really like peaches and apples, but my name would probably be redacted from the entire situation just because there's no reason to put my name into that if I'm not part of the crime. You don't want just random civilians as witnesses, their information being released to the public. Or maybe whatever information I stated to the police needs to be
The first girl. I thought this. Who the heck is the first girl? I thought Sandra. I thought she was one person. Isn't this Sandra? Is this not Sandra? I'm confused now.
Boyfriend would be responsible. And now she's in the school hall reasons. So before the snowstorm, this woman, Sandra...
Yeah, this is Sandra. Okay, I'm just gonna go back because I don't know if I'm gonna end up finding.
Relevance to the crime, it could be redacted. That's a choice that the police make. Or things are redacted when they are sexually explicit in nature. So if we read between the lines, which it feels like we're kind of forced to do in this case, is it safe to assume that everything was redacted because it's explicit in nature? There's a 50,000 page PDF document with all of Sandra's messages from her phone and Facebook Messenger going back to 2019. The PDF document was called Blacklight because on the surface the story looks simple and clean, but you shine a black light on it and you turn up blood. So of course none of these 50,000 pages are available to the public.
50,000 pages.
Yes.
It's not even 50,000 words.
No, pages.
50,000 pages.
Mhm.
Like how many books is that? A book is like 300. I don't. What?
Like 300 to 600 pages. Yeah. Yeah, 50,000 pages. It's a lot. And I mean, we don't know even an idea of what's in there because everything else has been redacted. So let's talk about the people that was investigated during the internal investigations. So we know both the Farwell brothers were having intimate relations with Sandra. And most netizens seem to theorize that Matthew Farwell, the one whose wife was pregnant, is most likely, in their personal opinion, to have been the father of Sandra's child. And it's heavily speculated, again, this is just an allegation as of right now, that Matthew was 27 when he allegedly started a relationship with 15-year-old Sandra.
Oh my.
In the heavily redacted report that was released to the public, it says, text messaging developed from the MSP, Massachusetts State Police. The investigation indicated that Farwell had redacted with Sandra Birchmore when she was 15 and that Farwell redacted. And it seems safe to assume that Matthew's relationship with Sandra was a lot more than he was letting on. In just the past year of Sandra's life when she was alive, Matthew texted her thousands of times. Thousands.
What are you
and in some of
chatting
these
with a
text messages,
12-year-old?
Matthew and
I mean,
Sandra
14-year-old.
talk about April 10th, 2013. This is a date from their past. This is back when Sandra was 15 years old and a police explorer. In those text messages, Sandra reminisces about something covered in a big black line because it's redacted, and Matt replies, smiley face, me too. Why was that in the file if it's not important? Why was it redacted if it's not sexually explicit?
But then why isn't he charged or, you know?
So
Statute
those text
limitations?
messages could be, I guess, evidence, but in situations like this, when something happened 10 years ago, you would need a witness. And the only witness to that would be dead, Sandra. And interesting, in the worst way possible, it seems like the Farwell twins knew that they were both having intimate relations with Sandra.
So weird.
And now that she was dead, they're trying to downplay their relationships with her. William made it seem like he and Sandra were not even that close. But he also introduced her to two other men, another officer from the town over and a military recruiter, which we talked about. But it's alleged that Sandra had inappropriate relations with both of these introduced men.
Okay, listen.
And if the
The only reason, I just want to make sure I keep saying this. The only reason why I'm going to, I can't blame her is because they literally, she didn't have a chance, bro. She was literally put onto them. Her mom shipped her over. She said, you guys watch my kid. And now, because she also didn't have a father in her life, these people became like family. And then she lost her mother and her grandmother and her aunt. And then now she was they came back, or they were messing with her then, and now she doesn't know what to do. I hate these situations, bro.
speculations and the theories, which are not facts, but if the theories are correct that Sandra was likely potentially groomed as a minor during her time at the Police Explorers program, this detail could have a much more sinister meaning. A lot of netizens
Oh yeah,
feel
guys.
if all of these things are true.
We're gonna continue this tomorrow because it is 12, and I'm gonna finish. When I finish, by the time I finish this, it's gonna be 1 in the morning, and yeah, we can't be doing that. But yeah, guys, it was cool. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I guess this is the only one that we did today, which I think it turned out pretty cool. You know, her in like a, I don't know what kind of suit this is. But I think she looks, you know, it's her, so I'm glad with that. Like, I think I like how we continue the proportions. No, I'm sorry, but listen, we're gonna have to come back, cause it's too much more of this video. It's too much. I think I have to bring it in a bit more. Oh, I'm gonna bring that part up too. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The time marker is 56:30. 56:30. See y'all Friday. Yeah, see you guys Friday. Oh crap! And Friday we're gonna have to do our the challenge. I think I have a good idea of how I want to do it. Anyways, I might follow May and do 2 people. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. So we don't have to backtrack. Yeah. Hey guys, it was fun. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you tomorrow for the next one, or today technically for the next one. Peace. Oyasumi. Yeah, the prompt is due tomorrow. I just remembered too, because you said Friday. I was like, oh, Friday. But yeah, I'm gonna, and I gotta finish. No, I can post it today. I'll post it. I mean, I'll post it Friday tomorrow, which is still the prompt day. So I guess it'd be smarter if I did it that way. So I'll post the prompts on Friday, on like social media. But yeah, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Oyasumi. Good night. Good night. Good night. Peace, love, and hair grease, y'all. Rice, I'm chicken. Alright, guys. Have a good one. Good night. Good night, May. Goodbye, Morgan.